I didn't. Okay, okay. Yeah, go. Okay, go.
You're all good?
She don't smell.
Okay. I'm going to call the meeting to order. The time now is 6:33. Can we have a roll call, please?
Thanks for showing up.
Yes, no, I didn't. It's on the record, Priscilla. No?
Ms. DeLeon.
Oh, yes, aren't you? Yeah, gotta make sure it's covered
We're
up.
doing roll call.
Ms. DeLeon.
Priscilla.
Ms.
Hey,
DeLeon.
we're doing roll call, everybody.
I am here.
Mr. Bononis.
Here.
Mr. Carucci.
Here.
Ms. Optoff Cordero.
Here.
Ms. Ray.
Here.
Also here is Township Solicitor Steve Gaduzian, Township Engineer Brian Cucker, Township Engineer Tyler Mitch, and Administrative Assistant Stacy Werkheiser, and our Junior Council Person, Nitya Thakkar.
Tyler didn't get a promotion, did he?
All right, can we have the Pledge of Allegiance?
He said engineer.
Please stand.
Sorry.
Somebody got the look.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Over under gavel, 61.5.
All right, so I want to announce that we did have an executive session prior to the meeting.
Talk about that.
We had personnel issues that were discussed and also litigation matters that were discussed. I don't think we're taking any action at this point on those items.
I'd like to be heard on that.
No official action took place.
Okay, well, I'd like to be heard on that. Actually, official action did take place because there was a vote to provide a bonus to a township staff member, so I would say that that's official. There was a conversation. Sure there was. There was an agreement between Victoria, Laura, and Priscilla. So we are talking about giving a bonus to a staff member who I've said all along that all staff members are entitled to bonuses. Tom has as well. They work extremely hard under exceedingly difficult circumstances. And if you recall, I actually requested as part of the budget that we give bonuses, and I think Tom made the motion to take money from the American Relief Fund balance that was still available to provide bonuses to all township staff, as well as the township police officers. And the three ladies on this council voted that down. And here we are, now going to pay a bonus to an individual on council, that works for the township, and it makes no sense to me. And you're going to use taxpayer money for it. I'm not against giving bonuses, but I am against singling a certain person out to give them a bonus when I think everybody should be entitled to bonuses. And I made that motion previously, and it would not have cost the taxpayers a dime because it was American Relief Fund money that was provided to us by the federal government. So perhaps the ladies can explain their reversal of course under these circumstances, because it really shows their incompetence and their hypocrisy yet again.
There was no vote.
As I recall,
All right.
Can you please
as I
clarify
recall,
the situation so
there
that
was
we
a
don't have a
vote,
misunderstanding
and
by the residents?
Kathy, you asked Lost, who was on the phone, and she said yes, and then the other two said yes. That's a vote. I mean, that's a vote. They said yes to this, which is fine. I don't necessarily oppose it, but to misrepresent that there was a vote, it's a total lie what happened back there.
There was no vote.
There was yes. They responded. In fact, Victoria said, "Did you hear that, Kathy?" Because Lost was on the phone, and she said yes again.
Yep, that's
she
right.
Said yes again.
All right, we can move on.
All right, so I'm going to talk about the public comment procedure.
How about the resignation? Are you going to talk about the resignation? Let the taxpayers know about the resignation that was given to us. Anyone? You're going to share with the public?
Until
Until when?
Until the person wants to discuss them. So I am going to explain the public comment
I'm gonna make a motion, I'm gonna make a motion
briefly?
based upon what we discussed.
No,
I'm
we're
making a
not
motion.
doing
No, I am
motions
gonna
right
make a
now.
motion. I'm gonna make a motion.
So we have a 3-minute,
Accept the letter of resignation. I'm making a
Okay.
motion to accept the letter of
I second.
resignation. Thank you.
I
Let's have a
second.
vote.
I second.
Motion
Let's have a
is out
vote.
of order.
Motion and second. No,
Yes.
we had a
You did
discussion
not
in
have
executive
the
session, and
floor.
I'm making a motion in the public forum on what was discussed in executive session. I don't have to make a motion back in executive session. I can make it out here on the floor, which is the appropriate place to make that motion. Remember what you
Yes,
did to the
and we're not at
landfill, how you
that
had
time.
secret
Motion
stuff
is
you
out
did?
of order.
Remember when you did that and we got sued for $1.5 million?
The motion is out of order.
It's not out of order. So you don't want the public to know that we have a letter of resignation and that we're going to accept that letter of resignation. It's not.
It's certainly
Who's
not.
running the meeting?
okay, you are out of order.
not
We
out of
are
order.
at
I've made a
public
motion.
comment
I have the right to
procedure.
make a
We have
motion
a
at any
3-minute
point.
time limit
I have a-
for people to come up and speak on any
You know what you
agenda
just did?
items.
You just
You can
Overruled my
line up
motion,
at
which is a
the,
valid motion. You're in
line up
violation
at
of
the
the law.
podium
Do you understand what you're
if you
doing
want
here?
to speak
Do you
on
understand what
any
you're doing?
matter here
Do you
before us.
understand that I made a motion, it was seconded. It's a valid motion based upon what was discussed in executive session. Yet another example of your cover-up and your bullshit. Every single time you folks do stuff in secret, here it is, I'm trying to put it out there in the public forum so they know about this resignation and we can move forward with it and disclose to them the consequences to this township. And what do? Nothing. You try to gloss over it and shut me up and stop this motion from being discussed. I'm not gonna be shut up. There's a motion and a second. Kathy, would you call a roll on it?
And we always had motions to come out of executive session. It's
No, we
certainly
do
not out of
not.
order.
Well, they don't. They don't. They do things in secret.
Well, but sometimes we do. Sometimes we do. When there's something to have motion on, I think this is
I
something
think we
to
need
have
to
a
move
motion.
forward with the public
Don't
comment.
let the public know. Don't let the public know who resigned because of your utter incompetence. You drove another person out of this township. Let's hire another township manager. It's been a year. It's
saying.
been a year since we had a township manager, a full-time township manager, and this is the consequence of it. And you don't want the public to know about this. None of you.
Yeah,
do.
please look at
You're utterly
yourself and how you
despicable.
behave. This is the whole
Utterly
reason for all
despicable.
the problems here.
No, I don't know about that.
Okay, we have somebody up here for
frauds.
public comment. This is
Totals
the
and
public
frauds.
comment part on the
There's a
agenda.
motion on the floor.
There's a motion and a second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor.
Laura,
All you
I
gotta
think
do is vote,
there
you
is a
got it
junior
all.
counsel report before we go to public comment.
There's a motion and a
Well, they
second.
have
Let's
that
have a
after
vote
the
on it.
Public comment on the agenda, sorry.
Have a vote on my motion.
Then junior councilman.
Oh, the procedure, you're correct.
Procedure.
You'll have to hold 1 second. We'll do our junior council report, sorry.
There it is, folks. They don't want you to know who resigned, why they resigned. They don't want you to know about it, right? What are you gonna do when this person's not here and you call the township and you need something?
I will say it right now.
We're gonna have our junior
Here to handle those things
Hey,
for you.
I'll end this right now.
about that,
I will
folks?
end this
How-
right now. I will end this right now. I said, I gave the township my resignation.
Let's have a vote to accept it. That's my
Make a vote,
motion.
if they want to make a vote to accept it, then that's fine by me. I'll take roll
Vote to
call.
accept it.
The normal process.
Thank you, Kathy, for disclosing it. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Laura, for being so honest and open.
Not just the staff member, the acting township manager, the assistant township manager, and the finance director.
I don't blame her.
Nope.
Who can blame her?
But they don't want you to know about it. They want you to not know about it, so you can't scream at them today,
Let's
and it blows
do a roll
over.
call.
They're not prepared to deal with
Two
it.
things,
Can't deal with
Not
it.
prepared to
I
deal with it.
believe they were giving me the courtesy of letting it to be my decision as to when it was
I make-
released.
I
I
made a
agree
motion
with
to
you. I
accept.
agree with you. It should be released right away.
Thank you. And it is. After all that.
Now that you forced it,
Thank you, Kathy. They tried to cover it up. They tried to cover it up.
It's not that hard.
Yeah, don't cover things up. Don't cover things up.
It's Kathy's right to choose when she wants to disclose
go.
that,
It's
not
My
us.
right to make a motion to accept the letter.
Yeah.
And it's his right to second it, and it's
second.
our right to make a motion, have it be heard, and have it discussed,
I second.
and have a vote on it.
For the public's benefit, I want to share some information that's provided by Mr. Carochi when we spoke about this. His quotes were, that's been the problem with her all year. So Mr. Carochi made that comment about our staff member. He also said, it's for the best now, since her husband is running. So I want you all to know that that's how she's treated by the people who claim that we're the reason for her problem.
And I'll explain that. And I'll explain that.
There's not an explanation.
There is.
Speaks for itself.
Shut your mouth
You
off,
get
he
to
can
shut your
respond
mouth
to
up.
it. He gets to respond to it.
Right,
That's the way it
right.
works in America,
That's
okay?
okay?
That's right. I think.
One person to speak at a time.
Why I said it was
and
the
stop
best.
yelling.
Why it was the best, because if her husband gets elected, she obviously can't serve as township manager. I had a conversation with her about that.
That's true.
About a week or two ago. And so if she can't serve as township manager, not that these three ever had an intention of hiring her, which I made a motion. I made at least 2 or 3 motions to hire you as township
Yes, you
manager.
did.
Have I not?
Yes, you did.
2 or 3 township
Yes, you
motions
did.
to hire her as the township manager. So when I said, shut up. When I said it's probably for the best, it's probably for the best that she moves on, because one, they're not going to hire her, or they would have 2 years ago. And they would have all these motions we made to hire her, so she should move on to something where she's appreciated. And hopefully she gets a township manager job somewhere where the majority appreciates her. And two, if her husband gets elected, she couldn't serve anyway. So that's right. I said it is probably for the best for her personally and her family. And then
Yeah, the tone that you just shared with the audience, that you said, oh, it's for the
Shut up,
best
big
now.
mouth.
I'm still on the floor. So
It's
then
a lot different. The tone is the
what I
same
was
tone
saying
that he
was-
speaks to every single one of you, and
I'm
every
not
other
done.
member
I'm
of
not done.
council.
So when I said this has been going on
Tone
for a
wasn't
year,
endearing, that's for sure.
when I say this has been going on for a year, that's true as well. I'm agreeing with you. It has been going on for a year. So what do we have out of the blue tonight that Jason
You
and
said
I
that's
didn't even
the
know
problem
about?
I've had with
The
you
hiring
all
of a
year.
consultant.
That's what
The
you said.
hiring of a
That's the
consultant to
problem
be
I've
as a
had with you
township
all
manager.
year.
To be a township manager. Now, that was out of the blue. Wasn't discussed last
Okay,
time.
we have that item on the
So all
agenda
this
for
was hidden
later, so
from
we
us.
can
All
move
this
that
was hidden from
discussion
us
till
for
later.
the past couple of weeks.
Let's take care
And
of our.
and now it comes to, now it
That's the
comes out.
problem
So
I've
that's the
had
problem.
with you all
We have a
year.
call, can we have a roll
Let's-
call my
She
motion,
made a
please?
motion. He made a motion. And
I need roll call my
seconded
motion,
No, you're
please.
definitely not your
seconded it.
turn.
Roll call
it.
on my
And I
motion.
seconded it.
I welcome a roll call on my motion.
It's lacking
seconded
public
the motion.
discussion, there's lacking other people's discussion.
it's
So
been
your
discussed
motion
enough to
is
death.
inappropriate for the time period of
What
the
are you
agenda.
talking about? No one recognized you.
Is it appropriate? You want us to?
There's an opportunity for council discussion. I believe Kathy has indicated she's had enough and she'd
No,
like.
they want you, council has every right to say whatever they feel about me or this
You
situation.
did a great job.
Feel free.
I think you did a great job under
I
terrible
wanna-
circumstances. I think they abused you and took advantage of you, and it's a terrible shame.
I want to amend
Says
your
the abuser
motion.
himself.
I want to amend your motion that we'll accept the resignation only if she won't accept the full-time township manager job.
I'll make that amendment.
All right. So that's the motion.
Again,
It's been
you're
seconded.
putting her out there.
Yeah, this is
and
not how you
that's-
handle
that's
things like this.
disrespectful.
They
So
wouldn't give her they would give.
he wants to put her on the spot. He wants to put her
It
on
is
the spot.
not your turn to speak, and you are not turned to speak. Can you sit down? And it's not your turn to speak. For God's sake, sit down and be quiet. We are having our discussion up here, and we are going to have the junior council report as soon as we're done. I should probably left.
Enough. Move on.
Yeah. See how you treat people?
You wouldn't hire her as
It's
township
ridiculous.
manager. I made motions for the past year and a half to hire her as the
Can we move
full-time
on?
township manager, and you wouldn't do it.
This is ridiculous. Well, we will have a recess right now because this is ridiculous.
Classless
You wouldn't hire her for 2 years. You wouldn't hire her as
6:46,
township
we're
manager.
recessing.
Yet you took advantage of her as assistant
I
township
second that.
finance director.
Recess?
You gotta watch out. You took advantage of her for 2 years as assistant township manager, acting township manager.
Yeah. Yeah, it was this thing that was off. Okay. The time is 6:49. We're going to reconvene the meeting. And
Proceed with your jocularities. Good.
So either we have additional council comment or we go straight to a roll call.
Additional comment. We never comment, you never let us comment the first time. Go ahead.
all you did was comment, so.
I did comment, and I made a
didn't.
motion,
You had plenty
and I
of
amended,
comment.
I amended the motion pursuant to Tom's request. He seconded the amendment, and I would, I guess, open it up to the public to comment if they want to.
No, this is not for the public, and you don't open it up.
And then I think we should call a roll. We should have a
Well,
roll call
no,
vote on it. That would be my
We're having
suggestion.
council
My
discussion.
motion again is to either accept the letter of resignation that we've received from the acting township manager, Kathy Gorman, as well as assistant township manager and township finance director, or in the alternative to.
I'll only accept it if they don't make her township manager, full-time permanent township manager.
If you will not make her the full-time township manager.
Only. That's the only way I'll accept a resignation, is if they don't make her full-time permanent township manager, no questions
Okay,
asked.
you can't force a person into a job with a motion.
We're not, we're asking you to offer to, which we've been asking for 2 years.
You're forcing the person in a public meeting to comment on a personnel matter. It's completely inappropriate. The way that you've been treating her this evening is despicable.
We offer, I'm still commenting on the motion. I'm still commenting on the motion, but I will address that. The majority here actually offered a gentleman the township manager position in a public meeting about 1.5 years ago. They thought he worked in Pennsylvania. He actually lived and worked in New Jersey, but they actually offered him a job.
Okay,
when she says you can't offer somebody a job at a public meeting, that's completely ridiculous. They did the exact same thing about 1.5 years ago. The gentleman declined their offer, but they offered in a public meeting. We had a vote, and they offered in a public meeting for him to have the township manager job. So
The man had applied for the job, and that is not the case right now, so please stop distorting the facts.
Absolutely ridiculous when she says you can't offer somebody a job at a public meeting. We do it all the
Yes,
time.
the man had applied for the job that was advertised.
We make offers to
That
hire
is
people.
not what we have happening right now.
All the time, so that's that. You have anything else to say?
No, I agree with your commentary, and I include that in my motion.
Yeah.
Okay, Priscilla?
Okay, well, first of all, the gentleman that we're voting on that night, he was not in the audience, and somebody asked me where he was from, and I said the Stroudsburg area. They did not ask me where he worked. He worked in New Jersey. I knew that because I looked at his resume and interviewed him.
He lived in New Jersey.
Victoria, who said,
They said he was a township manager in Strasburg.
Tom, this is not your turn to speak.
yeah, look at yourself. We don't know what you're doing. You're making a spectacle out of yourself. Are you happy about that?
You saying that about me is hilarious. I mean, it's probably the most ironic thing you've ever said. You said a lot of stupid
Okay,
things.
Priscilla has the floor.
Thank you, Laura.
Use the gavel. We got that over and over.
Two important motions rolled into one. And unfortunately, I cannot.
Separate them.
Oh,
You can't do that.
Separate them.
no, I don't. I want to accept Kathy's resignation with regret. And I would not want to put her in that situation like we're putting her in right now.
Put her
for
in
the
for over a year?
managers.
1.5 years, you put her in this situation, and now all of a sudden tonight at 6 o'clock, you're not going to put her?
Because you wouldn't give her guarantees.
Yeah, that you
You'd
wouldn't
be
fire
protecting
her.
that job because you're a
If she didn't do
vindictive,
what you wanted to
spiteful
do, that's
person.
how it
And if she doesn't do your bidding, you would
I
have
think that
retribution toward
Priscilla
her.
has the floor and she's trying to vote.
Whereas she had
She's trying to
protections.
vote. Let her vote.
She's
She has
doing
protections
public,
as
her
assistant
comment.
township manager.
We're not.
Comment. Well, either way.
Yeah, voting is public comment.
I'm not
Lost-
speaking
we're
anymore.
lost in lost.
Counsel.
It's ridiculous.
Yes, you are.
Victoria?
I said what I said. It's insulting to put somebody on the spot at a public meeting and force them into doing things or to imply that they wanted to do things. It's inappropriate. I think you saw how that makes the person feel. And again, I'll quote, I mean, we can go back to this all day, but the quotes that I heard were, "That's then the problem with you the whole year." That's the quote from Mr. Carochi. The second one was, it's for the best now with your husband running. And I put that, my tone is the tone that he had. It wasn't an endearing tone of, oh, I love you, Kathy, I'm so sorry, but it really is the best. That's not his tone.
As I've explained.
It wasn't his tone then. He can try and walk it back. You see the behavior at council. You see the behavior towards all of our consultants. Any attorney that comes before here, the same behavior. What happens with our zoning people, it happens behind the scenes, and I feel terrible. I feel absolutely terrible.
You should.
This is the behavior that we have to deal with. And for anybody's sake, so you understand, legally, you can't tell a council person to get off council. You can't fine them. You can't remove them for bad behavior. There is no way that any court is going to enforce us trying to remove him from council or to make him stop talking. And he knows that. He's a lawyer, but what he uses is his legal knowledge as a weapon. He weaponizes it against you. He weaponizes it against the township staff. He threatens lawsuits all the time and puts everybody in a very precarious situation. And I think it's awful that somebody with that level of experience and knowledge would use his legal profession and his knowledge to hurt people instead of helping people. And that's where I stand with it. I do accept her resignation with regret because I know that she's done a tremendous job for us. She's worked very hard in very difficult situations, and she's had to have all of these issues brought out into the public forum for you all to hear, which isn't fair to her. So I wish her the best, and I know that she will do wonderful wherever she is. We deserve better, and I can't wait till January 2nd, 2026, when we will have better.
Right, we have a new election.
All right,
So,
I will make my comments.
personal attacks, I'm gonna respond.
Not your turn for comment. It is not your
Ms.
turn
Optoff
for
does not know-
comment, Tom.
Ms. Optoff does not know what's in my mind.
Ask for the floor, you do
What
not
I'm
have the
thinking, and what I
floor.
thought, and I did. I
It's
did
my
say it is
turn to
better
make
off-
my
it's
comment,
better off
so
for
if you
Ms.
could stop
Gorman
talking.
and her family, because of the reasons that I stated earlier. And so Ms. Optoff has no
Rude.
idea what I'm, and I will make another point. I've never sued anybody with this township, not once, and she can't really say the same thing. The other thing is, when I say this has been going on for, I sued her as a candidate, not the township. I never sued the township. So I've never sued the township, so that was a lie. When I say this has been going on for a year, it has. There's a consultant to take over as some type of township manager or acting township manager. That's on the
that
thing.
right now.
The first Jason and I heard about this was Friday. Yet the guy's already, there's a contract and already he's been identified. And again, that's what's been going on for a year. And it has been going on for over a year, close to 2 years now. But for Ms. Optoff to claim she knows what's in my mind when I'm speaking is completely wrong and ridiculous. I would never even claim to know what's in her mind. Thank God. Thank God.
Okay.
But I do stand by the statement that I believe Kathy is better off than dealing with these three who for 2 years now wouldn't give her the township manager job, even though she's earned it for all the years of service to this township as finance director and assistant township manager. They wouldn't give it. I'm the one who at least brought up 3 motions to hire her full-time as township manager, and they voted against that. So for Ms. Optoff to try and claim that there was some malice in my you're better off for it is completely wrong. She's the one that voted against hiring Ms. Gorman at least 3 times, by my recollection, as a township manager. And her and the majority could have done that very easily, and she deserved it. I don't think she would have, if they would have given her a contract where she couldn't be threatened if she didn't do everything Priscilla insisted, she would be township manager. We wouldn't be in this position right now. We wouldn't have been in this position since Mark Hudson
Thank
left.
you for your
Wouldn't have been in this position.
invalid information, and I'd like to take my turn for my comment.
Ms. Optoff thinks she knows what's in my mind. It's ridiculous.
One person at a time to speak,
Well, now she's
please.
responding. Now she's responding.
Person at a time. I want to get through this.
Yeah.
I think
I bet
this
she
is,
did. Yeah, she does want to get through this because she's embarrassed. Lost is embarrassed.
you should be embarrassed. Both
You're
you
obviously-
and your buddy over there should be
tried
extremely
to hire-
embarrassed with your behavior, the
tried to hire-
constant
We tried to hire her.
behavior.
I'm not embarrassed.
Yes.
This- We tried to hire her as
If
township manager.
if everybody would know what goes on in those back meetings when we have executive session, all the name calling, the screaming, the cursing, the swearing, that's what they put
Life, isn't it?
all of us through. And it's no wonder
You shouldn't swear. It's
that
fine.
she would want to leave because she doesn't deserve to be treated like that. None of us do. And it's a shame that you continue to act like this and you sit here and you think it's funny. You sit here and laugh. You're having fun. We're going to have so much fun tonight. It's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. This is my turn to speak, so you can be quiet now. It is not your turn.
Go to Benonis' house and protest,
It is not
and now
your
you're the
turn
president
to
of
speak.
council.
I am speaking, yes.
Okay, Miss
This is
Ethics,
the woman
Miss
who-
High
this
Ethics
is the
Moral
woman who's not
Value over
named
here.
Quiet.
Person.
This is a woman who's now complaining about cursing in executive session when she wanted people to show up at our house on Christmas Eve and protest and
Okay.
harass our families.
And is this on the
woman, This is the
agenda?
same woman
On
who's complaining about
Christmas Eve,
cursing.
right,
About
exactly.
cursing. She's sending drunken emails on Christmas Eve to
Right.
get people to.
Okay, so the slanderous comment, and all the defamation of character all the time coming from both of you is sickening. You need to stop.
You didn't repost. her
Nothing
saying
is
to go to our
coming
house?
for
You
me.
didn't repost.
Was it you posted under the name Laura Ray?
Okay,
Roll call.
Everybody has seen this.
let's do a roll call. We're
Hope
done
you
with
preserved
this.
your electronic
Everybody's
devices.
seen this.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the staff here. They're wonderful to work with, and it's an honor to work with all of you. And secondly, I hope I did the township well over the last 19 years.
You did.
Thank you. Ms. DeLeon.
It should have.
More than once or
Priscilla's
twice.
not even
No,
back, because it should have continued for another 5 to 10 years as township manager, is what it should have happened.
From the heart.
Ms. DeLeon. Ms. DeLeon.
And you know, the motion was revised with all this extra stuff.
You're lost. You want us to explain it?
Say,
You're lost. Give her your compass.
The motion is two-part. Number one, to either accept her resignation, or number two, to hire her as.
No, that's not the motion. The motion was to only accept her resignation.
Only accept the
I'm gonna
resignation.
make an offer to her.
vote in a difficult situation and it's not fair.
English.
It's English. Yep.
My motion again is to accept the letter of resignation only if
She's not made township manager.
only if she is not given the offer to be township manager pursuant to a contract of multiple years with guarantees in place that she would not be fired
For political
reasons and only for cause.
I second, and that's the motion I seconded.
Our regs, that's totally illegal.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No.
What regulations? Cite that for me. Tell me what regulations are illegal.
Yeah.
I'd love to know. De Leon 2.0, that's what
Okay,
it is.
continue the roll call.
We're not letting elected-
Mr. Benonis.
unelected.
Yes.
Ms. Optoff Cordero.
No.
Mr. Croce.
Yes, I mean, I wanted to get township manager, full-time township manager.
Ms. Ray.
No, this isn't the
Motion
way.
fails 2 to 3.
There it is.
There it is.
Pushed her out, won't give her the job.
Here goes another one.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion to accept her resignation with regret and wish her the best. And,
Now, this is a different motion, so this is with regret. Now, she has no regret she didn't offer the job for the past 2 years. She has no regret whatsoever that she didn't offer the job for the past 2 years. Now she wants a motion to accept her resignation with regret, with regret. So this is this thing. No regret for the past 2 years about not making her the permanent, full-time township manager with a contract, so she can only be fired for cause. No regret about that, but now she just wants to pander and say with regret.
I second it.
Let's have a roll call.
Well, I don't have a chance to
comment.
comment on this yet. You didn't ask.
It's the same comment. We already heard your
It's a
comment.
different motion. It's a different motion.
We already heard your
You
comment.
didn't hear my
Keep
comments
talking,
about
keep
this.
talking, keep talking.
To
Give
Tom's
your
point, I
comments.
mean, the regret that, it's the fakest regret I've ever seen. You know, but that's what Priscilla is. Everything about her is fake. This is her whole existence, and this is another township manager that she's forced out. She can't get anybody to come in to work here. She can't keep anybody here. And now she's gonna regret losing somebody that she should have made the offer to.
Bononis.
Does that make any sense? Makes no sense whatsoever.
Council Conley, he's gonna talk.
Mr. Bononis.
Well, you're done, if you're not done your council comment.
Look, I'll be more than happy to cast my vote, but I can't vote yes because of the regret, the fake regret that's behind the motion. There's nothing genuine about it. Now, if it was just a motion to accept, if it was a motion to accept the resignation, perhaps, but the regret part of this, there's no regret in this. I regret that you're leaving, but clearly the regret that she's offering in her motion is not sincere. Far from it. It's just the opposite. So I'm going to vote no.
Childish.
Ms. Zaptov Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Croce.
I regret that Kathy's not the full-time township manager, and I've regretted that since Mark Hudson left. She should have been, she deserved it, and she I think would have been great. She's someone that I've worked with in the past. I am pro-staff. I'd like to ask you one thing, Kathy. In your years, your years in the township, as far as benefits and pay for the staff, has there been any stronger advocate than me?
I would say no.
You would say no. That all kind. Oh no, Donna Louder.
Sorry, Don.
Now Donna Louder used to tell me all the time that the township's most valuable asset is the township employees and police. And so, all right. Me and Donna are tied. She's all right. I'll put Donna ahead of me. Only a little ahead of me. You're ahead of me, Donna. But that's it. So for these people to start saying that these people leave because of me or Jason, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So we're the ones that brought up motions.
There's more than pay that makes a job worth staying at.
We're the ones that don't come in here every other day.
The health, the stress,
and
the
do all this.
aggravation.
So no, I mean, I'll vote. I'm voting no, not to not accept her resignation because I think she should be a township manager. But I thank her for her service, and she knows that. I'll talk to her personally without Miss Optoff trying to decipher what I mean and what my tone is, and what my thought is, and all that. I didn't know she could read minds. What a joke.
Ms. Ray.
Yes, and I am sorry it had to come to this, like this.
Ms. DeLeon.
It's not sorry enough to give her the full-time job, though.
Ms.
Not sorry enough to
DeLeon.
give her the permanent job.
Ms. DeLeon. Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you for your service, Kathy. Thank you for your service. Yeah, Priscilla. Lost isn't clapping. Neither Lost and Victoria didn't clap. Didn't clap for that.
This is a sad
Didn't clap for
situation.
that. We were honoring Kathy. We said thank you for your service, and you didn't clap. You're like the Democrats that don't stand up for the kid with cancer. You're no better.
Okay, we will have our junior council report. Sorry for the delay.
You know, this isn't typical government.
It's typical when it's run by you three.
Can you let her do her report, please?
Why don't you tell Priscilla to not interrupt her?
Yeah,
Because Priscilla's the first one that interrupted her, so get control of your people.
You won't yell at Priscilla for interrupting her, but you'll yell at us. You can go ahead.
Okay, so the Saucon Valley High School is proud to present the Addams Family School Edition for our spring musical. And the show dates are from April 10th to April 13th. It's going to run for 4 days. And tickets are going to start to be sold on tomorrow, actually, at 6:30 p.m. And the tickets can be found on the Saucon Valley High School website. So if anyone wants to support the high school musical, it's going to be a really good production. So they should definitely go see it. Yep, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we will do public comment. If you would like to line up at the podium and speak on agenda items, the time limit is 3 minutes. Thank you.
Evening, Lynn Hill. First of all, want to express my my sadness at hearing of the resignation of Kathy Gorman. Kathy, I'm sorry to see you go.
Nice working with you.
And I have deep appreciation for everything you've done for the township. But the
You used
reason
to
that I
accuse her
wanted
of
to,
covering things up in the budget.
Tom,
Finances, you
this
used to
is not
accuse her
your
of that.
time to speak, Tom.
For 3 years, you accused her of covering up in the finances. That's funny.
to express my encouragement on item H regarding an environmental solicitor. You know, when you have a township that's got a landfill with, as of 2022, more than 10.5 million tons of trash buried in a mountain that's close to a river and a watershed area and the Saucon Creek and Bull Run, we do need advocacy for the environment of our township and for the health of our residents, especially in light of recent violations and other problems at the landfill. And because of the political climate in Washington, I don't know if the EPA is going to be here to advocate for us. So we do need this additional layer of advocacy and support.
Advocacy?
I think it would have been helpful to have an environmental advocate when we were looking at the northern expansion, because it seemed to have been just sort of rushed through. And now when we see it, it does not look like it's in the original footprint to me. It's very conspicuous that it came over the north side of the mountain, and it's very visible from across the river. So I thank you, council, for considering hiring, if it's Elliott Greenleaf is who you've chosen. They seem to have some expertise in these areas, and I hope they serve us well. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have anybody else?
Good evening, Stacy Mazensky, Lower Saucon Township. I'm here regarding letter H, which is the, let me see here, it's the
same one.
Resolution 31-2025 pertaining to environmental solicitor. So Bethlehem Landfill is owned by Waste Connections, Inc., a company whose full year 2024 revenue was $8.92 billion. This company has resources at their disposal to craft legal arguments and justify their actions with expert precision, utilizing every tool at their disposal because money is no object to them. They want to take our land, our forests, and our clean air. This township needs representation that can counter the landfill's arguments and help us fight to preserve the pastoral farmlands, tranquil woodlands, and gentle rolling hills that we have come to enjoy. The township has to stand its ground to Big Garbage. Big Garbage has their representation. The township needs qualified representation that is knowledgeable and responsive to the challenges brought forth as a result of the landfill operations. I support Resolution 31-2025 pertaining to environmental solicitor.
Ms. Brzezinski, I need clarification.
Thank you. No, you don't need to respond to him at all.
$8.9 billion? Is that what they make out of this landfill? $8.9 billion?
You don't need to respond to him.
And then you said take over your land. Have they taken your land or
Okay.
private land? Or is
We
it their
don't
land that they
need
already
comment
own,
on
that's
public
deeded in their
comment. We
name,
can
that
have
they
the
paid
next
money
person
for,
come up,
that they own and
please.
possess, they have legal title to?
And pay taxes on
And
it.
they pay taxes on
They
it.
pay
And they
taxes.
pay money to the township.
We
Whose land have they taken?
continue with public comment. This is not council comment.
Okay.
I mean, let's not rewrite history here. Like, what are the facts? I want answers to those. Can you answer those questions for me, please?
No.
Please? All right, look, you don't have to provide cover for people. I can ask for clarification, Laura. I have the right to
No.
do that.
People do not need to be harassed by you at the podium. They're up there to say their comment,
I have the right to ask questions.
and they have their right to sit down
They don't have
and
a right to say
not
things that are
answer.
untrue.
That's right.
Okay, and that's why I have the right to
Okay.
ask questions to understand what it is
Please
that they're
make
talking
your
about.
comments.
And I will do that, and you're not going to stop me from doing it, so stop.
Good evening, Jason Rodenbach, Lower Saucon Township. I'd like to start my introduction like Tom Holman did. If I offend anybody tonight, I really don't give a shit. Now, I provided some jerkies for you tonight since I know the meetings tend to run long, but I do have to warn you that it's made of donkey, but it should be okay since a lot of you up here seem to look like an ass. Now, on to the topics. It was said to me that you spent $1,164 to tell someone how to winterize a pile of rocks at the Heller homestead there on Water Street. And that's rocks, by the way. Rocks. Then you want to spend $42,000 to rebuild them. And I'm just curious, would that be to move them from one pile to another? And I'd really like my money not to go to that. If you'd like to, yous can more than be willing to pay for it, but not me. The other reason I was wondering is, why do we talk to Priscilla about her Looney Tune friend at the last meeting? Then you make fun of her for someone climbing on the fence and saying, breaking news. That's that person's problem, not ours. Lastly, I'd like to know who said it at the last meeting, but they were right. I'm not sure who it was, but yous do look like fools, up here bitching and complaining about each other. I'm sad to say this, but you're an embarrassment to the township, and you damn sure don't speak for me acting like children. And finally, it's not donkey, it's goose. Enjoy.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Mary Ann Garber, and I represent the Bethlehem landfill. I'm speaking tonight regarding agenda items 5H and 5I. Agenda item 5H is listed on the simple agenda as discussion and possible approval of Resolution 31-2025, appointing an environmental solicitor. The detailed agenda describes this item as retaining legal counsel for legal representation on an as-needed basis for the landfill, environmental, and other legal matters. Although not apparent on the face of either the simple agenda or the detailed agenda, it appears that tonight, under this agenda item 5H, council plans to vote to hire an outside law firm to represent it in litigation involving the Bethlehem landfill. That appears to be the case because over the weekend, Ms. Optoff-Cordero posted a notification of tonight's meeting on Facebook and stated that this agenda item 5H is to appoint special counsel to handle litigation for the Bethlehem landfill. To the extent that council is going to take action to hire an attorney to represent the township in either currently pending or future litigation that's related to the expansion of the Bethlehem landfill, we object to the township taking such an action tonight because it was not sufficiently described on the agenda and therefore it violates the Sunshine Act. And more importantly, Bethlehem Landfill objects to any participation by Ms. Optoff-Cordero in the township's vote on such action because of her conflict of interest with respect to the expansion of the landfill. Ms. Optoff-Cordero's conflict of interest in matters pertaining to the expansion is the subject of litigation currently pending before the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas at docket number C48 CV 4292. Here are just some of the facts illustrating Ms. Optoff-Cordero's conflict of interest with respect to the landfill expansion. Her parents have claimed under oath that a proposed landfill expansion will decrease the value of their property. Ms. Optoff-Cordero has publicly taken the position that proximity to landfills has a negative impact on property values. Her parents were parties to 3 separate lawsuits to stop the expansion of the landfill, one of which is still pending. Ms. Optoff-Cordero, who is a lawyer, worked directly with the attorney retained by her parents, Gary Astak, in lawsuits to fight the expansion, doing substantive legal work, retaining experts, and acting as the liaison between her parents and the individual opponents of the landfill and attorney Astak. She's the founder of, and up until she took office, was the spokesperson and media contact for Citizens for Responsible Development, a grassroots landfill opposition group whose tagline on their website is Fighting LST Landfill Expansion. She raised funds to fight the expansion, including for the payment of legal fees to Mr. Astak and expert fees in the various pieces of litigation, both currently pending and past. Public officials are prohibited from using their authority for the private pecuniary benefit of any member of their immediate family. This includes parents. The use of that authority is not limited merely to voting, but it also extends to any use of authority of office, including but not limited to discussing, conferring with others, and lobbying for a particular result. It is well settled that a municipal officer must disqualify herself from any proceeding in which she or an immediate family member has a personal pecuniary interest that is immediate and direct. Ms. Optoff-Cordero has taken and continues to take countless actions to stop the expansion, which she believes, based on her statements about the impact of a landfill on property values, will financially impact her parents. On this basis alone, she should recuse herself from participating in any discussions or decisions regarding the expansion of the Bethlehem landfill. And Ms. Ray, Ms. Optoff-Cordero's conflict of interest is the subject of litigation. We need to make a record with respect to decisions that she's making directly in violation of the conflict of interest rules. I will finish my comments momentarily, but I need the opportunity to create this record, Ms. Ray. It is also well settled that in quasi-judicial proceedings, a public official must recuse herself even if there's an appearance of bias, prejudice, any potential for non-objectivity. Her cumulative actions over the past 2 years clearly demonstrate her bias. The public's interest in the continuation of landfill operations as 1/3 of the township's revenue source must not be jeopardized by the acts of Ms. Optoff-Cordero, who has a direct pecuniary and personal and private interest in stopping the landfill from expanding. Ms. Optoff-Cordero cannot be allowed to make decisions about litigation against the township and the landfill regarding landfill expansion in which she directly and actively participated in as a lawyer and as the daughter of parties to such actions which seek to stop the expansion. Therefore, Bethlehem Landfill demands that she recuse herself from voting on agenda item 5H to the extent that the action is to hire an attorney to represent the township in either currently pending or future landfill with respect to the landfill expansion. And regarding item 5H, discussion and possible action to authorize landfill consultants to review, address, and/or respond to matters requested by township representatives. To the extent that this action would give Ms. Optoff-Cordero authority to unilaterally direct landfill consultants to review, address, respond, or do anything with respect to the expansion of the landfill, BLC specifically objects to Ms. Optoff taking participation in such votes because of the conflict of interest that I just described. Thank you very much.
And you can enter that into the record. You want to enter your statement into the record? Make a motion to enter the statement into a record. We have a motion on the floor to enter that statement into the record. In the written, you provide to the township written the statement in the record, so it's in the minutes. I make a motion to
Okay, we don't need a motion. We do minutes for the meeting. It's
but you were talking over her, and they may not be able to hear it.
right.
So
Well, isn't that great? Most of us don't get to be heard at the meeting because you talk over us.
You talk. You got the
So
microphone.
we have somebody else up here for public comment.
There's motion in a second. Steve, this is just to put her thing on, put her statement on the record.
Nope, next public comment.
All right, they don't want your statement as part of the
They're
record.
there, that's, you should tell the judge that too.
You object to the minutes. When the minutes come on, they don't actually reflect what you stated.
Well, you could, right. And we'll get it fixed.
Would you recognize the person at the podium, please?
I did. I said, Donna, take your turn.
I'd like the engineer to be here for my comments. He stepped out for a minute, so I'll stand here and wait for him.
Who wants?
Maybe you want to have somebody else go and Donna can come back.
Yeah, do we have somebody else then?
If there's somebody else that wants to comment.
Line up at the podium and take a turn.
You have to take orders from her. See, those officers not gonna do a damn thing.
Cheyenne Ryman, a couple comments after watching that. It's really disrespectful to put your orange card up and tell Marianne she's had enough and sit down. The only person in the last meeting that you did not put your orange card up for and call the time on was Attorney Buba. So if you're gonna have that respect for him, whether, I don't know if it's an attorney thing, but if you're gonna have that for one, have it for all of them, because that was pretty rude.
He's on their side, so you know.
Regardless of what it is, that's still rude. You did not put the card up. He went over his time. I watched it, and there was no card and there was no mention of it. Secondly, the self-serving interest on council needs to stop. You can't use council, you can't use a township as a thing to fight for your own self-serving interest. So you and the landfill, Laura Ray and your Heritage Conservancy and your open space that are still not doing what they should be doing, and Priscilla with your Saucon Valley Conservancy and the Heller Homestead and saving this barn and pile of rocks. It's our money. It's not your money to play with and do things that you want to do to serve your own interest. Think for the township as a whole, not just what you're interested in. When it comes to the agenda, what is the item 5G, the discussion and approval of strategic consulting and planning agreement? There was no attachment in board docs for that. Everything else had an attachment. And from my understanding, what we've seen in the past, if there was an agreement, there was a draft of it.
This is a consultant to basically fill in for the manager role since we're not going to have a manager. So this seems to be orchestrated previous to this agenda. Tom and I knew nothing about it. But it seems like they want to hire a consultant who's going to be serving.
If there's a
refuse to put in the agenda.
The draft agreement, why wasn't that made public like the rest of the things were? I don't.
Hide, there's some
probably
things in
gonna
there
wait.
they want to hide from.
And that this was known before meeting tonight. I mean, that's kind of sad. But then when you get to the point of hiring the environmental solicitor was something on my list, and Mary Ann just killed it, so I don't think I need to speak to that. The other thing that I had was the same thing in serving it, where you're paying all these consultants. Landfill consultants, you wanted to hire Heritage Conservancy at $90 an hour. So you complained about frivolous lawsuits under the previous majority. You're doing the same thing, you're just hiring consultants and engineers. Going back to the drawing board, revamping lighting, complaining about what you can complain about for them to go out and look at the ball field, hiring a consultant for this, a consultant for that. At this point, you almost need a consultant to tell you how to tie your shoes. I mean, think of things a little more objectively. $42,000 for consultants to go look at a pile of rocks. And who knows, that's what the initial was. But it was also presented for the Heller barn to be $1,050, and it actually came out to be over $1,100. So there's things that are not being spelled out clearly. And because it came up, Kathy, thank you very much for the job that you did. You did a great job for the township. I think we're all sad to see you leave, truly sad. I think it's aberrant that there was not an offer made to Kathy with protections. And I do think that is some of, probably, I'm going to surmise, probably some of what the issues are. There was several motions made by Tom, I believe it was 3. Maybe that's a magic number. That's the amount of times that Priscilla voted in favor of the landfill expansion historically, even though she hates the landfill, but 3 times voted in favor of it. So maybe 3rd time's a charm, so we'll see. But Kathy, thank you very much. Hopefully maybe the tides turn at some point and we can get you back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Donna Louder. Speaking on Agenda H, which will run into Agenda I. So the environmental attorney is going to be getting $350 an hour. Why?
Ms. Optoff and her family.
Is there something catastrophic occurring that hasn't been made public shared with the public yet? That we need an environmental attorney?
Maybe Ms. Optoff and her family thinks they're.
$150 an hour? Or is this being done to oversee Hanover Engineers' work, which was discussed by Laura, Priscilla, and Victoria in emails on November 20th through the 24th? And it reads, we want to hire environmental engineer to review, critique Hanover Engineers' work on anything to do with the landfill. Can and should we still keep Hanover Engineers for otherwise? And this brings me to the next agenda item. You want Hanover Engineer to sit in on meetings, and I'm guessing it's council meetings, at $103.50 an hour. Do you know how long our council meetings are? Sometimes you folks just like fade out, so I don't know. So anyways, Hanover Engineer runs the landfill committee. So they're fully aware of what's going on. They report to the DEP if they have to. The DEP inspects the landfill, and I am not taking a position on the landfill. What I'm taking a position on is the excessive spending. Larissa was even mentioned in the emails. So they're basically looking to eliminate Hanover Engineer, bring Larissa in, bring in an environmental attorney at 3 times the cost of Hanover Engineer. Yes, I see your orange card. You don't even have to put it up. So basically having Hanover Engineer here for the council meetings, are you creating work for the environmental attorney by having him here so that he can double check the work at $3.50 an hour? Or are you on a witch hunt to remove Hanover Engineer? This does not set an example of fiscal responsibility, people. This does not. So does anybody want to tell me why we're getting an environmental attorney? I know it's not question and answer time.
So the Optoffs don't have to pay, and the people don't have to pay, the taxpayers pay for the defense.
This is redundant money being spent.
Yep. Yes, it is.
Again, this is all about the financial aspect of it.
Well, also incompetency, too.
Very much so. It's scary. And Kathy, I just want you to know that I apologize, first of all, for running up here and defending you.
We're good. We're good.
You are the cornerstone, and I will never forget everything you've done for me when I was on council before. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You are a true gem to this township, and I am so sorry to see this happening to you. Okay, do we have anybody else? Please line up at the podium so we don't.
Nobody else?
Somebody take a turn, or we will move on.
Okay.
Started that a couple.
First thing I'd like to say is I'm absolutely floored by what happened here, obviously before this meeting started, and what went on, and now we now know. And the idea that you were going to sweep this under the rug and talk about it at 3 in the morning is just absolutely, I've seen it, we've seen it before out of the same people that dominate this council in terms of votes. It's the same Democrats, and they do the same trick. And the attorney just sits there and he's quiet as can be until he wants to, yeah, maybe I can get some more money out of it. I can't figure that out. That's my opinion. But it looks that way. When you don't understand it, the expression is follow the money. Now, the other side is, I'm really tired of Victoria telling everybody in the world that will listen, which they all get tired of hearing the blovinator after a while. She finally got shut down, even though she tries to overtalk even Marianne Garber. And it's going to be just delicious when the court starts up and she tries to tell the judge what he ought to be doing. I can't wait. I'm going to go buy myself a new camera. All right. And as far as you, Laura Ray, trying to shut people down, I've seen it before. It's so characteristic of Priscilla when she was trying to run the show. And even she tries now. As far as who has quit, there's a magic word, quit. Well, let's see. I didn't get them all here. I just remember this fella, Mark Hudson, who was a superstar. Oh, he left because he wanted a better position somewhere. Yeah, that was in the first month. Mark already knew what was going to happen with the three of you Democrats, okay? So he quit, and let's see here. So that was, and then there was Link Treadwell, 26 years in this council. Are you people in the audience listening that span both parties? And these three got in, and wow, all of a sudden he's gone. Isn't that amazing? He quit. I don't know. Could have been. All right, so who else? Then we had a receptionist who was just hired. Yeah, she quit too. And there was another fella by the name of, was it Mark? Yeah, he quit too. One of the inspectors, yeah, he quit too. Right. Well, we didn't hear about the receptionist. You know, we don't hear about these. They just go. It's sort of like in Russia, they disappear. All right, so now we have Kathy. And Kathy, you know, and I will keep saying it, and Priscilla, you can take that card and put it where the sun doesn't shine. Okay? So the bottom line, Kathy, is because I'm talking to Kathy, Priscilla, and you can go out there and whatever you do. Kathy, I am truly sorry. You are a gem. You're right after Mark, and I'm going to just wait for that guy in New Jersey to come back to Pennsylvania. So Priscilla can hire him part-time for triple the salary. And as far as the environmental engineer goes, hey, we need one because of the Saucon Creek is polluted. Well, we won't go after the Bethlehem sewage facility down there, will we? Nobody says anything. Guess who runs that? Oh, yeah, it's the husband of a big, Democratic Allentown
Okay, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
Oh, okay. So, and I want to say something about H, which I was really interested in talking about, but nobody's going to get there. And it's been spoken about. We don't need yet another attorney. This is crazy. Pretty soon, these three Democrats up here are going to sit home, watch what's going on, and just tell their attorneys, hey, I'm an environmentalist. Tell them no. Marianne Garber, super thing that I want to have Marianne Garber's. I want to have Marianne. You said close it. I will. I want to have Marianne Garber's statement entered in the record because it's going to the press. You people have destroyed this council and are
more
trying to
public
destroy the
comment.
town.
It's terrible. All right, I think somebody else was coming up.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I want to just say that Kathy has been a superstar as far as I've been here, which hasn't been that long, but Kathy, you're awesome. Thanks for your service to our township, and we're going to miss you very much. You did a great job. Now, I actually want to ask, so who's going to take her place as of whenever she leaves? Who's going to run the township? Who's going to be in charge?
Hopefully she won't.
So we're just curious about that. The taxpayers kind of want to know that because we're a little concerned about it. One of the things I just wanted to make a comment, Mary Ann Garber said that we definitely don't need more lawyers. I would say for all the activists on this township, I'm hoping that everybody new watching tonight, anybody old watching tonight, that decided that they wanted to vote for people on this township council based on 2 issues. I hope that you're listening and you understand the ramifications of your vote. So what's going on here is we have activist council members. They're activists. They're environmental extremists. It's not about a balance. It's not about having a business in the township that helps pay for what we need. $3 million of taxes come from that landfill. That's important. They want to drive out all the businesses. They want to drive out all the taxpayers. And how are they going to spend all the money they want to spend on their new barn, their new historic barn, and everything else? If everybody can just see that, they represent the extreme of the environmentalism. And it's dangerous for our township because, again, we need to have a balance. Yes, we need to have clean air. We need to have clean water. And I didn't hear anybody who got up talking about the environmental extremists. I didn't hear anybody talk about the trees that were cut down and directly impacting the air quality of our township. So the people that live around those trees are going to be impacted because the trees eat the carbon. That's the way God made it, whether you like it or not. So that's my question. I don't hear anybody complain about the trees cut down. I hear about people wanting lawyers. Lawyers, what exactly do lawyers do? I love lawyers, but I don't always love them. But environmental lawyers, does anybody know what they do? Anybody? Anybody? They sit on council and they talk about things that they don't know about. So nobody on this council has managed anything. Nobody has cut checks at work. Nobody has managed a business. Nobody's managed employees. Nobody knows, other than Jason and Tom, nobody knows how to run a business. Nobody knows how a business runs. Yes, they do make a profit. It's really scary to say profit in this room because people don't like that. But they make a profit, and guess what they pay? Taxes. So you want to drive businesses out, and then you want to spend more of our money. And it's sad. Thanks.
Do we have more?
Mac, what are you running away for? There's 2 cops in the room, like the one you brought to the neighbor's front door. Anyway.
Is he supposed to address other members of the audience? Is that part of the rule?
Are you supposed to talk while I'm up here talking? Shut up.
Control the meeting? Get control of the meeting. This person's attacking me.
The first thing I'm going to address is that Treadwell isn't here because he didn't put the paper in to come back. Gorman, I got my own beef with you. Part of my opinion was to fire you, and that was for our conversation, for me and you. Okay. The one that got tossed around wherever it went, and then my parole agent got a hold of it and called me screaming at me because half the township called complaining about me. So, you already know Bononis is a liar. So why don't you just tell the public?
Defend me?
Why don't you just tell the public the truth like you told me on the phone? Doesn't mean you have to quit your job. You could just resign as manager and go back to what you want to do. It depends on what you got for retirement, what you got for insurance, and what you got to do to take care of yourself, because I'm sure your mental health is rattled. I've been told by other people what they did to Mark in the office, screaming at him, and what they did to the last inspector. If you think people don't talk, you're wrong. Lying ain't gonna get you nowhere. Got me put in jail by a scumbag. He keeps laughing, but is this agenda? All agenda. It's on my agenda. It's on Kathy's agenda. You know what this township is? This township has lost its moral fiber, and it's Bononus's fault. And then Carochi followed, and then the rest of his team followed. The moral fiber and telling the truth and working for the public good has gone flying out the window.
Is this a campaign speech?
Top of the PP&L.
What is it? This is not an agenda item.
We're being lectured about.
And we had a lot of people that came up and spoke to all
We're being
sorts of
lectured about
topics, and I let it slide, so we're letting it
We're
slide.
being lectured about morality.
See?
We're being lectured about morality from you?
Yeah, why? What's wrong with that? What do you want to say?
Well, what? How many years ago? You got drunk, you ran over an
Okay,
innocent
we
man?
don't need to discuss this topic.
I got
Tom.
drunk and ran. Why don't you tell the
Appropriate.
rest of the story?
Well,
No,
I don't
tell the
know.
rest of
I
the
don't know.
story.
I'm asking you, what's the rest of the story?
Tell the rest of the
What's the
story.
rest of the story?
Why don't you tell them about the Bethlehem inspector, the police
We're
department?
not going to go into this for
What happened?
overtime.
What happened? I don't know what happened.
Bring it all out.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay, we're gonna end the comment, just end the comment.
When you threatened me.
Nothing good is gonna come of it.
Threatened me, or when you went to my wife's workplace, you want to talk about that too?
Okay, we're not talking anymore. You may come up to the podium. Mark, you have to.
Okay, go ahead, talk about that.
We're moving to the next
Talk about that.
item.
Go ahead, talk about that.
No,
You
we're
don't like the camera,
not.
do you? You like to bring your own cameras, but not to be filmed yourself.
Yeah.
You got cameras
You're
all
not
over
gonna
the
talk
place
about.
here. He's got a
You're
camera.
not
You
gonna
want to
talk
talk
to
to
go.
Tom, be
Going to
quiet.
his wife's work.
This is public comment.
You're not gonna talk about going to his wife's work. You're not gonna talk.
Okay.
All right. You're not gonna talk about that.
That one too.
Let the next person talk.
Twitching.
He's probably going to go home and play with himself.
All right.
Let the next person talk. Sorry, I apologize.
Good luck with your campaign.
State
You
your
should
name
run on that.
and
That should be your
make a
banner. That should be your
comment.
theme. Go home and play with yourself.
Can you be quiet so the public comment can continue
I'm
now?
just responding to him.
Stop talking, the public comment needs to
And
continue.
everybody goes home and plays with
Rude,
themselves.
unprofessional men on this board need to be
A+.
quiet.
I might vote for you. Do a campaign. I'd like to donate to it. You got to go fund me like the other ones? I'll donate to that one too.
I forgot my last statement. I will take the manager's job.
That'd be great.
Terrific.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, Tom
He's got a criminal
and
record.
Jason, can you be
I
quiet?
don't go in the office.
It is public comment. It's not your comment.
I don't think we should hire someone for township manager.
It is not your comment.
He just
Stop
a criminal record.
talking.
I don't think we can hire a township manager with a
Stop
criminal record.
talking.
I mean, why would we do that?
Stop talking.
Jim Maycourt, Springtown Hill Road. Just a real quick question about this environmental solicitor. Is it because the three of you now all of a sudden have a problem with the job that Hanover Engineering is doing? They were doing a fine job before it. Are they telling you something you don't want to hear about the landfill, and now you want to replace them, or now you want oversight on them? It's just more waste of taxpayers' money. It's baloney. It's totally uncalled for. If you don't like the job that they're doing, and I think they're doing a pretty bang-up job putting up with you, then replace them. Put an RFP out. Get a new engineer. They're doing a great job. So there's no reason to hire an environmental solicitor to double-check their work. It's a waste of money. Totally. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have anybody else brave enough?
Hi, everybody. My name is Jason Bartley. I'm from Bethlehem Township. There's a lot of passion in this room. There's a lot of history in this room. I don't know all of it. I just came here tonight to give some perspective from being on the other side of the river. Obviously, it's related to the landfill. I'm going to try not to offend anybody. Being in the room reminds me that something that troubles me a lot these days is I think as a society, we're...
Can you speak into the mic so it gets on, so they can hear?
I'm sorry?
You have to speak in the mic so they get the record. They transcribe what you're saying.
I understand. I was trying to make some eye contact, but I can stay in the mic. I'm realizing more and more these days that as a society, we're losing our capacity for compromise and for meeting in the middle. We can't function without that. So I'm just here to give my perspective, take it or leave it. I hope it's helpful. We have recently moved to the River Hill development in Bethlehem Township. When I put money down on the house last summer, we knew that the landfill was there. It's been there for a long time. Of course we know about it. You couldn't see anything from that side of the river. Wasn't aware that we would ever see anything from that side of the river. The whole house was constructed. It was still that way. We moved in March, and through the course of last summer, very quickly, it became apparent that there was a lot of activity. The height of the landfill from that side of the Lehigh Valley, and it's visible from quite a distance, has risen at least 100 feet above the tree line. We've seen the tree line start to disappear. I've heard that they're not cutting trees down, but if the activity is causing trees to fall down, it's almost the same thing. So my real concern is knowing that the landfill is a necessary function of our society, knowing that the landfill was there for a long time. I just also want to know that it's going to be considered from all perspectives, from neighboring townships that are very close. I am concerned about the river. It's a hill there. There could be runoff. There could be other environmental impacts. So I just want to stress that it is expanding beyond just the sharp line of the township because it is so close to that border. It is up on a mountain. Every day we see dozens of trucks coming and dumping. You can see it from, 20, well, maybe not 20, 10 miles away across the valley. You can see it. Just concerned that they're really staying within their boundaries. I've heard a lot of different things. I don't know all the details, but I hope that there is really good monitoring in place to make sure they're not going too high, they're not going too far, that it doesn't continue to expand down the hill, because once it gets on that slope, it's not going to be easily contained. So for whatever that's worth, I wanted to share that perspective. I hope it's helpful, and thanks for listening.
Mr. Bartley, did you say that you are not a resident and taxpayer of Lower Saucon Township?
I did, yes.
I just wanted to make sure. So you don't understand the financial impact of the landfill?
I don't fully understand that. And I understand that it is an income resource for this township. And I don't expect it to be eliminated. I just want it to be properly monitored, properly contained, and not overly
You want our
expanded.
taxpayers to pay more, so your view is better.
Okay, you don't need to harass
That's
passing. I'm
people making public comment.
I thank you for speaking, and also, realizing and stating that, landfills are a necessary evil. It's where people's garbage goes.
It is.
Everybody's garbage goes there. And they have to exist somewhere.
They do.
And of course, nobody wants it in their backyard.
They
Of
don't.
course, nobody does, but they have to exist somewhere. So I thank you for that, intellectual honesty on that.
To look at it from both sides, like I said when I first came out.
And listen, our township has been on the receiving end of some bad stuff too. The city of Bethlehem allowed warehouses to be built all along Easton Road, right across from our township residents that drove their property values down, a bunch of truck traffic on Easton Road. So, it's tough, but I mean, it does happen, unfortunately, where people, but, the other thing you should know is they are required, and you can talk to Ms. Garber about this, I think they agreed to plant like 5,000, 10,000. How many trees are you planting? Do you plant when it's done?
Well,
I think that we need to make sure.
Yeah, I think we're getting out of public comment, Tom. We're not having a discussion.
When the landfill is done, and
that's very positive.
Public comment.
They take the natural gas out of the landfills and put that.
That has started, and that is a benefit.
It may be unsightly for a time being, but I think in the long run, it means it's better than starting a new landfill somewhere else for somebody else's.
All right.
It's just an expansion, and like you said, it's been there for a while. But thank you for being so reasonable and measured about your opposition. That's a very rare thing here.
I would say thank you.
You can see the lunatics.
Speak. My last word on this would just be, also considering whether or not there's too much external trash being brought in. And I understand it's a private business, there are some things there, but I do understand that the majority comes from out of state. So that could be a lever to pull on.
Yeah, there's interstate commerce laws that
All
really
right.
prevent.
We're not going to discuss
And I'm no
the
expert,
rules
and
of
I'm not gonna figure it out.
of
Just kinda-
landfill right now. Can we have more?
Pennsylvania Department of Environmental
Tom,
Protection is the ones that would
enough.
make sure they're staying within their footprint. And no matter what these three say, it's run by the state, Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. There's been a Democratic governor for 10 years in Pennsylvania.
At this point, let's
We are in public comment, and the time.
To me, this is not a Democratic or Republican issue.
I agree.
This is just a normal, human, societal, American issue.
Right.
For me, it's not political. It's more just what's reasonable and what's equitable for everybody, and that was why I wanted to speak. So I do appreciate you listening.
Get more information from Ms. Garber.
Do we have others that would like to make public comment?
About that. But thank you for coming, and thank you for being so reasonable in your speaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
And do we have anybody else? I do not see anybody.
Why do you think you run
We are going to, the first item on the agenda is the developer item. Item A, 2066 Yob Lane, the sewer planning EDU allocation request. Get my papers.
Lost? Consultant is here. Matt, you can come up to the.
Oh, you're here to talk on this item? Okay.
Just state your name for the record, please. Come on.
Matt Longberger.
Okay.
I'm a consultant for the landowner, and I see there's much more larger issues here, so I'll try to make this quick. Basically, just asking the council for 2 EDUs, and the property owner is looking to subdivide the property. There's an existing home on there currently with a septic system. He wants to put that septic system onto public sewer and subdivide the lot for a future home, and the future home would also go on public sewer. I did coordinate with Bill Ross of Lower Saucon Authority, and he confirmed that the sewer line that's in Black River Road, there's plenty of collection, conveyance capacity, there's plenty of treatment capacity at the wastewater treatment plant where the sewer would go. So this is just a formal process to ask the council for the 2 EDUs so that we can move forward with the subdivision process.
They can't go any further with the authority until council releases the 2 EDUs from your allocation at the treatment plant. The draft motion you have before you talks about they have to go back to the authority, then get all the rest of the details, and they eventually will come back to you with a future subdivision.
Objections to all the conditions that were in that motion.
I'll make a motion to grant the motion as drafted, conditions as stated.
I'll second that. And I guess I should wait for questions till it's my turn.
Do we need to specify the date of the letter to make it more clear what you're referring to?
For solicitor. Is that questions for our solicitor?
You don't necessarily have to, but for purposes of clarity, it's probably a good idea if you would be willing to amend your motion to mirror the draft motion, which is entitled EDU allocation 2066 Yob Lane for March 19, 2025 Lower Saucon Township meeting.
I'll amend my motion.
I'll amend my second.
All right, so council discussion. Jason, do you have comments or questions?
Well, I mean, I appreciate your client's optimism that these ladies aren't going to run the township into a ditch with their finances and their willingness to subdivide this with the hope that somebody may want to move onto that property. Striking, but congratulations to them for having that optimism. Brian, you had mentioned about the township releasing 2 of its EDUs. How many do we have? Ballpark.
I don't remember the exact amount, and in very, very rough numbers, you're using about 40% of your allocation at the time.
Currently, so this is very minimal effect on
exactly.
that. Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
But, I mean, shouldn't we have our newly hired environmental attorney look this over? I mean, or do they only look over things for Ms. Optoff's family? I mean, have we had an environmental attorney consultant look into this? Do you know? No?
I can say that I looked into it, that's all I can tell you, and I can tell you.
Are you
that
an environmental attorney?
I am not.
What are you?
Okay, stop with the.
I can ask him questions. He sat down and said, I'm here to answer any questions.
Yeah,
And now she's saying, don't ask him any questions. He literally sat down and said, I'm here to answer any questions. And I asked him a question and you're trying to shut me down. Go ahead.
I'm a licensed landscape architect and I own my own business and I'm helping this landowner.
Okay. So you're an architect and, but you're not an environmental attorney, you're not an engineer.
Not.
Okay. So you couldn't answer any environmental questions, any that I would have or that the township residents would have? No. Well, why can't we just table this until our environmental attorney can look at everything and advise us? Or again, or is that just for Mr. Optoff's family?
Okay, Victoria, do you have
Make a motion that we
comments?
table this until our environmental attorney.
We already have a motion on the table.
Well, I'd like to amend the motion.
I just want
It's not your motion to amend.
We amend the motion?
I want to share that there was a water authority meeting last evening. We did speak about the project.
Literally sat down and said, answer
The
questions.
engineer for the water authority relayed at the meeting yesterday that the water authority was satisfied with the conditions as stated in the motion, as well as their solicitor. They did say typically that sometimes you would apply first there and come back here, but either way, they said they're very happy with the motion, the way it's drafted, and they look forward to working with you, so. Comment.
I'm not necessarily against your
Priscilla, do you
project.
have any comments on this?
I do.
Okay.
Here we go.
Years ago, the authority and the township worked together and developed some kind of a plan so that they would have a plan for using the EDUs throughout the Seward area in the township. And we reserved certain sewer allocations for different districts. So this district that this house is being built in, it has the EDUs for 2 units. I'm pretty sure.
Well, there was no formal agreement between the township and the authority. There was a rough map that has EDUs allocated just to make sure you have enough allocation at the plant.
That was voted on.
And it's hanging in the hall in there.
It was voted on, I remember.
Okay, well, this particular property isn't specifically identified on that, but you can see two EDUs out of what you have left is.
Right. No, I don't have a problem with issuing them. I just wanted to make everybody else aware that that's how we did it. And so.
And Priscilla, just for your benefit, we did look at that map at the Water Authority yesterday, like that generally allocates EDUs in different parts of the township.
Right.
It's not like a formal map though, so I think they were saying that too, but other than that, they said that there's plenty of availability even for this specific district.
But there was formal action taken because I remember I was on council, I've been on council and I remember doing it. So that's all I have to say. Brian, we're not trying to get rid of your firm. Just,
All right, I don't have any questions or comments on this particular one. Can we do a roll call?
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Croce?
I would really like our environmental attorneys that we're hiring to take a look at it. I'm not necessarily against dividing property and property being developed, but I think what's good for all township businesses and properties that we're getting to hire an environmental attorney shouldn't be specialized just to the in opposition of the landfill. So I'm gonna have to vote no because they won't have the environmental attorney look at this.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
I'm going to concur with Mr. Carochi. What's good for one should be good for all. I don't understand why they're not tabling this and having the environmental lawyer that they're intending to hire, and I'm sure that they're going to hire, look at this. Again, I'm not opposed to what your client is intending to do here, but I think we need to be uniform in how we treat properties, and it's unfortunate that your client happens to be in the crosshairs of this, but I'm going to vote no.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for being willing to answer questions.
Thank you, sir.
So, next up is 5A, discussion and possible action regarding variance 05-25 for 1574 Merriweather Drive. Did we have anybody that wants to come up? You can sit at the table or the podium, whichever you like better.
Hi, my name is Jack Bosch. I'm owner of Millennium Construction for 27 years. We're just seeking variance for Mr. and Mrs. Olachuk to construct an addition about 52 by 18 on the left side of the house. They are getting older. All their bedrooms are on the second floor. They would love to have an addition constructed on the first floor. And it will not interrupt adjacent 5 properties that we asked for permission, and all of them were okay on it. They have a patio, a driveway, literally after the addition is all constructed. And it would be just 1-2 step to their vehicle. They love the township and they don't really want to move.
All right, thank you.
You said they had spoken to their neighbors?
Yeah, I have letters signed from all the neighbors.
Letters in the
Oh,
packet.
wonderful.
You read the packet, or if you read the packet before the meeting, there's letters from the neighbor in the packet. Please read the packet before the meeting.
Yeah, I think it was wonderful that both their next door neighbors wrote letters in support of it.
It'd be nice if Victoria read them before the meeting. So she wouldn't ask stupid questions, but you can't ask. I guess we can only ask for so much.
It would balance out the house. That's kind of where
Yeah.
we laid it out with the architect that best suited. But before we move on with permitting and any of that paperwork, make sure I get the variance to go ahead and move forward.
You said there were 5 property owners, but there's 3 letters or 2 letters?
There's 3, but the 2...
They're the immediate ones. The letters are from the immediate neighbors.
Correct. The other ones are just within the line of, I guess what you guys would require, 50 foot.
200 feet maybe.
It's 40 feet, it's 40 feet, you want down to 15.
How far away the neighbors are that you would notify?
3 acres of land, so they're literally,
right.
Yeah, there's plenty of, it's not gonna, it will not interrupt anybody's line of sight or interrupt any trees or any water runoff or any impervious. Because the addition is less than 1,000 square feet regardless.
I'll make a motion to take no position on it. I'm gonna make a motion to take no position on that, and I'll explain to you what that means. So when we take no position on it, it means that the township is not going to send a solicitor to the zoning hearing board to state a position in favor of or against it. Essentially, we're neutral on it. It's up to the zoning hearing board to make their decision on this. So we oftentimes make motions to take no position on it. Doesn't mean that we're against or not supportive of what your client's interests are here. It's just that we're not going to pay for a solicitor to go to the zoning hearing board to say, we're in favor of it or we're no position on it.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Tom.
Because we can't she didn't even read the packet of it. I don't know if she's trying to make a motion. She didn't even read the packet.
Our hearing is next on the 24th to approve this or not, but I just.
24th, yeah. So,
Put on it, so.
well, I'm still commenting. Yeah, you have to go to the 24th before I think, I hope, I wish you good luck with that.
All right, can we have a roll call?
Mr. Croce?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis? Ms. Updike Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item, 5B, discussion and possible action on zoning service.
Yeah, I asked to have this on the agenda yet again. So on March 6th.
I'm making a motion to table it again.
On March 6th,
I'll second
I have the
that.
floor, excuse me. On March 6th, I received an email from a resident and taxpayer in Steel City, Alex Solangen.
Nobody had one.
Follow. Lower Saucon Police, this is addressed to Tyler Mitch, our contracted zoning officer. We don't have a full-time paid zoning officer in the township. These ladies won't hire one. Lower Saucon police were just called for mud on the road from today's non-logging activities. Right after they left, the real logging operation began at 6 p.m. We'll ask police to come back. Mr. Sutton's tree guy blocking my driveway where my kid was playing basketball, refuses to move, absolutely ridiculous. The man is abusive and an ignorant slob with no respect for anyone else. Your lack of attention and knowledge on this matter and pure inability to make a site visit is appalling. If anybody wants to actually see the pictures, ask the police. They will have pictures and videos. Alex Salangen, contact information is there. So in response to this, the following day at 12:38 p.m., Tyler Mitch apparently sends an email back to Alex Salangen and copies me on it, Kathy, who is our outgoing township manager, interim manager. Alex, I went out to the property today and agree that the work that has been done appears to be in violation of the earth disturbance ordinance. Mr. Sutton has received a stop work order, all caps, that has been posted on his property and is hereby prohibited from performing any more work on the property without first securing a permit. If Mr. Sutton does perform any subsequent work before the permit has been issued, please contact me and I will be out to the property. If this occurs after hours or on the weekend when the office is closed, please let the police department know. Kathy has indicated that she will be notifying the police chief. If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you, Tyler, zoning officer, Lower Saucon Township. Tyler, I'm not coming after you on this, all right? What I am gonna do is I'm gonna go after the ladies on this because they hired you and your company to serve a role to the township. They hired SFM Consulting LLC pursuant to a contract. You're not subject to direction or authority or control under a township manager. You're under a contract. So we brought this up at the last meeting and we brought it up at the meeting prior to that. And I had a picture up on the screen that showed 30 or so trees that were cut down. And that is clearly a violation, and you acknowledge that that's a violation because of the number of trees that were cut down in violation of the township ordinances. And I'm not going to bring up the point that you said to Mr. Sutton out in the hallway when he was flipping out, almost got into a fight with Mr. Salangen. Don't worry about this. You got nothing to worry about. I'm happy that you finally have issued a stop work order on this. I regret that it took yet another email from a resident taxpayer to make that happen. I regret that you weren't out there to the property to take a look at it, to prevent these things from happening when this was brought to your attention repeatedly. But I regret even more that we are without a full-time township zoning officer who's employed by the township, subject to the control of the township manager or acting township manager. Because I think if we had somebody like that, I wouldn't be getting emails like this. I think that that zoning person would have done their job and would have been out there patrolling and looking into these things and being responsive to these things. And I regret that enforcement of this issue has to happen as a result of a resident bringing this to your attention. And then you go on to say here, I will be out to the property, which suggests to me that you hadn't been out to the property despite these many requests that this resident and taxpayer, I mean, pays the taxes that pay for your company's services. And the fact that these ladies will not hire anybody to fill that role full-time permanently in-house is appalling. And he's not the only person who's come forward with this. There were other people who've been here. Mr. McCourt was here at the last meeting. I know that he has issues that he's brought to my attention by email as well. And I could bring those up too, but I'm not going to belabor that point. So, with regard to this issue, I'm going to make a motion yet again. This is probably the 6th time I've made this motion.
We actually have a motion on the floor.
There is a motion on the floor.
It's a table.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Well, yeah, after that motion's done, my motion's going to be to publicize and advertise for a vacancy for a full-time zoning officer employed by the township, subject to the control and direction of the township manager, who's going to be more attentive than the contracted services that these ladies put in place so that they could have some level of influence and control over those services. Because their influence and control over those services clearly is not working. Okay, it may work when it's intended towards somebody that is their enemy or not on their side or not supportive of them. And I'm not saying that you're playing politics here, but it seems to me that these rules should be applied uniformly. And this is why I brought up, people criticized at the last meeting, I said, let's just throw out all of the zoning ordinances that we have because we don't enforce them. So what the hell is the use of having zoning ordinances if we're not enforcing them? And right here, they weren't enforced, but now finally you did. So thank you for doing that. I'm sure Mr. Solangen appreciates that that has happened. And the fact that these ladies also would not call out Russ Sutton and ask or seek his removal from the EAC. I mean, he is the Lorax of Steel City. He was in here with the landfill expansion, posters all over the walls, talking about how the environment's gonna be ruined. And what does he do? He's chopping down trees. Literally chopping down, he's having people chop down multiple trees on his property in violation, and he's telling his neighbors, I'm gonna put up a solar farm, right? A solar farm. So, solar, did he tell you he was gonna put up a solar farm?
It's a residential solar array. It's fairly small. It's not like an industrial size solar farm.
Put up a solar, he's cutting down trees to accommodate a solar facility on his property. Okay, so here we are, Mr. Green himself, Mr. Lorax, chopping down trees. These ladies don't have a full-time zoning person employed by the township going out looking at it, and they don't call out their crony who is here at these meetings and is on the EAC. EAC, they're appointing him to the EAC despite his lack of credentials, qualifications, and clearly his lack of ethic. I mean, he advocates, he pretends to advocate for one thing, but at the same time, he's doing the complete opposite. He fits the mold of them, right? He's a hypocrite. He says one thing and he does the opposite just like they do. So, you know, it's appalling to me. So make your motion, vote on it. I'm gonna make my motion right after that before we move on. So Laura, don't even try to move on to the next agenda item because I'm making my motion and we're gonna go there and we're gonna have a vote on it yet again. And you're gonna own this issue yet again because you're utterly incompetent.
So, is it my turn?
You can have a turn,
Thank you.
Tom.
Thank you. Say that so pleasantly. I think, yeah, you have to watch what you say to people. Like, you know, if you told him, don't worry about it and we'll take care of it, like, that's like waving a, you know, that's giving him the green light to do whatever he wants, no matter what. I mean, you have to watch what you say to people, the way they take it. You don't know how they take it. Look, you know, I mean,
I didn't say that, to be fair.
All right. Well, did you say anything like that?
Not anything that would indicate that he would automatically get a permit.
I mean, other than disparaging me. I mean, I know you disparaged me.
I didn't say any of that stuff that was claimed, but you can
disparage me, right? I mean, that's.
I think I said something along the lines of you don't understand the ordinance, which I think has been made very clear throughout these meetings.
A liar,
that you
but that's okay.
No idea what is actually in the zoning ordinance that you attempted to vote to get rid of.
All right.
I don't think Mr. Solange is a liar, but that's okay.
So
we can. No, you're saying he's saying something entirely different than what he told me, but that's fine. I'm not here to debate that. I'm here to debate the incompetence of these ladies on council in not having a permanent zoning officer, and also not calling out their crony, who is the Lorax in chopping down the trees.
Right. Well, that's where they put all their political cronies on EAC. Also, Kathy Pitchell-McGovern and Kurt Bolch were also appointed him to EAC as an associate member, I believe. He daily served with him on EAC if they weren't on the board when they appointed him. So no real penalties for cutting down 30 trees, right?
Township's position is to look for compliance rather than issuing fines. The only way
you're going to make them plant 30 trees.
Your ordinance has a huge hole in it because you state that you have to have a permit if you want to remove more than 3 major trees, but there's no further requirements. There's no requirement on if the trees have to be replanted. There's not even actually a definition anymore of what a major tree is. It would be my recommendation that the council look into that and either remove that section of the ordinance or build it back up to what you think would be appropriate.
So any township property owner that wants to remove trees, more than 3, if they do it, they just kind of get a letter from you saying you shouldn't have done that.
That they need to come in and get a permit, and then if they don't, then a violation notice will be filed.
Right.
Then 30 days after that, we can file for a civil complaint in the district court, and that comes along with fines that the township would seek at, I believe it's $500 a day.
Last time the township has done that? Gone all the way to district court to...
We haven't done it since I started here. I'm unaware of what it would have been before that.
You know, the last time the township has ever taken a zoning...
I would have to go through Mr. Young's records.
Past 10 years?
I'm sure we've done it in the past 10 years, but I would
For
have to go
trees?
through the, not for trees, but
Can you recall us ever doing it for trees?
not that I couldn't answer that question, really.
So,
I'd have to go back to the
if
records.
another property owner, the landfill, for example, cut down more than 30 trees, we'd be treating them differently.
I would imagine if the landfill was doing something, it would be in accordance to an approved land development plan.
Right. Well, it wasn't in accordance to anything that Mr. Sutton submitted to the township.
Well, I
Correct?
think there's a difference between commercial and
Of course,
residential.
but there is, but they're both property owners in the township.
True.
And the zoning regulations may be different for commercial and residential in certain areas, but you would agree they should all be applied.
Right, yep.
Yeah, whether it's commercial or residential. Right. So when it's somebody who's on the a Democrat like them and on the same side politically as them on the landfill issue, you don't plan on taking any further action, do you?
Well, he got a permit for the trees that he's cut down so far. Any additional trees that he wishes to cut down, he's well aware that he needs to submit permit applications, and they won't be approved until the grading and the other issues are resolved. The stop work order, even though it might not physically be up there because it was removed either by the wind or if he removed it or whatever happened, it's still in effect.
Where did you post the stop work order?
When or where?
Both.
When that email was sent out, I guess that was March 6th. It was that Friday.
Okay.
And then we posted it down at the entrance where the contractors were accessing it off of, I think that's Snyder Avenue. That's where we posted it so that if the contractors came back for whatever reason, they would see the stop work order.
And now you say it's gone? The post?
That's what Alex had indicated, yeah. That it had, I don't know, blown off. There was heavy winds that night. But it stands, and Mr. Sutton's aware that the stop work order stands. I've had conversations with him and his contractor about how to move forward from here.
Did you ask Mr. Sutton if he removed the stop work order?
I haven't talked to him since the stop work order's been up. I made a phone call, but he didn't pick up. But
You were just informed this tonight that it was no longer there?
no, he informed me in one of his previous emails.
We didn't go out and post another one?
No, I mean I can, but it's redundant. The stop work order stands.
Right. I know it stands, but the contractor doesn't know. Let's say Mr. Sutton didn't tell the contractor. Did you tell the contractor or just Mr. Sutton?
Just Mr. Sutton.
So the contractor doesn't know, and then they don't see the sign.
It's possible that they don't know. He could have told them.
He could have not told them. He could have not told them.
Yeah,
And he could have contracted for work with them.
possible.
And he could have taken the sign down.
It's possible. I don't have any evidence of that.
Have you gone out to look?
Since I posted the stop work order? No, I have not.
Did you go out with Mr. Solangen when he came into the township offices and say, hey, this is important. I'm going to go out there and follow you back to your house and check it out?
No. We sent a letter and electronically and in the mail to Mr. Sutton to notify him that he had to get the permits.
If a resident is coming in to complain about something, that's important, right? You think this is important enough to issue a stop order on it, right? It's important.
Right.
Well, if it's important enough to issue a stop order on it, isn't it important enough for you to leave the office and go and see what's going on there?
Only if there's not any photographic evidence, but he sent me pictures of it. So
That's why with the photographs.
They were enough to send the letter to start the communication with Mr. Sutton.
Well, you haven't gone back out to see if there's stop work orders posted on the property and to see if there's any other activity that's taking place.
There hasn't been any reports of any other activity taking place.
But don't you think, best practices, don't you think it would be important to, get off your ass and go out into the field to see what's going on? You have this guy that's been complaining here for months, and you know what's going on here. You know we brought it on the agenda multiple times. I don't understand the lack of diligence here in going out to see what is going on to follow up on it. So I don't understand that. And then I got to call you out on this, Tyler. I wasn't going to go after you, but I just asked you. I said you disparaged me the last time, and you said, well, I said you didn't understand. You actually said that I was functionally challenged, were your words, okay? Those were your words, and it's in the minutes, okay? I know that they're not published yet because everything's behind by 6 months because we don't have enough staff, but that's what you said. And that's what was alleged, and that's what you seemed to corroborate at the last meeting, as I recall. Again, so, like, quit playing games. Do your job.
Listen.
I mean, if we're not gonna hire a township full-time zoning officer, then just do your damn job. At least, for Mr. Solange's sake, at a minimum.
My concern is, I
Okay.
never yielded the floor.
Yeah.
I never yielded the floor. Now, my concern is.
No,
my
it doesn't
concern is we're
work like
treating
that. You
property
already had
owners
a turn
differently.
to speak, and we're
Differently.
going in
And,
circles
you know,
here.
whether it's Mr. Sutton.
We're not
or-
covering any
or,
new
Mr. Vecito put up a cell phone
Amended
tower. It might have been a
motions
little
to
before your
table it.
time.
And then they're gonna make another
Or the compost center, right? We're saying, oh, you know, this. So I just want uniformity, you know, as far as if you're gonna go by the letter of it, and you're gonna go by, our zoning, and I thank you for pointing out the hole in the zoning, and you're right. Like, that's something I think will be productive if you have free time. Recommendations on how our zoning, what problems you see with it, right? And brought to council's attention, council can study it, look at it, maybe vote on some changes, right? That'd be productive, but it has to be uniform. It has to be uniform. Because I think you'll open us to lawsuits that we're not uniformly applying it. And I personally think, you know, whether it was at the school district where you said it's one property, that's by the letter of the law, right? So if that's the way you're gonna do it, then you have to do it for Mr. Sutton too, you know, and I hope you are.
Yeah, I am. You know, the steps that I have to take, and I am taking, those are the steps, that's gonna result in him getting a permit, and him getting a grading permit. Just because they aren't in the way that Mr. Bononis wants, doesn't mean that they're necessarily incorrect or they're not gonna reach the goal of him getting a permit.
Is there anything in his plans he's gonna have to go before zoning for, in your opinion?
He hasn't actually submitted any plans yet. He's getting a current survey done. And that's gonna reveal grading, he's gonna need any impervious coverage, relief, setbacks. Those are really the big ones, but, yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, do we want to do a roll call on our motion?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delian?
Can't comment?
No, I didn't either.
What's that?
I had a motion to take, she's just calling roll call on the motion.
To table.
I'd like to say one thing. We used to have a really nice timbering ordinance, okay? And then the state came in and put the kiboshes to that and really gave people a lot of leeway with cutting down trees. I bet you it was defined in that, what the trees were, because we spent a lot of time putting that together.
The important distinction here that Mr. Bononis alluded to in the email, this is not a timber harvest or a logging operation. It's not.
30 trees. What's 30 trees?
Sorry, I brought it up.
Okay, comments from the floor,
company is paying
no.
the property owner for the wood. If Mr. Sutton is paying the contractor to cut down trees, that it's not a logging or a timbering operation. Again, that's in the ordinance. If you read the ordinance, you would understand it, but you didn't. There's a difference, and that's the principal difference.
Did you go out there and look at it to make that determination?
Okay, you had your
I've
turn.
been out there twice.
Done. You can do roll call if you want.
Posted, but overall, I've seen what's been done.
Okay, let's do a roll
Telling you
call.
he's not selling the wood, but you don't know that.
Again,
Right,
Ms. Ray?
I don't know the contractual agreement
Ms.
that he signed
Delian?
with.
But he could be selling the wood, you don't
Mr.
know.
Bononis?
He told you he
Yeah,
was. He
correct.
told you.
Yes, he told me.
I'm taking his word for it, it's fine. It's fine, you have to take word for it on some things, but.
Yes, I want to direct
I'm just worried about how
everybody
definitive you
to
say
our
that.
council, to our township ordinance
People
that
lie.
specifically states that matters related to zoning are all the purview of the manager. There's nothing that's changed. This zoning officer and his company were found by Kathy. Kathy found them. They were willing to do the job. They're not here part-time. They're here as we need them. So if we only need part-time work, that's what they do. If we need them more than part-time, that's what we do. If Kathy had a problem with them, she would have brought it to our attention, and that's the normal procedure. The procedure is not that we bring our consultants in every meeting because we don't like them and rake them over the coals and talk about them and disparage their company. It's just another course of conduct by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi to make our township look the way it does right now. And the way that they behave and the way that they treat people, I don't blame anybody for not wanting to be here.
Hiring environmental attorneys to fight your landfill fight for your family?
Tyler, for the conduct of some of our council members, and I respect the work that you do. And in the future, I would say that unless the manager or whoever is the acting manager or filling that role has a problem with the zoning officer, I don't think this item needs to be on the agenda again.
Kathy, do you have the authority to
So if a council member has
fire?
a problem with the zoning officer, it's not gonna make it. It's gonna have to be through the manager, the way that it would be, the way that it used to be.
Council has the authority to hire and fire, but I direct Tyler.
Yes, she directs Tyler.
You're talking, you're lying. Yet again, if your mouth is open, you're lying.
I direct Tyler. Tyler
So she
reports
directs
to
him.
me,
Open, you're
and
lying.
Tyler does what I ask.
Right, so, but if we had a zoning officer, that's the person you could hire or fire. If they didn't come to work, they, you know.
She would direct
you could
them
fire.
also.
But the council couldn't, council couldn't fire. But now that we hired this firm, only council can fire this firm.
A different set of rules
Council
because
can
you
fire
don't
the
like who sits there. You want to complain that you want the manager, you think that we're somehow directing things, and you're not. They are. They are. These are
enforcing zoning at your property?
These are complaints that you are raising.
I'm not raising it. I don't live in Steel
That come
City.
from our
I
manager.
don't live in Steel City.
These aren't complaints that come from our manager. She's reviewed his work and she hasn't brought it to our attention. So it's ridiculous and it shouldn't be here, and any other attempt to put it on the agenda without the manager agreeing that there's a problem is out of order.
So this is a perfect example. You're right.
Routine zoning matters are not discussed before council at all. It is not normal, and it's in our code for council. No member of council shall head an administrative department nor intrude himself in the conduct of its routine affairs. That all falls under the code for the manager. Where the manager supervisor and is responsible for all activities of the township departments.
Contract, it's not a
And here you are trying to micromanage. Yes,
I'm raising
you
a
are.
complaint that a resident taxpayer brought because
And,
we're not
you know,
serving him.
There's dozens and dozens of complaints. They don't get handled at council meetings. It gets handled by staff
Sure they do. When
in
council
the
is the one who hired the
office.
consultant, it has to be raised here. It can't be raised to the manager.
No, it is
The
not.
manager doesn't have
Let's
authority to
finish
deal with the
our roll
contract.
call and we're
Manager of the
moving on
manager's
to the
contract
next
doesn't control
item.
the contract, can't terminate the contract.
Finish the
Council
vote
can
and
because
we're.
council chose to do that. Not me, you three did. That's why it's brought up
Doesn't do what
every
you say,
single time.
Jason. You have to bring it before council because you want to micromanage.
Every single time I will bring it up because it's your contract. It's not the manager's contract, it's your contract.
Okay, we'll vote.
The perfect example of micromanagement is hiring, not hiring a zoning officer, hiring a firm.
Many places use a consulting firm for zoning services.
Tell me, where?
What township?
Where?
Hellertown has a zoning consultant. Lots of places do. It's normal.
It's already fully built out.
Boy, they're
Okay, we're voting right now. We're voting.
Standard there, folks.
What's the motion? Table.
The motion was to
We are
table this
tabling
conversation.
this. We're done with it.
No. Yeah.
Motion passes 3-2.
No manager.
All right, so next item on the
Volunteer.
agenda is
Oh, you don't.
5C.
Jason didn't
I
vote.
have a motion. I voted no.
Oh, you're the motion. He made a motion.
Okay,
I'm gonna make a
we
motion to immediately
tabled the
advertise.
item.
We made a new motion.
Re-advertising.
I'm gonna make a
We've
motion
already
to
been
immediately
there and done
advertise for a full-time zoning officer
We've
employed by
already
the
been
township.
there and done
That
that. We are on item 5C.
is the second time. Keep piling them up. Keep piling them. I can't wait for the litigation. Keep piling up my valid motions that you're refusing to consider and have discussions on.
Go ahead.
Steve, you're gonna make a lot of money.
Laura.
For 5C.
No, not really.
For 5C, Brian stepped out, but there is the discussion and approval for Robbins Court sewer replacement. In discussing it with Hanover Township,
Hanover Engineering.
I'm sorry, Hanover Engineering, thank you.
Make a motion to table until the township engineer comes back to speak
That's okay,
intelligently.
because
as
that
to
was
this.
gonna be the motion to table.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Well, you don't run the meetings, we do.
Is he
But-
coming back?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'd like to hear from the township engineer about this topic.
Who's running the meeting? You're not running the meeting.
I just made a motion. Tom seconded it.
I second it. There's a
You're-
motion
you're
on the
not
floor
either.
regarding this agenda.
So here's where we are with that, is the request is going to be from Hanover Engineering and staff to table it because they need more time to review the bids.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Just as Jason said.
See how efficient these meetings could be if I ran them?
Okay.
Well, they were when you did run.
And we had a
We
manager and
have
a
the motion
solicitor.
to table the item at Robin Court Storm Sewer.
We had a
I'm
manager
just
and
telling
a
Brian,
solicitor.
because he stepped out.
Brian, while you stepped out, I gave some detail, indicated to Township Council that both Hanover Engineering and staff would like more time to review the bids. Our recommendation is to table for tonight. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you.
Can we also have our environmental attorney review this?
All right. We don't need the smart remarks every time. Can we have a
Smart
roll call on this?
Well,
Can
there
we
we
have a
go.
roll
We know
call?
why they're,
I make a
we
motion
know why
that
he's
our
being hired.
environmental attorney.
Ms.
Hired only
Deleon,
for the landfill.
Also, only, right.
Mr. Benonis,
Table?
yes.
Well, I want to amend my motion to include Tom's request, that we also include the environmental attorney to review this as well.
I mean, why is the environmental attorney only allowed?
We don't even have an environmental attorney at this point, okay? Good motion.
When we do. If we
So let's
let me finish my
finish
amendment, all right?
the roll
Stop
call.
interrupting me, please. Stop interrupting me, I'm
Ditto.
amending my motion.
There's a motion.
My motion is to table this
Ditto.
agenda item, and to the extent that the township hires an environmental lawyer, to have the environmental lawyer review this matter before it comes before council again. Do I have a second?
Yes, I
Thank
second.
you. Did you understand my motion, Laura?
There was a motion already on the floor.
Amended it.
Amended
Pay
it.
attention.
I know it's hard to hear, that
Pay
brace on your wrist.
attention.
Ms. Deleon,
This is on Jason's amended motion with regard to the environmental.
Jason's amended motion.
See?
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero,
No.
Mr. Croce,
It's the perfect argument as to why we're only hiring this environmental attorney to fight the landfill, not to look at environmental issues in the township. It's just to fight their fight for the landfill. Ms. Optoff and her family's fight for the landfill in particular. So this is why we're hiring an environmental attorney, not to help the township at large about environmental issues.
Okay, so we need to make another
Okay,
motion.
do a vote.
no.
We gotta finish the vote here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you please wait your turn?
Yeah, I was commenting before my vote.
Yeah, get
They
it
do
out.
it all the time. They do it all the time. I'm certainly allowed to do it. No,
It's annoying.
my vote is no.
Your vote is,
Well,
He said
my
no.
vote is yes to,
He doesn't know his vote.
He said no, because he's lost, I guess. He doesn't really know what he's voting on, okay?
And also
Ms.
to
Ray.
Confused himself.
any environmental lawyer that we may hire in the.
No.
I thought she said it
motion
was to
fails
table
2-3.
it.
Okay, I make a motion that we table this per the request from the township engineer.
I'll second that.
Can we have a roll call?
I'd like to discuss it.
The roll call, we already discussed it.
By the environmental attorney that you intend to hire. And I think we should amend this motion
not.
to include
Mr.
any,
Benonis,
wait, I'm speaking, it's my moment to speak. I think that we should have the environmental lawyer, if any's hired, review this before it comes back before council again. I think that's a valid point. Mr. Croce brought it up, and let's see what this environmental lawyer can do for the township.
Yeah. I mean, let's
Love the
unleash
environment.
the full force of this guy.
Mr.
yeah.
Benonis,
Unleash the full force.
For the vote?
for the vote,
No.
Mr. Benonis. Ms. Uptoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Croce,
To table it, no. No.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Deleon,
Yes.
motion passes 3-2.
All right, next item, 5D, authorization to start sewage enforcement work on the Saucon Valley Rail Trail restroom project. We have a grant that was executed from the Commonwealth Finance Authority, and staff is requesting council's approval for Hanover Engineering to do the preliminary sewage enforcement work for the project.
It was my property that he just took.
Laura took his picture the other day. He didn't complain about that.
What happened?
He took my orange card. Little does he know, I have more.
Oh, prepared.
It's ridiculous.
What are the, oh, she's got red, purple, and brown.
Okay.
Oh, don't use that kind of
let's-
language in here. A whole rainbow collage of cards. What does the brown card mean? You have to go to the bathroom?
I'll make a motion that we move forward with this request to execute the grant agreement.
I'll second it.
Kathy, can I ask you a question about this?
Sure.
when this grant was submitted, was it specific to the Saucon Valley Rail Trailhead?
You already asked that
I
question.
believe
Yes.
we went through that, yes, it was,
We
and
went
that
through
was one
that.
of the benefiting
So I'm wondering,
aspects of
is
it.
it possible to amend that application
No.
after the fact? Can I please
We
finish my
already had
statement,
this.
please?
No, you already went through
had
it
this
meetings ago.
ridiculous conversation.
Meetings ago.
No.
My question is, can we amend this to have this money devoted to a
No.
sewage enforcement
and
project
answer.
at the Easton Road ball field? The public has pandered, Victoria, your father alone was almost in tears over the lack of a bathroom at the Easton Road ball field. I think this money would be better devoted at the ball field than it would be at the Saucon Valley Rail. So I would ask that we table this.
Okay.
until
You
we can
missed
have
it, I
this-
got more.
So we can table this. So that- would
Okay,
you please
I have a
interrupt
motion
me?
on the floor.
I'm still speaking, please, don't interrupt me.
You're making a motion, you can't do it.
I have a
I'm not
motion on the
making a motion, I'm
floor.
asking if you would please table this so
That's
that
a
we can
motion.
look into whether or not this money could be reallocated to the Easton Road ball field. I mean, it seems, the public, I've not heard one person come in here
Stop
to say.
wasting our time.
One person has come in here to say that they want this bathroom at the Saucon Valley Rail Trailhead. There are many people have come before
Yeah,
this podium,
okay.
and you were here, I know you were here, Laura, and they clamored for not just a facility to go to the bathroom, but running water and all sorts of things. So why don't we try to meet the residents' interest here? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Poor planning.
Yeah.
Planning, I'm talking about it right now. This is poor planning. You're putting a bathroom where nobody wants it, where we can put a bathroom
Plenty
where
of people
want it.
will want this on the rail trail. They just don't happen to come to the meeting because they're so miserably awful.
Well, because
Thank
they don't want to
you.
deal with you and the incompetence
Okay.
here. But who's told you that? Can you identify them? Tom,
Go
wouldn't you
take a
agree?
poll on the rail trail, okay?
Nobody's ever come before us to say they want a bathroom at the rail trail, but lots of people want a bathroom at the Eastern Road ball field.
Yeah,
So why don't,
outhouse.
right. So my request is to table this to see if we can reallocate this grant for a restroom at the
Okay.
Eastern Road ball
I'll
field.
second that, yeah.
Well, it's not a motion, because they've already made a motion. I'm just asking
We
to
have a
table it.
motion.
Okay.
Your turn to speak on it.
Oh, well, I agree. I mean, I think, don't we already have the temporary bathroom at the rail trail? I mean, we should put like a permanent one at the baseball field for the kids, to use, you know? So, let's put it at the baseball field,
See if we can do it.
you know? What's that?
See if we can do it. See if we
Yeah.
can reallocate the money.
Yeah, reallocate the money. I mean, I don't think it hurts to ask the question, so, you know.
He
you know,
asked
the
that
state.
question
Who do we
a
ask it
couple
of? Who do we
meetings
ask?
ago.
No, we didn't ask the state.
Kathy, and
Yeah,
her
that's the
answer was
state.
no.
Her answer wasn't no. Her answer was, she said she didn't look
Didn't
into
know.
it.
She
She said
looked
she
into
didn't
it.
look into it then. She didn't say no.
He didn't say no.
Say no, don't put words in her mouth. That's why she's quitting. 'Cause you put
Okay,
words
this
in her
was
mouth.
our plan, and this is what we're moving
like
forward with. Do you
$10
have
million in the
comments,
bank.
Priscilla?
We're allowed to use.
Comments that I support the bathroom at the rail trail,
Not the ball field.
because it already has a porta pot like all the other
So
baseball
does the
fields.
rail trail.
They have a place to go. This was a specific grant for the rail trail, and it was already submitted, and in my opinion, you can't change it, so I support.
Your opinion is worthless.
I want to keep it at the rail trail.
Victoria?
Yeah, I support it. I apologize to the residents for all this ridiculous comments and re-questioning from the two councilmen who
your
just
father-
want to destroy
your father.
the township and disrupt our meetings.
Her father wanted the opt-off outhouse. I don't understand.
Okay.
I don't understand. He wanted it. He stood at that podium and
Let's do a
demanded
roll
it.
call.
Ms. Optoff Cordero,
Skip my
He
comments.
likes a good
Mr.
bathroom, the
Croce.
opt-off outhouse.
Mr. Croce,
No, it should be at the ball field.
Ms.
No.
Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Deleon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
I think we should look to reallocate it if we can. If we can't, then maybe reconsider this, but at least table it. So I'm gonna vote no.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, next item, 5E, request to authorize advertisement of bid for tree cutting services.
I'll make that motion.
Lower,
Yeah. Right.
I can read the
I do,
I guess I won't.
I wanted to relay to council that with the trees that we've cut down already, I foresee that we're probably going to go over the bidding amount, so we're trying to make preemptive, steps to make sure we're in compliance and handle some of the trees that our public works can't can't remove themselves.
I'm gonna make a motion to authorize
already
advertisement
made a
of the
motion.
bid for tree cutting services. But the bid request shall expressly state that no individual who has been found in violation of Lower Saucon Township ordinances or subject to a stop work order shall be permitted to submit a bid for these tree cutting services, i.e. Russ Sutton, and others that may violate laws like
I
that.
second that. I second that. We have to prevent Mr. Sutton from cutting down trees wherever the hell he wants.
There was
There's a
already a
motion,
motion
I
on
was
the
looking
floor.
for a second.
No second?
There was no second.
Well, I'll second that motion if there was no second.
Too late, we already have a motion and a second.
You did, you seconded it.
Starts with if there was, no.
We'll pause. I made a motion and a second.
Motion fails because there's no second. That wasn't uttered.
There was never a motion.
No, it wasn't.
There's a motion and a second.
I uttered
This is the third time, Laura.
uttered it in my
Three
head.
times in one meeting, you're not
Do
gonna
you have a
recognize my
motion and a
valid
second
motion and my
for-
second.
Yeah.
Third time.
There's a motion from Ms. Optoff Cordero and seconded by Mrs. DeLeon.
All right, let's do a roll call.
I really don't think, yeah, we have to discussion.
There must be
No,
discussion
no,
on
we
it.
have to discuss.
There
You
must
have to
be
discuss.
discussion on it,
Unless
too.
it's discussion. Any
We
motion.
already heard your
Elected
comments.
official. You didn't hear my comments. You didn't hear
Yeah, I
his.
heard your comments.
No, you didn't.
No.
So, I agree. I mean, why, listen, it just, this shouldn't apply to Mr. Sutton. It should apply to all contractors. We have that guy. Yeah, but I mean, we don't, who's that guy? We've hired this guy before. The township's hired this guy before. He's up at Steel City. He's got his, all of his commercial equipment all over the place. I'm not sure that's zoned. I'm not sure that's zoned properly up there. Every time I go up there and see all of his equipment.
Kathy, can I ask you a question? Have we ever done this before?
No.
Is this a result of the individual getting struck and killed by the tree on the rail trail?
No.
What is prompting us to advertise for tree cutting services if we've never done it before?
One,
We're
it was
fully
direct,
staffed in
it was
Public Works,
direct,
right?
it was asked by our Public Works Director last year to do. We cut as many trees as we were able and permitted. This will give us a little bit more latitude if we end up going over the bidding threshold.
When it was asked
So-
last year, was it actually on the agenda and was
No,
subject to a
no,
vote?
it was, the manager never brought it forward at the time.
Now,
And this was not last year, this was probably in 2022 that the discussion was had, and it was not brought forward until now.
We're talking about Mark when he was manager?
So,
You could disparage him, he's not here. We'd like to do that when people
No,
aren't here.
so you may remember at the last meeting, I was chastised and shouted down by the majority because I was simply asking our public works manager how many employees were also volunteer firefighters that
Yeah,
would
it's a
leave their
personnel
job,
matter. It's a
would
personnel
leave.
matter. You don't get in
So
the
we
middle
didn't name names,
of
we
the
didn't name
personnel
names. Now,
and the
here we
rules
are.
and guidelines
we
that
are.
their department's
Now,
heads
here
put
we
in
are.
place for
Now, here we are,
employees.
we're putting out
These-
bids to cut down trees.
These trees
Right.
are
So it
very
relates.
specific
It
in the
relates.
trees
It
that cannot
relates,
be cut down by
exactly.
our Public Works
So,
Department.
you know, well, if we don't have enough public works employees?
Kathy,
These
can you
are
explain?
trees that cannot be cut down by our Public Works Department as to their height, the probability of potentially causing more damage, and that they're within wires, which our Public Works Departments cannot touch those trees.
I thought within wires.
We subcontract those trees,
I thought the
tree service
utility,
out.
I thought the utilities were responsible for the trees near the wires,
They will only cut them if it becomes a problem for them.
for them. Okay.
Kathy, I don't see anything in here that talks about the diameter or the height of the trees that we're contracting for. I see in the proposal an emergency response on scene, high hazard removal, schedule removal, and other equipment and services.
We chose to bid it that way so that so we have a flat rate from the contractor, and we call them as we need them. Not that they're cutting down a specific amount of trees for the year.
I'm not suggesting a number of trees, but I'm talking about, you said, the purpose of this is trees that we can't cut down. And the contract seems to be any kind of trees, not just trees that we can't cut down. So that's, if I'm missing something, point me to it.
Again, the Public Works
talking to you.
Department head that gets to decide what he can and can't cut down.
Is your name Kathy?
It's ridiculous.
Your
What are you
name's
gonna go
Katie Ann.
do? You're gonna go out and measure every tree in the freaking township and say, oh, it's 8 centimeters, 10 centimeters?
Our Public Works Department, or our Public Works Director provided me with this information to put in the bid package. So I'm sure the specifications are specific to the types of trees and the situations where he would not be able to do the work himself.
Do we know the height, the maximum height that our Public Works will do and won't do?
It depends on the height of the aerial truck that we have, and I honestly can't remember the depth of the ladder, or the height of the ladder on that.
Okay, so we have Public Works employees that are paid by the township to be volunteer firefighters when there's a call. Why can't we ask the fire department to lend us their ladder trucks? We can get aerial, we can get these trees with the ladder trucks.
You can't use the fire
We paid
truck.
1.5 million. We paid 1.5 million for this ladder truck.
You can't use a fire truck to do tree cutting.
Yeah.
It's micromanagement, once again, of our township staff trying to question and second guess both the Public Work Director's opinion and now the manager's opinion about what we need with tree cutting. I mean, who else do you want to get rid of? Who else do you want to get rid of? We've had the zoning officer, now we have this.
Get rid of you.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
To her, and I'd like to get rid of her.
Let the Public Works Department
Okay.
make the decision.
Stop the argument,
You know you
stop
can't
the
cut down a tree.
arguing,
Ask her that.
stop the arguing.
Are you a firefighter?
Or a tree cutter.
I'm not. I don't know. That's why I'm asking these questions.
Okay.
Asking questions. No, you're not going to gavel him. You're not going to gavel your buddy there. You're not going to gavel your buddy there.
We don't
There you
do
go.
public comment back and forth, sorry. We'll never get done.
All right, let's do it.
Right, we don't do
This
it
guy's allowed
during
to
the
talk, but you're
meeting.
not, Cheyenne. This guy, and Dave, you're not allowed to talk. If this guy is right here. This guy is right here. Because
Nobody
he
is
supports
allowed.
them. He supports them.
Nobody is allowed. Let's wrap this up. Let's do a roll call.
Mr.
So do I.
Croce.
Why not have fun?
Mr. Croce?
Can't have fun. Not possible over here.
I'd like to
No, I
support the
think Public Works
manager's
should do it.
recommendation, and I vote yes.
Mr. Croce?
He said no.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
I want to support your decision and vote yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
She'll support.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Ms. De Leon will support
All
Kathy's
right,
position, but
next
she won't
item
support her for
is
township manager.
5F, update on the Public
Everybody
Works
should remember
Garage
that.
addition and possible approval on drafting bid specification.
Right? Nobody should
I'll
remember that.
start with Priscilla on this one. She asked for an update.
I asked to put this on the agenda for an update because I remember doing budget discussions and when we went over the monies for the addition, I asked that it be a high priority, so I'd like an update tonight.
If you remember, we applied for the statewide grant applications, that those awards won't be coming in towards the end of the year. If we do any construction or any work for this project that might have been related or might have been part of that grant application, they're not going to fund that. We take those expenses on our own. I did provide I did talk to our Director of Public Works, and we had provided our engineer with the draft copies that we provided originally for the grant submission. Mr. Cucker is recommending that we RFP for this service. So as part of the discussion, there'll be no action tonight, but I'll put an RFP together for council to consider if they wish for next meeting.
The next meeting, that'd be great.
That way
Thank
we
you.
can have the bid specifications and documentation ready. If we get the grant award, then we can advertise at that point.
Right, so you want a motion for that or just direction?
Just direction.
That's fine, that'd be great.
I'd like to be heard.
Yes, you're recognized.
Yes, Jason.
So talk about micromanaging. You got Katie Ann over there complaining about me having concerns about a zoning contractor that's not subject to the authority of the township manager. Now you got Priscilla following up and directing how we're gonna be pursuing.
Zoning is subject to the
how we're gonna be
township
pursuing-
manager.
Would you
It's
shut up,
in our
please?
code.
Would you please
Read
shut
the
her up? Would you
code.
gavel
It's
her,
subject
please?
to our township
Would you
manager.
please shut her up, or I'll just keep
Okay,
talking?
yeah, don't interrupt.
Thank
Let's
you.
just get
Thank
through
you.
him.
Wow, a little division between the two of you.
Oh my gosh.
There's a first. So now you got Priscilla directing, moving forward with developing the bid and other things. I mean, this should be coming forward from the township manager, not being requested by Priscilla. So there's the more hypocrisy for you, right, Priscilla? There it is. Just you. That's all I have.
All right,
You love
we'll
me.
start
I know
with
you do.
Priscilla.
I just love sitting here next to me twice.
my
I wish we had
comment
more
is-
meetings. I wish we had more
You know,
meetings. So much fun.
And
2026.
this is a direct result. She's gotten a lot of negative feedback about the $10 million she wants to spend on a barn, a bunch of pile of rocks. And now she says she wants to make this a high priority. Well, not higher than her barn, because she's been talking about that since January 1st and spending millions of dollars of that. So that our public workers, Public Works has a decent place to go to work with decent restrooms and decent facilities is way lower in the chain in her mind than a pile of rocks, where she would have gotten to this in one of her 38 years on council or whatever it's been. But even in the beginning of the year, she could have mentioned it or brought it up, but no, she had to mention her barn first. So this is kind of to divert
Brought
the
this
public's
up under-
attention
under
from her
budget.
barn, See how she interrupts? See how she interrupts?
You're just misstating.
So-
You're not correct in what you're saying.
She wants to spend 10 million on a barn, a pile of rocks, and for our Public Works department,
is made up.
we'll see what you get. We'll see how much, we're gonna see what's gonna cost more. The Public Works building for our hardworking Public Works employees, or her stone barn. We'll see what costs more. We'll see what costs more. We've already spent, what, 75,000 on the barn,
Okay, we're
Cheyenne?
talking about
70,
this
75? Right, we haven't spent anything
topic
on this.
right now. Victoria, do you have a comment?
Consultant.
Thank you. Since coming on council, I had the opportunity to look at, I went and, toured our Public Works department, and then I found out that there was a plan that had kind of been sitting around and was stale.
Since
to a
Priscilla got
certain
on council
extent.
40 years ago.
In which, the Public Works just wanted a decent place to go to the bathroom.
Been sitting around that long.
Tom, get out of here.
The Public Works Department just wanted a decent place to go to the bathroom. They wanted a decent place to shower after they've worked hard during the day. And, when you compared the conditions of the Public Works, rest area and their bathroom area compared to what we had for police and the rest of our staff, it was not comparable. And it really saddened me that there was a priority for the ball field at $3.6 million when the
great.
cost of the Public Works, which I felt like our Public Works should always come first. So if we had any interest,
Not ahead of a stone barn, though.
if we
Tom,
had any
stop
interest,
interrupting.
we should have renovated the Public Works Department that they're building a while ago. And we should have used that money. We could have built 2 Public Works additions for the price of a ball field. And it was really sad that those guys
$10 million in the
had to
bank,
go
spend it.
And go in the bathroom, which is the original bathroom, which is the size, smaller than where the police officer is standing right now.
The bathroom.
And it really appalled us. So I wanted to make sure that we moved it forward, and that we made sure that we get this project where we expand the Public Works building to accommodate for an appropriate rest area, a shower area, and bathrooms for them, because it's the basic stuff that they need. And I think it's appropriate that we move forward as much as we can, understanding we have to wait for the grant money. But it's a priority of us to get that done. They deserve that.
Okay, and my comment here, I know we did budget for this.
Like a bonus more than a
At the end of last
bathroom.
year, because we knew it was
They'd
important.
prefer the
I
bonus
have
over the
also
bathroom?
toured
They want the
the
bonus.
Public Works building, and it is quite poor, should have been chased after years ago.
Priscilla, you should have done it. You didn't do it, Priscilla.
What year were those plans done?
So,
Bathroom.
They were done a while ago and nobody did anything about it.
All right, so we're just gonna bring this to the next meeting agenda.
Priscilla's been on council for 40 years.
Complain about you, 38 years.
And I'm gonna move on to the next item. It's
Probably
5G.
the same
5G, discussion and approval of the strategic,
Probably the small round ball, right? Not even oval.
yes?
Just like to add that, just in case it was lost in the chatter, that I did bring this up under budget talks this past fall and
Right.
asked to make it a priority. I would like to reiterate that.
What's gonna be more
That's what I
expensive,
said
this
as well.
barn or this public works building?
37 years, did you bring it up?
37
I don't
years.
remember you ever bringing it up when I was on council.
Okay.
6 years now.
Stop the back talk. Stop the back talk.
She did build a,
Victoria Kennedy.
Okay.
building, Priscilla built
Make
a
motion
a
to,
women's locker room. There's a women's locker room in this building.
There's no
next
motion.
agenda item.
If we ever hire, yes, Priscilla
I am
insisted it was
moving to the
built.
next agenda
When this
item.
building was built, a women's locker room for when one day, we have not yet, embarrassingly enough, ever had a female police officer. And Priscilla built a women's restroom for our female police officer in this building. Yet we have still never hired one under Priscilla's 40 years on council.
Maybe Victoria can use it. She's involved
Okay,
with the other
we're
back.
moving on to the next agenda item. That is not an agenda item. This is 5G, discussion and approval of the strategic consulting and planning agreement. We're gonna discuss entering into an agreement with strategic consulting and planning to assist
You're out there watching, you got a little smile.
administrative staff.
Call police to cut something down in your.
I'll make a motion to appoint strategic consulting for assisting the administrative staff as identified in their letter and the proposal presented to us.
And that letter is the one that was circulated earlier today, dated March 19th.
Yes.
Yeah.
And your motion indicates for strategic as well as the principal, John J. Finnegan Jr., correct?
Yes.
Second? All right, Priscilla, second there. All right, we can start with discussion with Jason.
Kathy, the cover letter that's dated May 10, 2025, signed by John J. Finnegan Jr. from Strategic Consulting and Planning, it's addressed to you. How did you come into contact with Mr. Finnegan?
I didn't.
Well, why did he send a letter to you? Because he says, thank you for taking the time to discuss the current needs. It looks like you had a conversation with him.
I had a conversation with him some time ago when council directed, not that I was arranged by me, it was not.
Who directed you to contact John J. Finnegan Jr. and/or Strategic Consulting and Planning?
The solicitor did.
And why did he instruct you to do that?
Who instructed who?
Why did you
Instruct her to do that?
Kathy just said.
Kathy
He
to do
didn't
anything.
instruct me, he set up the meeting.
Why?
Because council had previously stated that they would help our administrative staff out, and they started.
We didn't vote on that.
Victoria and I were
Victoria had said that if we needed anything to let us know, and they would consider it.
So this was Victoria and Priscilla.
manager
speaking.
search committee.
Victoria and, hold on. Victoria
Nobody
and Priscilla.
directed anything.
Yes, you did.
You're putting words into people's mouths.
I'm not, I'm trying to
Said
understand.
That the solicitor.
You don't have to interpret for me. I have ears. I don't need you to speak for her.
Brought this to her attention. You are. You're saying, look,
asking her
Victoria and
questions.
Priscilla, I didn't do anything. So
questions.
before you claim that I did something.
It's not me.
Said that I told her at a public meeting, which I've said multiple times, that we would hire people for her.
Bag for this one, 'cause I know you're hyperventilating.
We would hire people for her.
I'll bring it at the
And
next
she
one.
said it. She said
bring the
multiple
big bag.
times that she needs help. She said that. We said at public meetings that we'd be more than happy to bring somebody in to help her. Both I have said it, Priscilla has said it. It's no secret.
Priscilla's just
I
said.
mean, now you're complaining that we brought somebody in?
Priscilla just said it was because she's on the hiring committee.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
My manager, let her do her job.
If you behaved yourself, we could hire.
On a consultant.
If we behaved yourself, we'd have one.
Shut her up while I have the
If
floor,
you
please.
behaved yourself, we'd have one.
Will you please stop her from talking?
No, she won't.
All right, so Kathy, getting back to this, so Steve is the one who directed you to this strategic consulting and
not
planning.
direct me.
Whatever, introduced you, whatever.
Make sure you get the words right.
What were the
Don't
words
put
that
them in your
Steve's
mouth.
used with you, Kathy?
He had stated to me that there's a principal person that he thought would be able to help the office staff, and if we would be interested in that. And he's the one that was the principal person speaking with.
And what were you looking for?
Assistance in the office. It had nothing to do with my decision this evening.
Okay, this guy is a strategic consultant and planner. Like, were you looking for strategic consulting and planning, or were you looking for manpower to help you take care of the tasks that you weren't able to get done because you were doing 3 jobs?
I was looking for somebody to help me with the managerial tasks of this office so I could go on vacation, yes.
Okay.
It would be nice.
Thank you. So, for the public's notice, this agreement that we have here says nothing about providing any sort of managerial support or anything else. It doesn't outline any services whatsoever in the agreement. It says, the township, here it is, part 1, services. The township hereby engages the consultant, i.e. John J. Finnegan Jr. and/or Strategic Consulting and Planning, to perform services to the township in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in this agreement. There are no terms in this agreement setting forth anything that this person is supposed to be doing. So this is an open-ended contract. It's an open-ended contract that says nothing. We're hiring somebody to do something that is not defined or specified in this contract. This comment by Kathy is the first time.
The township residents. No, when you can't say.
Stop interrupting me.
Say the truth. It's wrong.
From the audience, you can sit down. Sit down and let's stop shouting up here. One at a time. One at a time.
It says nothing.
When you misstate things,
Let's do one at a time.
and create fear for people, it needs
And
to be
you
called
can be
out.
quiet too.
The agreement is 4 pages long, and it says nothing about what this person is going to do. The first time we're hearing about what they're expected to do is what Kathy is telling us, but yet it's not reduced to a writing, which is going to be binding upon the township. Okay, so we're going to be paying this person how much? How much are we going to be paying them?
125.
I thought you read it.
125 an hour.
125 an hour. 125 an hour. So, who wants a contract? Anybody want a contract? I'm going to hire you for 125. You can do whatever you want, and we're going to send you. This is like paying $1,000 to winterize a pile of rocks. It's actually, that's better than this, because at least that guy was directed what to do, something to do with a pile of rocks. This guy is going to be hired to be a strategic consultant with no defined duties, boundaries, responsibilities, expectations whatsoever. It's an open checkbook, and it's your tax dollars. It's ridiculous. And this is brought upon us by Victoria and by Priscilla and by Steve bringing to Kathy's attention. So, what's the connection to John J. Finnegan Jr.? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what the connection is? But it's an open-ended contract.
We don't have anybody. Now we try to hire somebody, and you want to shut them down.
I'm being transparent because the contract doesn't say what the guy's going to do for 125 bucks an hour. There's no limit on the number of hours he's going to work. There's no delineation as to whether or not he's going to be here or remotely. What he's going to do is there's no indication that he's going to provide anything to the township in terms of getting up to speed on what the township may even need. So how can we sign a contract like this? It's illusory. This is not a contract. This is an agreement. We're going to hire you. We're just going to pay you. For what? It doesn't say what we're going to pay you for. It is ridiculous. This is what they do. They line other people's pockets with your tax dollars for nonsense. Not a single term in there says what this guy's going to do.
Okay, nothing from the audience.
Because they can't do it, because they have half a brain, not even half a brain, a 16th of a brain. They have no world experience, no ability to understand any of this stuff because they're utterly incompetent, and we're going to hire a consultant because we don't know why, but we're just going to hire them because we're so bad at what we do, we need to hire somebody else so that if something goes wrong, we can blame the consultant.
Okay, Kathy has been begging for help for months and months and months, and this person would be under the direction of, will you stop the talk back?
61, keep banging.
Stop the talking back. This is, nobody wants to work in this environment with this kind of people. Well, really, okay, please put up the mirror. Please put up the mirror.
Kathy, who asked to put this on the agenda?
Okay, be quiet in the audience.
Kathy, who asked to
You're
put this on the
disrupting
agenda?
a public meeting and preventing us from doing our business, okay? You're preventing us from conducting our governmental business. Okay, can you stop the talk back?
Let's go back to the.
So let's hear from the solicitor then.
Yeah, the question. He asked Kathy.
Kathy said the solicitor asked to put this on the agenda. Steve explained how this contract came to be that doesn't define any of the duties that this individual's supposed to have.
It was the contract that was, it was the contract that was provided by the consultant to provide services.
Did you review it?
Steve, can you just talk into the microphone? Because
sorry.
you're leaning back and it's
was
not
the-
picking up.
It was the contract that was provided by the consultants.
Did you review it? Did you review it?
Yes, I reviewed
Did
it.
you notice that the contract says nothing about what the person's services were going to... How much did you bill us to review it, first of all?
I disagree with your interpretation.
How much did you bill us?
No.
Where does it say in the contract what this guy's going to do? In terms of what Kathy just suggested what her needs were. It doesn't.
I disagree with your interpretation.
If you're the solicitor, your
And
job
I
is to
disagree
read
with
this
you.
and to make sure that what we're spending money on is legitimate. Don't you think that that's part of your role as solicitor?
I disagree with you. I think you're making something out of nothing.
I'm not.
I
There's
think you
nothing
are.
in here that says what this guy is going to do. And you gave this contract to Kathy. It's a contract that this guy prepared, not you. You supposedly reviewed it, and it says nothing in the contract about what the township is going to be getting for those payments. So how the hell did you review it, and how the hell can you bill this township for having reviewed that when it's not, it has no details, none.
And times before, disagree with what you said. Let's move on.
Where am I wrong?
I'm not going to even have this
Because you
conversation.
can't. Because you can't. You can't. And you billed us for it on top of that. And you're billing us to talk about it now, even worse.
No, they're not
And
talking.
when this guy does something and we have to get sued or we're going to sue, you're going to bill for that too. It's what you do. It's your MO.
Well, that's right. I'm going to get to that. Okay, so, right. What they're really hiding from you, because they didn't send it to us until this afternoon at about 3 o'clock, is the contract. So the contract, it's their way of they want cover because Kathy's resigning and they don't have a township manager and they wouldn't hire Kathy as a township manager. So in the contract we received this afternoon, that's not been made public, the consultant will be compensated at a rate of $120 per hour for attendance at any township council meeting between 6 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. and $225 an hour between 12 a.m. and 5:59 a.m. So he's meant to be the de facto township manager. 225 after midnight he gets, 125 before. Oh, it gets better. It gets better. So they wouldn't hire Kathy. Now they've lied to you. They say this was to get Kathy help. They lied to you. They actually said.
No, that's what Kathy said. That's what Kathy said.
Vicky said, and Priscilla said, this was to get Kathy help. This is to replace Kathy. This is why. He gets $125 an hour for attending council meetings. I'm sure he's going to be sitting where Kathy's sitting, $225 after midnight. Then it gets even better to say he's a replacement for Kathy. The consultant here, Mr. Finnegan, will be compensated at a rate of $50 for each demeaning, disparaging, or derogatory remarks made during the public meeting by members of the township council directly, specifically at or about the consultant. So now we don't have First Amendment rights to criticize this guy. And if we do criticize him, the township has to pay him $50 for each comment. It's unbelievable.
Does that include the public?
Yes, and it says each member of the township has to pay him $50 for each comment that he deems. It doesn't say that our solicitor has to deem it derogatory, that our council president has to deem it derogatory, or anybody has to deem it derogatory. If he simply deems it's derogatory, like, you know, if you say like nice sweater in the wrong tone, as Miss Optoff is my tone.
Okay, Tom.
The township, it's in the contract, Laura.
Okay.
Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. It's in the contract.
Stop talking to me like that, okay? And stop yelling in my ear.
So that's it. Let me repeat that again. The consultant will be compensated at a rate of $50 for each demeaning, disparaging, and derogatory remark made during a public meeting by members of the township council. It's funny because he puts township council here. In his letter, he twice refers to us as commissioners, so he doesn't even know we're council members, not commissioners. And there's a difference in Pennsylvania law between a commissioner and a council member. He writes in his letter, in order for the commissioners to make informed decisions, I'm including a copy of my resume. Then he says, and he knows, he goes, I have viewed many of the commissioners' meetings on YouTube and keenly aware of the current environment, right? So he's keenly, the commissioners, first of all, like I said, he doesn't even know we're council people, just Finnegan. I don't want to demean him, we're going to get a $50 bill for it, you demean him. I'm just going to assume he made an innocent mistake, But these three clowns and Susie want to give this guy the right not only to charge us $2.25 an hour, but anything he doesn't like that we say about him or are critical about what he might be doing running the township, right? $50 for each remark that he deems derogatory, not defamatory, not slanderous, derogatory. Yep. Derogatory. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But this is Susie and this is these three clowns putting the township in this, all because they couldn't hire a township manager. And they're lying when they're saying, they've lied to you right away, 3 times. They each said multiple times, we were going out to get the strategic call to help Kathy. It's to replace Kathy, and they won't admit it to you. They're lying to you. They're lying. They completely misrepresented it, and that's why they didn't send this contract until 4 o'clock this afternoon, and it's why they didn't put it in your packet on Friday, so you could see this ridiculous clause in it about derogatory comments. They are an absolute disgrace.
I never saw it.
Here, look.
I've never saw it. I've never seen it.
He's an independent consultant, and again, it doesn't say anywhere in the contract who decides what's derogatory, demeaning, or disparaging or derogatory. So I can't wait to meet Mr. Finnegan. I can't promise to be on my best behavior. He thinks we're commissioners after all. Can't wait to meet Mr. Finnegan. Unbelievable. Ask them why they misrepresented this as helping Kathy. Right, exactly. Well, you're going to have after you can comment on agenda items after the meeting, but this is it. And they didn't want you to have it for your comments before the meeting, right? Before the agenda. We got to the agenda. That's why they didn't put it in the public packet on Friday, and that's why they just sent it to me and Jason until about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Maybe you ought to have somebody send those.
I don't think that's true.
Yep.
We had it on Friday.
Yep. That's exactly why.
This was to us on Friday, as it normally is.
It wasn't in the packet on Friday. It wasn't in the packet.
I believe it was.
It wasn't. The contract that I just read was not in the packet on Friday. It came, here's a cover. This contract, that's a lie. It's a goddamn lie.
Okay, can you stop yelling?
We got a town from Sue Ackerman who works for Mr. Goodsusian, sent an email. It was 2:24 p.m. And it had this contract in it with this clause about $50 for disparaging remarks without anybody. So Steve, who's going to make the judgment about disparaging remarks? Can he just bill the township for everything he thinks disparaging? Well, who makes that decision? That's a legitimate question to ask of a solicitor. And I'm even calling you Steve.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing that.
Okay.
I'm not responding. We can move on.
Yeah, he's not responding. Who can bill the township 50? Who decides it's disparaging? And who can bill the township 50? And this guy can bill us, $50 an hour. $50 an hour. So, right.
Another attorney, Virginia.
Okay, no.
Yep.
Great.
Right.
Has anybody looked into the background of this gentleman to see what his experience is?
I think we've already had comment from
We don't have any resume. We don't have any CV.
Now he's
on him.
embarrassed. Now you're trying to cut it down.
We have no credentials on this guy.
You're embarrassed. And you should be embarrassed.
And now I'm looking up here. It appears, according to WFMZ, it looks like he was the manager of Hanover Township, who he retired, and then he rescinded his retirement back in 2022.
Laura, is it?
But we have no other information on this gentleman.
Yeah, Priscilla, do you have comments to?
No information. We're going to pay this guy with no credentials.
And he decides when to bill the township for anybody to say.
Comments?
Oh, yeah, money.
Right.
I'd like to say that we needed help for Kathy. So if
It's
this
not help for Kathy. It's a manager.
Stop yelling. Okay, in the back, be quiet.
You talk all you want.
Stop the shrieky in the back.
Call me a liar.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
You're a liar.
You're a liar.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Okay, you are all
Liar.
disrupting a public meeting and preventing us from doing our governmental business. And I do believe
Is that warning number one?
You accountable.
no, this was warning number 2.
It's warning number 2.
Sit down.
Go ahead and do it.
Sit down.
don't- you
You
don't have to
sit
sit.
down. You are not addressing me.
don't have
Sit
to sit.
down, sit down,
He's allowed
and
to
sit
stand.
down.
Still America, he can stand. You can stand or sit all you want.
Leave.
Still America.
Well, Priscilla was trying to. Priscilla was in the middle of trying to make a comment.
Priscilla, do you have any more comment?
Had a lot of
She only
comments.
got a sentence out.
You know, tonight was a surprise that Kathy handed in her resignation letter.
Shocking, shocking to them. Yeah, shocking to them, shocking to
So
them.
much so that we weren't going to talk about it.
I'll tell you, in executive session, they didn't seem shocked at all. She's lying about this.
Somebody else go. I'm not going to make my comments.
Pointless.
No, you're not.
But then make them. Keep
Go
putting
ahead,
your
Nate.
mouth. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I won't say
Make
a word.
yourself look like a bigger fool. Go ahead. I won't interrupt you.
Yes, stop the slanderous comments.
She is a liar. Go ahead.
Well, at least they're not derogatory and demeaning.
Everything out of your mouth
go ahead.
pretty much is.
You have the floor. Priscilla has the floor. Welcoming her comments. Explain yourself.
See,
Can you explain yourself, Priscilla? Go ahead. Tell the public.
just to remind people.
Victoria, do you want to make comment?
It's out there looking at you. The camera's on. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say it was pretty clear that until this evening, we had no idea that Ms. Gorman was going to resign. And I think she said as much herself. You're laughing not at me, but you're laughing at Ms. Gorman, the one that you claim is so, that you like so much and that you appreciate so much, and you're really just mocking her. So good for you.
3 times.
Good for you. Good for you for mocking Ms. Gorman and what she said.
No, we're mocking you.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
stop.
Thank you.
Nobody loves you.
Mulan, stop the comment. Are you done,
$50.
Victoria?
If you say something this guy finds
Okay,
offensive.
yes.
Don't let it get a chance.
That's
to
your
talk.
tax
I will
dollars.
say-
It's your tax dollars. It doesn't say the member of council has
It's
to
a
pay the
shame
$50.
that we have to
It
go
says-
to
it
this
says
meeting.
taxpayers have to pay
Tom,
that
will you
$50.
stop talking?
$50.
You do not have the floor.
I always have the floor.
You do not have the floor.
Always.
You are rude.
Always.
It's a shame that we have to have something like this because people can't bear to be near you two with your rudeness, your insults, your defamatory comments, constantly, nonstop. And
Why did you email me at 1, 2, and 3 in the morning on Christmas Eve encouraging people to come to my house?
Yeah.
That question?
Kathleen, let's have a roll call.
Can we answer that question?
You don't answer that question. I never emailed you at 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Email me
Tell
whenever
people
you
to go to
want.
your house.
Ms. Ray,
Right.
Yes.
Ms. Deleon, Mr. Benonis,
Absolutely not. Never.
Ms. Optoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Croce.
No, I mean, until somebody tells me who's going to define derogatory or demeaning statements besides the person who the comment may be directed at, and taxpayers are going to be the hook for $50 for each comment. No, until somebody tells me who's the arbiter of that, which is not in the contract.
Well, Steve can litigate that and make some money off of it.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, 5H, discussion and possible approval, Resolution 31, 2025, to appoint an environmental solicitor. And I will let Victoria start on this. This was her agenda item.
Yeah, sure. First, I'm going to make a motion to appoint John P. Elliott and/or Elliott Greenleaf PC with a maximum hourly rate of $3.50 for legal representation on an as-needed basis for landfill, environmental, and any other matters that may be necessary as decided by our township solicitor. The reason for my motion is that we have, for many, many years, had this type of representation. So this isn't something new. This isn't something that just came out of thin air. In fact, I actually...
How about we get a second before you
How
go?
about the whole motion?
I'll second.
How about the
Okay.
whole motion?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so for many years, the township had an environmental consultant who represented us on an as-needed basis to handle landfill matters.
Stay at your house, right? Come over for wine.
That consultant was removed from our typical yearly resolutions in 2023. And since that time, we've been without an environmental attorney to represent our interests, represent the township's interests. If we go back in time, going back to 2020, the council at that time had a very distinct and purposeful interest and agenda to remove any oversight that was in place. We had quarterly technical consultant review that happened at council level. So every quarter before council, there was technical consultants that came before us and explained to us what was going on at the landfill, what was happening, and areas of concern or issues. That went away in 2020. And from that point forward, we didn't hire our environmental consultant to assist us when it came to issues related to northern realignment. I went back and I asked Kathy, I said, since 2020, had we used our environmental attorney to assist us in helping review of the northern realignment expansion or any other project related to the landfill? And she said no. And in 2023, as I indicated before, there was no environmental attorney appointed. And I will say that it's my understanding throughout the years, whenever there was an expansion or any kind of proposal from the landfill, the township would use its consultants, use its attorney on an as-needed basis to represent us. And what I saw that was most concerning is during the northern realignment process, not only did we fail to utilize the people that we had at our disposal to help us in understanding what we were looking at, there was continuous votes to pass through zoning variances that were requested by the landfill at that time. In October 7th of 2020, they specifically voted not to pursue representing the township's interests at the zoning hearing board for variances. In December of 2020, there was a conditional use approval for the northern realignment. At that time, there was no request for any consultants or environmental attorneys to review any level of that proposal. And so from my perspective, and as I've stated when I ran, and that we have a lot of money that comes in from the landfill, but it's our duty as a township to represent our interests. The landfill has their attorney. The township should have its own consultant. We've done it in the past, and we should continue to do it. Currently, in the year 2024, there were, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there were at least 3 notice of violations issued by the DEP. Some of them have been resolved. But during that process, the DEP actually wants to have the township participate and hear from us as far as what we think is appropriate. And until this time, our township has been handicapped. We have been handicapped with a council that did not want to have any oversight of the landfill, and they want to roll out a red carpet.
I agree, we are handicapped by having you on council. Handicapped by having you on council.
It's disgraceful that we haven't had this protection, especially since the cost of the protection pales in comparison to the actual revenue that we get from the landfill. So this isn't like we're asking to spend millions of dollars or anything else on a ball field. This is just to have basic review. And in fact, in 2020, we not only removed the attorney's oversight, but on top of that, as you'll see in the next agenda item, we also handicapped our consultants that we had. We handicapped Hanover Engineering. We handicapped them from going out and reviewing things. So I don't understand when we have any other review that happens, we would want to have our consultants, the engineers, the experts look at those things. And from that point forward, we haven't had that. So I am happy that this evening we have the opportunity to restore the oversight. We currently are facing litigation, 4 different lawsuits, as I understand it, that were filed in 2023 against the township and the landfill related to the landfill's expansion. There are DEP violations that were filed in 2025 already that we don't have anybody to look at and review. There's a current minor modification of the northern realignment that was filed December 30th or December 31st of 2024. I asked Mr. Cucker, I said, have you ever looked at the northern realignment engineering to determine whether there would be any comments on behalf of the township? You know what he says? He says no. The only thing that he's ever been allowed to look at were the planning documents to make sure that they followed our planning regulations. So Brian Cucker hasn't even been able to look at any of this stuff, and he would be the person to tell us if you know, an MSE wall was a great idea or not, or at least allow us to have some information. I mean, knowledge is power. Why would we strip our ability to have knowledge when we have an attorney, when we should have an attorney, we should have consultants? There's not just engineering issues, but there's also water quality issues, there's air quality issues. All of these things deserve proper oversight, and they've been missing since 2020. So this is a good step forward. I look forward. I've looked at the resumes of Mr. Elliott and also his colleagues that work for Elliott Greenleaf. They have both expertise in specific environmental areas, but also litigation, and I think that it would help us in this situation, because I don't think it's appropriate that our solicitor on his own should be handling all of those matters, especially specifically environmental matters. And the final thing that I will say is that during the public comment period, we had another allegation about some conflict of interest that may happen. So I want to make clear, because I think it's inappropriate for any member of the bar to misrepresent things, especially alleging that members of my family are currently the parties to litigation that are subject before the township, because it's not true. And Ms. Garber should know better than to allege at a public meeting and claim that my parents or any member of my family is a current party to any part of litigation. Second of all, Ms. Garber should know that while she claims there's a conflict of interest, she has yet to have any court order or anybody tell her that there is any conflict of interest or any pecuniary gain to my family. So to suggest otherwise, that I am somehow a conflict of interest because I care about the township.
You can be quiet, and this is not public comment, so you're going to have to sit down and wait until later.
So I think it should be very clear to all members of this council and to all members of the public that I will not be silenced. I will not stop voting, and that's the way it is. Ms. Garber has attempted to get injunctions against me, and I haven't seen a court order yet that says that she has the right to stifle a public official who ran on this issue and who was voted into office to do just this, to protect the residents. I'm not protecting $1 billion corporation. I'm not protecting personal interests. I'm protecting residents. I have no money in the game. I have no stake, other than the people that I saw, hundreds of people that came before multiple council meetings, multiple hearings, to express their dismay at the fact that we were degrading our township for the benefit of one entity. So it's my job as a council person not to represent the landfill, not to roll out a red carpet. My job is to represent our residents. And so when our consultants, if they say the planning and the project, if our consultants say that the plan is 100% great and that it's appropriate, great. But we had a consultant review it to begin with. And that's the basic right that I think every township resident has. So I'm not recusing myself. I've never had a court order that tells me I need to do so. And until I receive a court order, I will continue to vote. There is no conflict of interest. There was no conflict of interest. No member of my family stakes any gain or has any pecuniary interest in the outcome of any litigation that's before this township. So, and I take exception to any allegation otherwise, because certainly if people are going to sue me, I mean, I think we know Ms. Garber is suing me, Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi have attempted to sue me, and so you ask yourselves, what is in it for me? I don't have anything in it other than this township and the best interest of what we have here.
And your parents, the best interest.
Ms. Garber can have her position. She can claim the things that she wants to claim. She's representing a client, it's her job, and that's what she's gonna do. My job is different, so I'm not gonna be aligned to Ms. Garber. But I do need to correct that record. There is no conflict. My family is not a member and they are not a party to any of the litigation. I have never been an attorney for any one of the litigants. So to suggest otherwise, while she pleads it, it's just like Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi making a lot of accusations, baseless, that go nowhere.
No, you defame me. You really did defame me.
I need to, Steve, and Steve, I think you need to, if I see a Sunshine Act violation, then I'm required to raise it. So I know it's not public comment.
It's not public comment. You've already raised your Sunshine Act violation.
Sunshine Act violation based on what Victoria said about what this agenda item is about. So the simple agenda and the detailed agenda read completely differently. They read very differently from Victoria's Facebook post. And now tonight she just started talking about consultants, the history of consultants representing the township. Consultants and lawyers are, listen to me, Steve, excuse, I have to make a record here because this is not, wait, this is not, yes I do, you know the law, Steve. I have to raise a Sunshine Act violation as it arises.
Go on, be quiet.
You've already raised it.
The Sunshine Act violation that I spoke to earlier is different than the one that I'm raising now because this agenda item was not described as having anything to do with consultants beyond a solicitor. So that's the additional Sunshine Act violation that I'm noting for the record. All of the comments and concerns that I raised with respect to Victoria's conflict haven't changed. I'm not going to comment on that, but I did need to state for the record that I think that there's an additional Sunshine Act violation in light of the way that Ms. Optoff-Cordero just described this agenda item.
I'm going to repeat the motion because the motion is the motion. So to misrepresent and suggest that I'm hiring consultants and other people when it's clear that the motion is that we will be retaining John P. Elliott and/or Elliott Greenleaf PC with a maximum hourly rate of $3.50 an hour for legal representation on an as-needed basis for landfill, environmental, and other legal matters. That is the motion. I don't think there's anything else that I could be more clear about. Is there, Steve? Am I missing something?
Yes. Your motion has been substantially consistent with the public comment breakdown as to what it is.
The court will rule on that.
Motion with regard to Mr. Elliott and his law firm for legal services up to a certain maximum hourly amount, and that's what your motion was. You did state other things, but your motion relating to hiring these people is very consistent with what's in the public comment and what's in the notice.
So are they legal representatives or consultants? I'm confused.
Her language is legal representation. The language in the public comment is legal representation. I believe.
Well, she said consult like 10 times.
But one can be a consultant for legal representation.
Right, all I'm asking is for clarity of what I'm voting on, Steve. Am I voting on a consultant or am I voting on a legal representative?
And you have a proposed, let's see. Well, that's a motion. And then there's a proposed resolution 31, 2025.
I said, am I voting on a legal representation or a consultant? He said, that's your motion.
There you go.
Even the public can understand.
An hour. That's there you go. We should pick
That's
one.
it.
Bring back the.
All right, you got a motion and a second.
Right, and everybody seemed to interject their
No,
comments
no,
as
no,
they
no,
went.
but I didn't speak
One bit. She was rambling on for 20 minutes.
What are you talking
saying
about?
Nothing.
Right. Now you want to cut us. You
I just
gave her 20 minutes.
I just want to make sure that my motion, the resolution 31-2025.
Oh, now there's another amendment to the motion because it wasn't stated right.
My second.
So go ahead, Jay, if you want.
Am I recognized?
I don't know. I mean.
Yes,
Am I going to be
Jason.
interrupted?
Probably.
Control the meeting so I can speak?
She'll.
So if you recall going back in time, when we had Mike Miller as the township's employment lawyer, there was a visceral freak out from folks like Lynn Hill and Laura Ray and Victoria Optoff and Priscilla and on and on and on at that podium right there about us, how dare we spend money on a lawyer that has specialty beyond what our solicitor had that could be more efficient and more effective. And now what are they doing? They're hiring a lawyer beyond the capabilities of our solicitor. And if you recall also, when they hired him as an interim solicitor way back in January of 2024, when they had to have a special meeting because they were on their third, they were seeking their third solicitor in as many weeks, At that point, I asked Steve Gutsuzian, do you have experience with landfills? Do you have experience with environmental issues? Have you represented any townships or municipalities with a landfill? Have you represented any landfills? And the answer to that was no. And I pointed out then his lack of qualifications. And now what they're trying to do is put a Band-Aid on those lack of qualifications now by hiring another lawyer, John P. Elliott from Elliott Greenleaf in, I believe it's Bluebell. So what's going on here? This is another example of township taxpayer money being spent to pay for legal counsel on a special interest of a council person. We've had Priscilla do this with regard to Verizon. Township fought Verizon because Priscilla didn't want a cell phone tower in her backyard, even though it was perfectly legal under the Federal Communications Act. And I explained to them then that they would lose. And what did they do? They lost. They ended up giving Verizon the cell phone tower after spending a lot of money on a lawyer. So now you've got Victoria, and it's been alleged that her parents are parties to litigation against the landfill. And now she's hiring a lawyer, she's proposing, and this is requested, it says right here in the agenda, requested by Ms. Optop Cordero. So she's the one who's requesting that the township spend $350 an hour on John P. Elliott to represent the township on landfill matters. What she lied to you about was she told you about having legal services. If you recall back a few years ago, the consultant that the township had was Larissa Kazicki, right? Is that her name? That's your friend's name, right?
No, she's not the environmental attorney we had.
I'm not talking to you.
You don't even know.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the consultant.
That's what the motion is about.
So shut your mouth.
We're talking about a motion to hire legal counsel.
Would you shut her big mouth up so that I can speak? Without having her try to dominate the conversation.
Get it right.
Because she's in a huff because you got caught.
I have to tell you that you're wrong.
You got caught. You got caught, Victoria.
I didn't get caught.
You got caught. You got caught. You got caught again.
Got it wrong.
You always lie, and you got caught again. So allow me to finish speaking. So we had Larissa Kazicki, who, what was her last name?
You look it up. You're the
It wasn't
She
it.
would sleep over at your house when she was here, wouldn't she? Don't tell me. All right.
That wasn't the last name.
Whatever.
We give it that. Larissa was like the first name.
Whatever her last name was.
Priscilla's friend.
Right. Clearly they were friends because she would reportedly she would stay over at Priscilla's house, they'd have wine and do whatever they're doing. And that's who we had. And it was duplicative of what the township engineer was providing to the township. And we eliminated that wasted cost. And now what they're gonna do is they're gonna hire a lawyer at a much higher rate than what was paid back then. And here's what they're advocating for, folks. You got Stacy Mazinski, who stands up at this podium. You got Lynn Hill, who comes up to the podium in favor of these things. What these people are advocating for are raising your taxes, okay? That's all they're advocating for. They're doing it under the guise of this is environmental and we're protecting blah, blah, blah. They're not. What they're advocating for is stopping a lawful business from conducting its legal operations as it's permitted to do by the Department of Environmental Protection within the township's boundaries. They want to interfere with this landfill and its relationship with the community, with the state, with the DEP, and they have no standing to do that. So what are they going to do? They're going to go out and they're going to hire a lawyer to try to find some reason to keep going after the landfill, to try to annoy this landfill into non-existence. This landfill has been there for 80 years in one form or another. It was owned originally by the city of Bethlehem, and then it was owned by a private company, and ultimately it's owned by its current owner, which is Waste Connections. And it operates under its permit. It's inspected by DEP, but yet they want to keep going out there and trying to find problems with this. And what they want to do is they want to raise your taxes. I brought this up when we did the landfill expansion, when we talked about the rezoning, when we entered into the new host agreement. This landfill has historically paid the township $2.5 million, which represents roughly 35% of the township budget. When that goes away, your taxes go up. And they'll say, no, it doesn't. We're financing debt, this and that. They're going to hire fire services paid. They're going to pay for all this garbage that they're paying for. You see all these things, the multi-million-dollar barn that they want to build that nobody cares for, that has no purpose. There's never been any study done to see that there's a need for it. They want to spend money and they want to raise your taxes. If this landfill goes away, and like this gentleman said, to Tom's credit, he pointed it out, this guy was the only person that has come in front of that microphone in a long time who was somewhat critical of the landfill, but also recognized that the landfill is a need. Everybody has a need for a landfill. These folks want to make this landfill go away, and they want to raise your taxes. That's all it comes down to. And all this blather that she goes on for 30 minutes defending her parents and her blah, 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 all this nonsense and going after Miss Garber and after the landfill and all this hysteria, she needs a paper bag to calm herself down. She needs to recognize what is at stake here and be honest with you, right? All those words, there's no honesty to you. There's none. Say what you will about me and how I act and how we conduct ourselves here. But think about this. I mean, whether you like what I say or whether you don't like what I say, think about the practical consequences of what they're advocating for here. They're advocating to hire a lawyer to try to put the landfill out of business, to raise your taxes 35%, okay? That's what they do. Unfortunately, some people were suckered into this and voted for these three fools. We raised alarms about it. There's nothing we can do about it now, but other than to give them hell on these issues because it is significant to the township. Think about that. Think if your taxes go up 35%, okay? Think about what your budget is currently. How much free disposable income do you have in your budget? You know, these freeloaders, they don't care. She collects disability allegedly. I don't know what the two of them do. I have no idea what they do. Laura says she's in IT or I don't know what that is. I have no idea if Victoria has any employment. I don't believe she practices as a lawyer. I don't know.
IT meaning sending emails at midnight, 1 o'clock, and 2 in the morning? Is that IT?
That's something to do with IT.
Send email whenever I want.
You can, and your emails shouldn't encourage people to come to my house and protest on Christmas Eve at 1, 2, and 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, I don't know what you were doing, but you certainly weren't making a lot of sense.
Can we repeat the story from 3 years ago or whatever?
Talking about it because you did it.
It's a great story.
It's a great story. It never gets old, right? Like every year I can watch A Christmas Story. I think it's a great, great show, and I love to talk about that every day. I'll talk about that story. It's a great Christmas reminder of how ignorant and stupid you are. So, but back to my point here. What they're proposing is raising your taxes. End of story. They want to raise your taxes. And you think about this, about what the landfill provides to the community. It provides a lot. It provides jobs, right? It provides easy access for our waste to go to a local place without having a lot of mileage and township or time transporting waste to the landfill. They have open landfill days for the public to come in and deposit waste. They give scholarships to students. They do a lot of things. And they vilify it like they've got this landfill derangement syndrome. And now they're going to have a lawyer try to find another reason to have this they got this landfill virus in their mind. All right. I mean, I don't know what it's from. You know, it's probably from years of hysteria, not being heard and being bullied or whatever it is. They have a psychological problem that is being taken out on the landfill to your detriment. And they will continue to do it. And I cannot imagine that we're going to be hiring somebody, paying them with taxpayer money to try to put the landfill out of business to raise your taxes. We're going to use your money to raise your taxes. That's how ignorant this is. It doesn't get much more ignorant than that. She can blather forever about what she's doing, but that's what it comes down to. Let's put the landfill out of business. Let's make it go away. Let's cost you more in your taxes. Let's cost you more in your trash services because now they're going to have to haul your trash. When we were looking at this, there was an example, and I forget the township. It may have been South Whitehall Township. And they had proposed, I believe, raising their waste rates 62% because of uncertainty as to where they were going to transport the waste. Look at Hellertown. They love Hellertown. So let's talk about Hellertown. What has Hellertown done with regard to their waste charges? Go back and look at how much their waste charges have gone up just in the past 2 years, okay? And now they want to basically provide another tax to you that you're going to pay this guy, this attorney, to try to put this landfill out of business and cost you more money. I said to the gentleman who was here about the subdivision, boy, your folks are optimistic in wanting to build a second home here. Why would you want to live here? I mean, like, I like living here. It's a good community. But at the same time, when you have stupid people making stupid decisions like this that are going to affect your pocketbook in an adverse way because they have their own special interest and they're using your money for their own special interest, I mean, that is the most contemptible thing that you could possibly do. You swore an oath of diligence and fidelity to the township, and this is what you're doing to the township taxpayers. You're sticking your finger right in their eye and doing more than that. And that's what you do, Priscilla. And you know what? You voted for you create this hysteria about the landfill, and you go back and you look historically about every time you voted for landfill expansion. So you're the biggest hypocrite among all of them. You are the biggest hypocrite. You used township taxpayer money to fight the cell phone tower that ultimately failed. And you're going to fight the landfill with this process, and it's ultimately going to fail. But it's going to cost us money. All these failures, you three folks are failures. You have no practical world experience. You have no job experience of anything meaningful. You are failures, and you're projecting your failures
You
on
can
the
stop
township.
the remarks like that.
I'm sorry it hurts you to hear that you're a failure, but you are. You are an utter failure. All three of you are utter failures. You have no township manager, right? Again, we have had no township manager for how long is it going to be? We had an interim manager who's leaving. We have a solicitor who doesn't read a damn contract to say that we're going to be paying Don Finnegan, for whatever. We're just going to give him a blank check, and if he doesn't like what we say, he's going to bill us $50 a pop. That's what we do. That's how utterly incompetent these people are. Like if you told me that this is like reality TV, folks. You people out there, I know you're watching this, and I know you got your big bowl of popcorn and your wine and your beer, and you're getting a kick out of it. But this is real world. These people are utterly incompetent to the core, and this is what they do. I rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. All right. All right. So, thank you. So, it's not only about raising taxes. I would say it's also about cutting service. If you recall, during the budget process last year, they paraded Lynn Hill in here, wanted to cut 4 police officers, I believe it was, and a bunch of police, the police budget, and all that. So, they wanted to cut services as well. And, I would also say, it would certainly raise trash removal costs.
Inaccurate.
But also, well, I don't know, she wanted to do something with the officers, cut the budget for them and all that. She wrote a whole memo. She wrote a whole memo on it.
I didn't vote for that.
That was, I didn't say anybody voted for it.
You said we, like we up here.
Well,
We
you and
didn't
Lynn
vote for
Hill,
that.
Lynn Hill. You and Lynn Hill.
Interfere all the time. I
Yeah,
know you don't like.
and Lynn Hill put this memo.
Because all these lies, tired of the lies.
Your lies.
So they wanted to do
Tired
that,
of your lies.
which will cut services. Listen, like you said, Priscilla's voted for this landfill for the past 40 years until now and all that. She must feel either she can't do it politically or whatever, but she's relied putting budgets together, voting on those budgets that, we've needed that money in the past and we'll need it in the future. So, it's ridiculous. I mean, why, I'm waiting for the motion where they're just going to, why don't we have a motion that says, we want the landfill to shut down. We want out of the host municipal inspection agreement immediately. They won't do that because they still want the money for the next 4 years to try and figure all this out. 4 or 5 years, however long the landfill remains open, and we'll continue to get the $2.5 million.
And to leave a mess when they're gone.
Right, and maybe leave a mess while they're gone for somebody else, some other people to clean up. But I mean, that's the truth of the matter. They've never, they're against this expansion, but they're never like, if they're really true environmental warriors, well, stop taking the money now. And what type of blood money are they taking? This landfill is so bad, apparently, for the township, and so bad for the surrounding property owners. Why are they taking this blood money now? Why can't they just do without it now? But they won't. They won't do that. And the other thing is, Ms. Optoff should recuse herself. Her parents were part of the initial litigation. They were on the initial litigation. When she got elected, I guess they took their name off of it. But that shows you that. And all she wants to do is subsidize fighting the landfill with taxpayer dollars on behalf of her family and others. But it's not out of her pocket, right? It's your money, and that's what this is about. It's about subsidizing this fight against the landfill with taxpayer dollars instead of the residents who are against it hiring their own attorney and paying for it. So even though this benefits most all residents of the township by adding 30% of our budget with this, and it does may it affect a few of our township residents that may have to look at it until the trees are planted, perhaps. But by all intents and purposes, they've been fine with the DEP. The DEP's never tried to shut them down. They might have given them some
Long time ago, they shut them down. You look it up.
Violations, right. But that's not shutting them down. They've been trying to shut them down.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
They're saying there's violations, like any regulated business. Sometimes there's violations, but it's not shutting them down. That's what your parents are trying to do. That's what a few of our residents are trying to do. But the vast majority of our residents really do receive a great benefit from this landfill. And when it's gone, our budget will be hurting. We're blessed to have that. And the expansion that we voted on and the expansion that we approved was to give the landfill about 20 years more life and provide about $80 million in taxpayer funds under the host municipal agreement. And not having those $80 million, think about that. Our budget is what, $7.5, $8, $9 million some years? And here we got $80 million if this expansion goes through. And they're just willing to say, well, we'll just have to make up that $80 million up on the backs of taxpayers and their property values. So I think it's unneeded, and it's really, again, Ms. Optop's way to subsidize this lawsuit at taxpayer expense for the benefit of her family and others.
All right, Priscilla.
I just want to comment on a few things. First of all, don't believe everything you hear. A lot of scare tactics.
What did you say wrong? Correct the record. Give them facts.
Priscilla should have that disclosure.
Okay, stop talking over her. You do not have the floor.
That's exactly what she should have.
The regs, the DEP regs dictate to the landfill for grants. So they have to do certain requirements every quarter to satisfy the harms benefit analysis. So they don't do it out of the kindness of their heart. They do it because they're directed by law to do X, Y, and Z every quarter. So it kind of have to chuckle when I hear that. The other thing is, let's see if I can read my writing here. First of all, they always comment that I voted for the landfill. Well, as a responsible council person, when a development comes before you and you look at it and your consultants tell you it meets the regulations, you cannot vote no to it, or you'd be.
Okay, stop yelling out from the audience. Stop yelling out from the audience.
What I do, okay? I don't care what Donna does. I don't care.
Stop yelling out.
God, she's so out of order.
I know.
And this is a display of a maybe future council person.
Liar. She's not a liar like
you don't know that. Anyway, I voted because whenever they'd have an expansion, and I'd always say, stay in the box. You're zoned for this landfill expansion. Just like a shopping center is zoned. That wasn't very nice. That wasn't very nice. I saw that. That wasn't very nice. And if somebody had a shopping center and they needed to expand their parking lot or add on a building or whatever, and they were within their zoning box, we'd have to look at it and we'd have to vote on it. And if it didn't meet the regs, our consultants would say that, and then we'd have an option to vote no. But if they tell us that they met all the regs, that business can take us to court because we voted no. And don't shake your head, that's the truth. So I voted to support landfill expansions because they were within the box. When they came forth with the going outside the box and doing phase five, I didn't support that. Sometime, and I don't believe it was within BL's, Bethlehem Landfill's history, but prior to that, a long time ago, they did shut the landfill for like 2 years because they were in many violations.
Which
so
landfill?
there is a.
Who was the owner at the time? Was it Waste
I don't
Connections?
remember.
Was it
okay.
Waste Connections? So don't disparage the landfill by broadly labeling it as the landfill.
I just
was
said,
it the company Waste
Stop
Connections?
interrupting her.
Years ago, I don't remember. Yeah. I don't remember.
So then don't disparage
them. I just said it wasn't them.
They'll sue you for corporate disparagement.
I think it was them.
And you don't have two nickels to rub together.
It wasn't you.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
I've said that before. Do you have a problem with your ears?
Stop.
I have a problem with you lying. My ears don't like to hear lies. They don't like to hear lies.
Calling out.
No, it doesn't. I don't like to hear your lies.
I don't like to see your nose growing.
I don't like to look at your ugly face.
And so, so that's why I voted for expansions. And I wanted to tell you about the grants. And in 2018 or 19, we paid off all our debts, and so we'd be debt-free. And we're still debt-free, is that correct, Kathy?
Yes, it is.
Yes, and that was to be, so we'd be ready for if the landfill ever closed, we wouldn't have outstanding debt. And that's all I have.
Good.
Yeah, there's a fool right here.
All right, so I think we went around the ring here. Yes, from what I know, this is the type of solicitors that we had in the past, and there's no reason why we shouldn't have a specialized service available when it's needed. So I am supportive of this.
For Victoria.
Let's have a roll call.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
I will not vote for a lawyer to help Victoria and or her parents or anybody else in this stupid mission. So the answer is no.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero,
I vote yes.
Mr. Carogi,
We shouldn't be subsidizing this with taxpayer dollars. It's a private matter.
Ms. Ray.
No. Yeah, wait for my vote.
Yes.
Kathy, please.
Sorry. Motion passes 3-2.
All right, 5I, discussion and possible action to authorize landfill consultants to review, address, and/or respond to matters as requested by township representatives.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion that we authorize our host municipal inspector and landfill consultants approved by council at the reorganization meeting to attend meetings and respond to matters above the work performed at the host municipal inspector and attendance at landfill committee meetings. I think that it's important, again, to reiterate the history here. Up until like March of 2020, we had consultants to deal with various aspects of landfill operations. And beginning in March of 2020, the council at that time voted to remove oversight of our consultants, remove their ability to respond to issues that the landfill had at any given moment, and it handicapped the township in its ability to properly represent the residents. And so what I'm proposing is that we allow township representatives to be able to ask for any landfill consultant or any consultant of the township to review any issue that relates to the landfill as it may come up from time to time. As I indicated before, I asked Mr. Cucker, who's been our engineer for many, many years, has he ever been given the opportunity to look at the northern realignment information to see if he had any comments on behalf of the township? And he said no. And in fact, from March 2020 moving forward, we haven't been able to have consultants deal with the landfill matters that may come up outside of just attending the landfill committee meetings or doing their monthly host municipal inspection. So this motion would provide us the flexibility and the township staff the flexibility to manage the landfill as is appropriate and has been in the past for many, many years. So again, I am happy to make a motion to restore the ability of any landfill consultant or any township consultant, engineer, or what have you, to review any issues that are coming up with the landfill as they come up time to time. That includes any active permit applications, any active landfilling. It also includes any future permit applications and any future issues that may come up, including notices of violation.
I'll second that.
Steve, did I cover enough there?
I believe what you did is you made your motion, then you provide your explanation for the motion.
Okay.
Is that what you did?
Yes,
That's what I did. I just
like
want to make sure I'm not missing something.
All right,
Heard on this?
Jason.
Well, Victoria's comments are as ignorant as she is. So this is another Sunshine Act violation. So what she has made in her motion is not consistent with what is contained in the agenda item, where it talks about the council will consider authorizing the host municipal inspector / landfill consultant, Hanover Engineering Associates. That's all it talks about. And then the actual draft of the resolution talks about Scott Brown from Hanover Engineering as the host municipal inspector and Jake Schrey as the alternate, and their rate. It says nothing else about anybody beyond those two individuals who are currently the municipal inspector. I don't understand the purpose of this. It makes no sense whatsoever, other than to try to provide some sort of expansive authority to hire people that are not reflected in the resolution 13-2025. And also, we already have them approved as the host municipal inspector. And I don't know why you're bringing up Brian Cucker from Hanover Engineering, because Brian Cucker is the township engineer. We have a separate inspector who is also employed by Hanover Engineering. So it makes absolutely no sense to me what just flew out of your mouth in reflection to what is contained on these two sheets of paper.
Thank you, Jason. And yes, that was going to be my point, that if the motion is going to be something that's beyond the resolution, then I would like to again lodge an objection to that based on a violation of the Sunshine Act.
This is not your public comment.
Well, let me address that. The motion was consistent with exactly what's in public comment. And I clarified in the comment section of board docs. And then as I clarified, the person who made the motion then made the motion and then provided her reasoning or her position for it right after that. The motion is what's set forth in public comment, is substantially consistent with what she indicated, and therefore it's consistent. And that's what's before you, that's what was published, and that's the motion.
Who are the consultants that are not specified? Here it is again, transparency. There's no consultants identified. I have two sheets of paper, one of which tries to suggest that I'm supposed to just think of Hanover Engineering and Scott Brown as the host municipal inspector and Jake Schrey as the alternative, right? That's all I'm supposed to consider here. And the public content part of this says the same thing, and then they try to backdoor in all these other consultants that are not identified here. Like, who are the consultants? Who are you gonna be hiring? You can't just, like, we're gonna build a barn. And we're just gonna go build a barn with no parameters on it. This makes no sense. This is egregious. Well, it isn't, because it shows you how utterly incompetent and corrupt it is. That's what it does. And this is what, like, look, this is your tax money going out the door. You got this guy over here, John Finnegan, with no boundaries on what he's going to be doing. Here's just the contract. We'll just give him some money. And then you got Greenlee here that we're going to hire and give them $3.50 an hour. And then you got this person here who we don't even know who they are, and we're going to give somebody the authority to hire any consultants at whatever cost to do whatever the hell they want to go after the landfill to raise your taxes. What the hell's going on? What the hell is wrong with you people? Literally, what the hell is wrong with you people? And to not say that this is a Sunshine Act, but Mary Ann, you know, I represent this township. I'm a council member here, but I mean, you're going to have to do what you have to do on behalf of your clients' interests. And you recognize what's going on here. And anybody with half of a pea brain, because these three have no brains whatsoever, to suggest that this is somehow legal, to just give a carte blanche, just do whatever you want. We're gonna go hire, and we voted on it at this meeting. Give me a break. I mean, I sit there with your triple chin tucked under you, staring out into space, because you know you're caught doing something that is so illogical, immoral, and illegal. You don't know what the hell to do with yourself sitting over there.
Come up with
That's all you
personal
can do.
insults. You don't really
No,
have.
I'm looking at you because that's all I see. That and your spit running down your chin early, which I have a picture of. I mean, give me what the hell is wrong?
Enough of the insults. Can we try to act like adults
You
ever?
people, let's talk about staying on point here.
with you?
What is wrong with you people?
Okay, Tom, do your comments.
They're hiding again. They're hiding the ball, and they're hiding the ball from the public. This whole thing, Jason's exactly right. These people are already hired at this rate. The part that they're hiding from you is right in the subject of this. Let me finish. Right in the subject of this. And it says, discussion of possible township action to authorize consultants to review, address and respond to matters as requested by township representatives. That means they want these people to work at their direction without bringing it to the council in a public meeting. They want it now, and the reason why this ended in March of 2020, Ms. Optoff is right, is because Priscilla was directing Hanover engineers on her own accord, costing the township thousands of dollars that never came before council. It never came before council for approval, and this is what they want. They want to go around. You talk about micromanaging. They kept talking about micromanaging earlier in the meeting. They want to go around the township manager, contact these engineers directly, ask them to look into things that they want looked into, all in support of this litigation, and look at and have them on projects that could cost the township thousands of dollars. And they never want that to come in a public meeting to be voted on by a majority of council. They want to hide that from the public, the spending of this money on these consultants. And that's what this will allow them to do in that subject line. They didn't put it in they're smart enough, Susie's, he's half, whatever. They don't put it in the resolution. The resolution doesn't mention anything about representatives directing these Hanover engineers. The public content of the and board docs doesn't mention it. It's in the subject line, and Victoria referred to it a little bit. Now, when they were doing this in 2020, well, Priscilla was the only one on the council at that time doing it. She hired a friend, Larissa, who was paid with township dollars. She would send her off on special things she wanted looked at the landfill. And the landfill, who was it then? It was Scott Taylor, I believe the guy's name was. Chris Taylor. Right, there were thousands. So when we got I went through all the bills from about 2018, 2019. And in the billing from Hanover Engineering was direct calls from Priscilla asking me to go to the landfill and look at this. And how many hours the Hanover consultants charged us. So all three of them want that power now. They don't ever want that discussed at council meeting for the public to know how their taxpayer dollars are being used in this fight. They just want to direct it, and the bill is from Hanover, and nobody gets too far deep into it, and nobody looks at what it did. So when we called her out on that in March 2020, Victoria's exactly right. One, Priscilla didn't show up at the meeting because it was on the agenda. She knew she was going to get
dying in the hospital.
She didn't show up at the meeting because she was too much of a coward. She knew it was going to be on the agenda. So it was me and Jason and Sandy Yerger and who was that girl that was here for like a half a minute that was screaming, okay, okay, okay. What was her name? That girl who was on council. Remember, she was okay, okay. She's screaming like a maniac one time. What was her name? Stauffer.
Yeah, Kristen.
Stauffer was her name. And she's like screaming, okay, okay, like a maniac. Anyway, I think I can't remember how she voted, but the three of us are like, first of all, Sandy didn't know about it because Sandy wasn't going through the Hanover engineering bills line by line. But here was Priscilla diverting taxpayer money, taxpayer resources and funds for her own goose chases with the engineers for the landfill. And that's what they want to do again. But they're not going to tell you that. They didn't want to tell you that. Because when you look at the public content here, it says council will consider authorizing the host municipal inspector, landfill consultant, Hanover Engineering, approved by council at reorganization meeting to attend meetings, respond to the matters above work performed as the host municipal inspector, and attendance at landfill meetings. Well, they already do that for the landfill meetings. They already do that for the landfill meetings. So there's no reason. That's just a complete diversion, the second part of that sentence. Complete diversion. Two, they want them to come here and talk, whatever. I don't even really care about that. What I care about is the subject, and that's why they tried to hide it from me. Because then you go to the resolution, Resolution 13/2025. It says, appoint Scott Brown, who is already the host municipal inspector, and Trey, which I thought was back up when vacation. The consultants here for year 20 retroactive. I think they were appointed of 2025. They were reappointed like Again, they're trying to hide the ball. And the subject, they want to direct these people at thousands of dollars, individually, at thousands of dollars without anybody knowing it. The only way you'd know about it is you got to call, you got to pull the, make a right to know for the Hanover Engineering bills, and you got to go through it line to line. I hope Hanover Engineering hasn't been told to them, don't put down who contacted you and directed you to do this. See, that was the big mistake that they made with Priscilla prior to 2020, March of 2020. Contacted them. So I knew if it was Leslie Hune, it would say Leslie asked me to look into that. That was fine. She was a township manager. It was where Priscilla was micromanaging it. And you had these calls from Priscilla, not to the township manager, Leslie Hune, and anybody can ask Leslie about this because I confirmed it with her. Not to Leslie Hune, asking Leslie Hune to call the township engineer to have him look into something, and Leslie using her discretion as township manager whether to have them look into that. Priscilla was calling him directly, Scott Taylor, whatever his name was, because it said in the logs, she's calling him directly. And next thing you know, he's on these 10, 15, 20, 50-hour projects, all because I asked him to do it. And she never brought it up in a public forum, spending thousands of dollars of taxpayer money. She never brought it up because that's how, and that's why we asked Hanover to replace Scott Taylor, and they brought in Scott Brown, Chris Taylor, and they brought in Scott Brown so they could remain. If we actually RFP'd the engineering contracts for that, but okay, and they don't want you to know. And if someone says something to them about it later, they're like, we discussed that at a public meeting. We voted on that. And they'll have this. This is the corruption. This is the corruption. This is the waste of township taxpayer dollars. This is what it is.
Okay, my turn?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. About 3-4 years ago, I was sitting on my deck enjoying the nice evening.
Landfill smells.
And I got a phone call from you, Tom. You had just left the fire company, Steel City Fire Company meeting. And you were being very nice. You were giving me a report from the meeting. And I said, oh, I appreciate this. But then you said that you directed Link to do something. And I said, excuse me, could you repeat that? And you directed to do that? I said, you didn't go to a meeting? I said, isn't that the same thing that you accused me of doing with Hanover Engineering? Because I see it as the same.
I don't.
Okay, well, I do.
I didn't do that.
You didn't bring it, you didn't go back to council.
You can't even remember what it was?
It was about the fire company.
I think you're making it up because I mean,
well,
I don't think I would have ever, I would have never directed,
never mind.
Who's your witness?
You
Did
guys.
you violate the wiretap law? Who's your witness? What, were you on speaker?
I wouldn't do that.
Who is on speaker?
So.
Identify your witness.
Okay, one at a
Let's all this
time.
out, because it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
You can ask Leslie Hune. I never directed Link to do anything.
Right now.
She's
This
lying.
is Priscilla.
She's lying. I never directed Link to do anything with that. I would talk to Leslie Hune about it, the township manager, and then she would direct Link. That's how we handle the fire companies.
Tell him what he said.
Yeah, what did
Bring
I
it
say?
out there. What's the secret?
Right.
Because it didn't happen. You're making shit up.
Don't make shit up.
I don't doubt that I had a phone conversation with you.
Okay, Victoria.
You're done because you're indefensible. You cannot defend yourself.
I think it's been clear by both Mr. Benoist and Mr. Carochi, consultants that handled the landfill, and for no other reason that they can explain that they removed all of them.
Right, but will you acknowledge
restoring what we've had in place, and I'm happy that we can at least do that because it's our job. That's it.
So you're not going to acknowledge that you think you have the right to contact engineers directly?
Sure she does.
Do you have to contact engineers directly under the consultants under this motion? She won't answer it because she knows that, again, it's a Sunshine Act violation because it's not what the motion is, it's not what the public content is, it's not what the resolution is. She won't answer it. I would like all three. I will vow that I will never contact a township landfill engineer directly. I will go through the township manager. Will you do the same?
I agree. I will do it.
Will you do the same?
You have something
I
to say?
can't hear you.
I will,
'cause it's yelling in
I will
my
sign a
ear.
code of
So
conduct.
they won't, they won't vow, they won't pledge to not directly
Okay,
call.
I'm not gonna make
a
any
township
comment. I wanna
engineer
get done.
directly
Can we
and-
have a
and
roll
direct
call?
them to do something, spend their money.
Mr.
That's right.
Benonis?
That's what she wants, right? They won't take a pledge to not contact, which means they will, and she intends to.
Mr. Benonis?
Right. Whatever her parents say, you gotta contact the township engineer.
We're
and do
doing
this,
roll
you know?
call vote.
Mr. Benonis?
You weren't paying attention.
At least be honest about the motion.
Rather, and I don't know.
Right.
You said
And I want
it was
clarity.
your motion and it was your comment.
What's the
So I want to know what is the motion, because it was not clear, and Steve said, as you
is
said
the
it, it was your
motion-
motion and comment, so what is the motion?
What is the motion? What is the motion? State the motion for the public record.
Stop
Somebody state it for
talking.
the public record. Victoria? She won't even restate the motion because she knows what she wants to do and what the motion says, what the resolution is. Yep. So the resolution conflicts with the subject line. Right. The resolution conflicts with the subject line of this email. What she wants to do, we don't even know what the resolution,
Well, but I guess you should have listened at the beginning then.
Here we go,
Okay?
here we go, here we go. Susie, as our solicitor, can you
Okay.
state the...
Enough from the audience.
Susie, can you state
And
the
it's
motion?
not public comment. You can sit down.
But when
It is
there's a
not
clear Sunshine
public
Act violation, the
comment.
law requires that I bring it up. So I'm not going to give up my right to say that. To
Okay.
the extent that there's a motion that's going to be inconsistent with the resolution, that is a violation of the Sunshine Act.
With her raising her objection.
Steve, what's the motion?
No one will state...
Steve, what's the motion? Because you said the motion was part of her comments, so I'd like to know what part of it was the motion, what part were the comments?
The motion was substantially consistent with the public comment section that's listed, where it says, authorizing, among other things, it says, council will consider authorizing the host municipal inspector / landfill consultant, open parentheses, Hanover Engineering Associates, close parentheses, approve council at the reorganizational meeting to attend meetings and respond to matters above the work performed as the host municipal inspector and his attendance at the landfill committee meetings. And that's what was substantially consistent with.
So can you give me clarity as our solicitor? Does this allow them, does this motion allow them to respond, to request our townfield engineers to respond to their questions and any projects they give them? It's in the subject line, The subject line of this document says, address and/or respond to matters as requested by township representatives, meaning them, or a township manager, or you as a listener.
Motion, what it says.
Allow them to request township engineers to engage the work and build a township for work. There we go. Yeah. You got it. I mean, you got it. He will not even weigh in on that as solicitor. It is. It's so.
All right, we're doing a roll call.
Paying him.
Sunshine Act, and I also cannot vote to give unfettered authority to these three fools or anyone else with regard to unidentified consultants that were not identified in any discussions today. None whatsoever. So my vote is no.
And they are blatantly.
Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
They are blatantly lying as to what this motion is. And Mr. Goodsouzian won't answer it. Mrs. Optop won't even repeat it. So she doesn't have to go on the record to repeat it.
Vote.
Mr. Caroci?
Comments over.
For the same reason, it's a violation of the Sunshine Act. And no, any money spent. Interrupting me.
We're doing a roll call vote.
Well, I'm allowed to comment.
And you already commented.
I'm commenting again.
No, we're done.
Ms. DeLeon?
Oh, then we're done.
Motion passes 3-2.
Yeah.
5A, and approval of extending the pool pass reimbursement program.
I just wanted to bring this back to council because the agreement was made with Hellertown at the beginning of the year that we are still continuing to reimburse based on previous authorizations.
What about Southern Lehigh?
It's included too.
Okay.
if you read it.
I wanted the public to know that they can go to Southern Lehigh.
Well, it was all in the public
Not all the
information.
public have read the packet, some are at home.
I just want to ensure that we're still following the same.
Yeah, they're right, they're right, exactly.
You all have access to it online. All right, I'll make a motion that we.
Swim free.
Well, hopefully they hire Coach K again to run the pool, and hopefully he's willing to do it, because he ran it for about, what, 20 years? Then they fired him, Hellertown fired him. Then they could only keep the pool, whatever, they could keep it open. It was overrun, no one was behaving. They couldn't hire enough lifeguards. Came to and rehired Coach K. So hopefully they'll do that, and the pool can actually be open when it's hot. I think one year they closed like August 1st or something like that, July 30th. It was ridiculous. Typical Hellertown operation. But, you know, that's that. So yeah, hopefully our residents can swim there.
All right, Priscilla, any comment?
No, I support this.
Victoria?
I don't have any additional.
Can we have a roll call?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
And approval of supporting Hellertown Borough in grant applications. Say anything, Kathy?
No, speaking to the microphone, clearly.
I'm only two people down, I understand what you're
Just gonna
saying.
make a motion to support them, just to make sure we don't waste more time.
Okay, I'll second the motion to support these grant applications.
Put this on the agenda.
I put this on the agenda because I was requested by Mrs. Hartraff to send a support letter, and I felt the need to have counsel. So,
It was nice. I think that was nice.
Put it on the agenda?
Yes.
Why do you hire full-time?
Okay, Jason, do you have comments on this?
Kathy, by sending these support letters, does it include any of our grant applications that may be pending or may be pending? Are we
competing with them?
overspending our capital here by, and are we competing with them on any of these grants?
We could be competing with them, but I don't believe I'll have the opportunity to do so.
Because you're leaving. Okay. So just so I understand, we could be pursuing these same grants for Lower Saucon Township, but we are not going to be pursuing them because of your limited bandwidth and your remaining time here with the township.
That's a fair assessment. I'll try to put something together for the next council meeting.
If that's the case, I would prefer our support for grants go to grants that benefit Lower Saucon Township and not offering our support for other. I mean, they're asking you to offer letters here. You could spend time writing grants instead of writing letters to support another community. I'm not against what they're necessarily proposing, but I just think it's a waste of our resources to be writing letters for grants, to support grants for another municipality that we ourselves should be applying for and pursuing for our residents. That's my position on it.
Tom?
Yeah, instead of hiring this consultant that if we make a disparaging remark about, it's going to charge us $50, why aren't we helping someone, like a grant writer, to help Kathy with grants, or the township with grants? I mean, you've already out the door.
Priscilla?
First of all, I think it's nice that we support our contiguous municipalities with letters of support and vice versa. When we have a grant, we should ask them if they would do the same for us. So I don't have a problem with this. But I do like the idea of hiring a grant writer, because that would relieve the staff.
But only, of course, after you hire landfill consultants, of course. And that's money going out.
Tom, you're done.
I support it, but I also agree, like, in light of what we learned, that we should push forward in getting a grant writer to help with the remaining grants. And if we do apply for these grants or be competitive with these grants, we should ask for our letters of support from Hellertown, and I would expect that they reciprocate. It's neighborly. They support us, we support them, we're Saucon Valley.
All right, and I think these are actually projects that can benefit our residents too, because we use the rail trail, and this would help with access at another point for us.
Right.
So I
Point of
think
correction
it's
of
very
Victoria, I mean, they support us, so we subsidize them. You're right, we subsidize.
Okay. Not necessary and inaccurate.
They support us and we subsidize them.
Don't agree.
All right, can we have a roll call?
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Passes 4-1.
All right, next item on the agenda is approval of the February 2025 financial reports.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Well, this is gonna be interesting, because I think Kathy had said she'd stick around for 30 days, but now we don't have a finance director for our manager. I don't know if we'll hire that or not, but that's 2 positions. And of course, then a township manager who's offended if you say something to him he doesn't like. So this is gonna be interesting.
No, it's not.
All right, do you have any comments, Jason?
I have no,
I think it's disappointing that this is probably going to be the last financial report. Maybe the next one will be. That we have no staff, and you folks ran them out of town because of your incompetence and your ignorance.
Ran them out.
They tried to take that role. That's not our role.
I think the behavior
And
of 2
help us
councilmen speak
if
for
that ever
themselves.
All right, I don't have any comment on the financial report. Can we have a roll call?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Abstain.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0, 1 abstention.
Kathy, before we move on, can you explain why we don't have any minutes? You know, we've been backed up. Last meeting, we had some minutes that were done from about months ago. It concerns me from a public perception standpoint, we do not have any minutes that have been finalized and voted upon. And entities that have come before this council and expressed concerns about operations and things that have been stated in meetings, in particular for tonight, for example, violations of the Sunshine Act, that the delay of inhibit any claims that any individuals or entities may want to make against the township. Because, I mean, yes, there's a digital video feed of it, but those are not necessarily the official minutes that have been approved by council. And it concerns me that that delay is prejudicing individuals' abilities and rights to avail themselves of their rights under Pennsylvania law and perhaps federal law.
It's all part of the plan.
Cover up.
So Kathy, who told you to deprioritize meeting minutes?
No one.
No
You
one.
sure about that?
I'm positive.
You're only, you know, you already resigned, you can be honest.
I'm positive.
Tori didn't tell you that?
No.
To deprioritize meeting minutes?
I will do my best to
Okay,
get us.
you might be
caught up
under oath
before I
on that
leave.
someday. You might be under oath on that someday.
Mr. Carucci, Mr. Benonis just continue threatening lawsuits.
I'm not threatening a
Not me,
lawsuit.
not by me.
I mean, maybe on the budget stuff I will, but I've already done that before, but not with regard to the minutes. I'm just saying, from the township's perspective, our solicitor should speak up and say, you know what, we should get these minutes done because we have an obligation to get them done. And the public may be relying upon them to avail themselves of certain rights.
He wouldn't even weigh in on whether they're allowed to hire direct engineers, township engineers.
All right, we finished our vote, correct? Yes. Okay, council and staff reports, Kathy?
I have nothing.
Wait, did we vote on that motion for the financial reports?
Yes.
Have a roll
Yeah.
call?
Yes, we did.
We did.
Meeting.
Attention.
We had four
So it's early one tonight.
four approve, one abstain.
I know, it feels like midnight to you, doesn't it? Maybe 1 o'clock.
Okay,
Setting
enough of the comments. Council reports, Jason.
Yeah, I've got a couple things here. There was an article in the Morning Call on Saturday, March 15th in the Town Square section. And it's called A Place to Be Heard. And this was authored by Bill White. Lower Saucon Council meetings, long, loud. Now, Bill White starts out by talking about his time at Lehigh University, fraternity days. So I guess that's his way of waving a flag saying, I'm smart and listen to me. And then he goes on for hundreds, if not 1,000 words or whatever it is, criticizing township council meetings here in Lower Saucon. About the only things that he got right was to say that Council President Laura Ray was so clearly incapable of controlling the meeting and focusing the conversations. And then he also said, quoted Tom, we talk about anything we want. True. But then he goes on.
We're elected.
Right, we're elected.
We're
right,
elected to be able to talk up here.
Right.
This is shocking to Mr. White.
He offers all this disparagement of the township, but the genius that this man is, he concludes it, right? He doesn't begin his article with this. He says the following, quote, I haven't spent nearly enough time in Lower Saucon to comment intelligently on the issues they were fighting. So he acknowledges in conclusion that he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, but he decides to pen this article, and the Morning Call gives him a full-page spread and a picture. This looks like an old picture with a crowded room. It's appalling. It's appalling that, look, the Morning Call is appalling. And then to give this guy a page ad like this, or whatever this is, and for him to offer this kind of criticism when acknowledging himself that he can't comment intelligently on it, it's just so disingenuous and incompetent. And I've said before, I've said this, you know, Tony Salamone reached out to me for comment on my name and Tom's name not appearing on the for the primary in May. And I gave him a comment, and I don't think he liked it, and he wrote back to me, and he wanted me to give him a different comment. I gave him the same comment. To his credit, he did publicize that comment, and that comment basically was the following, that Lower Saucon Township residents voted by referendum that there should be 2-term limits to people that are elected to this council. One, and Tom was one as well, voted for that, and I pushed for that, to have that part of a referendum that's part of the law here in Lower Saucon Township, that you can serve. And I honor the will of the voters in doing that. But Priscilla, on here for 38 years, continues to thumb her nose at the will of the voters. And I pointed that out to Mr. Salamone, but at least he got that quote correct. I give him credit for that, but I don't give any credit whatsoever to Bill White. It's an embarrassment that he would make such a lengthy and you know what? Where's this cutting edge communism about the Sunshine Act violations, the double dealing with Priscilla and the cell phone tower and Victoria and all these consultants that were hired without any sort of identification of this consultant who's going to be our interim manager now, and the comments about you know, the township taxpayers having to pay $50 a pop when this guy feels like his feelings are hurt. Where's the cutting edge commentary on that? Not to be heard at all. No commentary. The landfill to Lower Saucon Township. They publish to an ignorant demographic, and instead of trying to educate people, they pander with garbage like Lower Saucon Council meetings, loud, long, loud, and awful. How about you do some cutting edge reporting there, Morning Call folks, or any other journalist who's out there? Do some cutting edge reporting about what's going on here and the fact that they can't keep anybody. Why don't you do that? Instead of trying to disparage the members of council that are actually trying to point out all the malfeasance and all the corruption and all the nonsense that's taking place, all right? Why don't you learn about that and speak intelligently about that and do a little bit of work? I know you're lazy because you don't get paid a lot by the Morning Call because they charge 99 cents for 6 months or a year or whatever it is. So I'm sure you're not getting paid a lot to do what you do. And Bill White maybe just does this because he's been doing it for a long time and people maybe read his column at one point when it was relevant. But how about you actually like put some effort into it, right? Put some time into it. Sit through several meetings. Go back and look at history here. Go back and look at the last 6 years or 8 years, or even 38 years when Priscilla got on council. Why don't you go back then and look at that kind of stuff? And then you can comment intelligently. You know, there was a time when the morning call, I enjoyed reading a Sunday morning call because they would do an expose about something interesting. And it wouldn't be just one Sunday paper. You'd have to read it 2 or 3 weeks to really get in-depth reporting. And there's none of that because it's owned by corporate media, right? And all of these articles that are there are trickle-down Democrat narratives that are from the Chicago Tribune and all these other. Do your jobs, right? If you want to step into the fray and comment, then do some work. I'm going to respond also. There was an email that was sent by a Ron Plebani. This was dated Sunday, March 9th, and I believe it was sent to Laura, and then Laura forwarded it to Kathy, and Kathy forwarded it to us. And Mr. Plebani says that there were slanderous accusations that were made about him. Most grievous is the accusation that I threatened kids with a gun. This is entirely false. There is someone who has done that in the past. He identifies the person here, but that person hasn't lived there. Mr. Bononis implied, was read at the meeting, is the man who threatened the kids with the gun. All right, so he's saying that I slandered him, but then he acknowledges that there's an implication here and that I actually didn't say that. But nonetheless, to clear the record for Mr. Plebani so that he can calm himself down and not be concerned, I did not say that Mr. Plebani threatened kids with a gun. I don't believe that I did. I don't have any minutes to go back and review because I was incorrect, and I apologize and I misspoke. So, Mr. Plebani, I hope that you accept that in response to your comments, to your email here, because you acknowledged in your email that there was an implication and that I actually didn't say that, but nonetheless, I want you to feel comfortable in your space. He goes on to talk about other things. We're not monsters you're making us out to be. We're not trying to stop baseball. Other things. If he's the same gentleman that I recall, I think he did have some interaction with Mr. Carochi when we were out there looking at the ball field.
Always pleasant.
And Tom was on good behavior. He deserves another award.
Always.
You know, and Mr. Plebani didn't want to talk to him. Mr. Plebani said, I want no part of you. And he, if I recall, right, he turned, he walked away when we were trying to have a discussion about him.
Just
a
nice
discussion with him.
I'm just a nice guy.
And then he said, he talks here, he goes on in this email saying that when we asked how they were going to turn around, we were told they wanted to put a cul-de-sac and a porta potty requiring more of our property. Then we asked how late nights, and he goes on and on, in having the township acquire the lane next to the Eastern Road ball field, that the township would be responsible for paving it and maintaining it, and that the township would be able to control the traffic that was on that, and they wanted no part of it. So I'm not sure what he's talking about other than that conversation. Then he goes on for, he was out there on a night when the rain and some council members and others came for almost 2 hours. I don't know who was there. I wasn't out there in the rain. It didn't rain that day. I don't know if maybe Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura talk about that if they were out there in the rain. I don't remember us having any conversations with anybody in the rain out there. In fact, I was only out there one time on any council meeting, you know, purpose.
With 2 hours.
It wasn't, yeah, we weren't there for 2 hours. It was relatively short, and I think it was a nice night.
It was.
And then he talks about putting up a screen and planting arborvitaes. And he goes on to say, he says, we recently gave permission to use our portion of the lane. Mr. Bononis said that we denied access. That is not true. So, Kathy, is it accurate that Mr. Plebani has now given the township access to the lane to plant arborvitaes?
They have.
Okay.
But when Roger was here, Roger said they didn't have access. At the last meeting, Roger said they didn't have access. So this happened after the meeting.
This happened after the meeting.
Okay, so at the meeting, it was right.
Two, there was the other homeowner would allow us to go on that road to plant those trees. But yes, the property owners towards the back said that they were agreeable for us to use the land and plant those trees.
And if we had
Plebani at that time.
He was. It was another.
It was the other homeowner that didn't want it.
All right. Well, then I was mistaken. I misunderstood what works. My understanding was that Mr. Plebani was not giving access, but it was somebody else.
It was the other homeowner, and we.
Well, I apologize to Mr. Plebani, and I thank him for his cooperation in giving the township permission to use his portion of the lane so that we could plant arborvitaes to help to alleviate his complaints.
It was, but it was clear. it was clear from Roger's comments, we had the meeting, that there was, he didn't identify a homeowner either. He just
Well,
said,
the
He didn't correct me.
the issue at hand was
He brought
whether
it
or
up. Roger
not
brought it up.
one homeowner, we just, at that point said, we're not using the road.
All for one and one for all.
That's what I thought that.
And well, to
But
the
if the
extent
Plubani's,
Mr. Plubani gave permission, but his other neighbor didn't give permission, well, then the record's clear, and if I said it was Mr. Plubani, I have the impression that Kathy and Roger were under, but apparently it was not him who denied that permission and has now given permission after this meeting, has affirmatively given permission, so thank you, Mr. Plubani, and I'm sure that Saucon Valley Diamond Sports thanks you as well for allowing improvements to try to alleviate the complaints that were brought to everybody's attention.
Thanks, really, thank you. All right, so, you go ahead, I'm sorry. I said one comment on that.
Well, I'm done. I'll yield, Tom. Go ahead.
No,
I'm done. I'm good. That's all.
I just want to comment on that. I mean, Roger, I had a discussion with Roger, and he was the one that said that the property owner wouldn't let him out. They were going to have to haul him up there without a truck and plan him. It was going to take longer than a half a day. He didn't specify which property owner, but apparently there was one, and apparently there's not anymore, which is good. Now, as to the Bill White column, yeah, I mean, absolutely ridiculous. This guy, the whole column is 17 paragraphs. And at the beginning of the 17th paragraph, the last paragraph of the opinion piece, he says he can't write and tell about Lower Saucon Township. The last paragraph. Now, you know, he appears to be an older guy. I know he's been doing this for a while. I've heard. I don't read him. I don't read the Morning Call. But you think somebody at the Morning Call would, like somebody younger maybe, would look at that and say, you can't write that in the last paragraph in the last sentence. You just admitted that you had no intelligence about what you've written in the previous 16 paragraphs. But apparently it escapes the Morning Call and their editors.
it was an opinion letter.
Anyway, he did get a great line about Laura not being able to write the articles. But anyway, it just I got an email from Morning Call, 75 cents a week for the next 26 weeks. My course declined. It's not even worth that. But you know, I've written things and you write things. It's really it's taking thoughts from your mind, your innermost thoughts, your intellect, typing it and putting it on paper for others to read. It's really a way for people to judge you and your intelligence. That's when I hire people, I always ask for a writing sample. I want to see how they write. I want to see how they. This is comment. They're basically saying what this guy writes, his thoughts and his opinion, cents a week for 26 weeks. When I delivered papers for the Harrisburg Morning or the Harrisburg Patriot News in 1980-81, I was 10, 11 years old. I was paid like $50 a month or something like that. This guy, I mean, this is when your writing is only worth 75 cents for a week for 26 weeks. That kind of says it all. That really kind of says it all.
Opinion of the Morning
This
Call,
old hack,
that
all this
nobody
journalistic
cares.
hack should hang it up. Hang it up, old man. Hang it up. If everybody cares.
Okay,
Sail
Priscilla.
off to the sunset. Hang it up, old man. Hold on. Let's see if I got anything else.
Anything about Lower Saucon?
That was about Lower Saucon.
No.
There's an author who wrote an opinion piece
Okay.
and a full page of the Morning Call.
I did like
Stretch on
the most
into
important part of that
irrelevance.
article. No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. But he did one. It didn't help that Council President Laura Ray was so clearly incapable of controlling the meeting.
And read the rest of the sentence,
And
Tom.
focusing the conversation.
That's what I read.
That's what I read. I stopped after that. That's all I needed to hear.
Priscilla.
What do I have? We had an executive session this evening, and we discussed a personnel issue. And
We weren't going to discuss this personnel
issue, Kathy, be on the agenda for the next meeting?
I thought we weren't allowed to discuss personnel issues.
Okay, Victoria.
It was a water authority meeting yesterday. And they're moving along.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Well. They also talked about some of their new staff that they hired, and more recently they were able, I don't know if people realize, but our water authority is very, very good at detecting leaks that occur in our water system. And we're below 10% leakage in our pipes. We buy water from the city of Bethlehem, so we want 100% of that water to get to our residents. And it's very common that water authorities or public water systems have like a 30% leakage rate. So for our township to have below, I think it's 7%, it is astronomical. We're probably one of the best in the whole state. So I just thought I wanted to share that with. They just did find a leak that was on Black River Road. We're able to repair it, but it was thanks to the diligence of their staff, and there's new people they hired that are very interested in capturing water that's escaping through the system. So I just wanted to say thank you to the Water Authority staff for their continued good work in protecting our township.
Well run, because it's an independent authority. It's not run by these three.
The other things that I want to say is we also have the rail trail next week. As many people heard, there was an unfortunate fatality on the rail trail, and I think it's important that people understand it wasn't that was in the control of the township. It was just a really fatal accident and just act of God, unfortunately. So my heart and prayers go out to the family in that particular instance. But we do have a rail trail meeting next on March 24th. So if anybody wants to come out and see what's happening at the rail trail, they are looking into installing placards on the Preston Lane Bridge that was recently opened to commemorate the in getting that, and Upper Saucon Township and getting that bridge done. So they're also looking at replacing some of the signs at Water Street. So that's important for everybody to know. And I know a lot of people utilize the rail trail. So that's landfill committee meeting in April. And our commission meeting this month is canceled for no business.
Sorry, when you go to that rail trail meeting, could you communicate to the rail trail committee? I read in Saucon Source, or it was brought to my attention, I actually don't read Saucon Source, but it was brought to my attention that there was some member of the rail trail committee who suggested that the person who died because she got hit by a tree shouldn't have been out walking, and Saucon Source publicized that or published it. That's really insensitive and reprehensible to try to blame the person who got struck by the tree.
I don't think anybody has made that comment, so I don't know. I mean, you're an attorney, you know there's hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay. From what I'm understanding is that you heard from somebody, that's hearsay number one. Hearsay number two, that person heard from the Saucon Source. That's hearsay number two. And hearsay number three is that you never talked to the person who allegedly made the comment. So please don't defame the people on the rail trail.
You're the liaison and we're not in court.
I have never heard anybody on the rail trail say those comments.
I think you should talk and say, did somebody say this? And if they did say it, that they shouldn't say things like that because it's terribly insensitive and it tries to place blame on an individual who was just walking when a tree fell on them. So to the extent that the people that you're dealing with the rail trail committee, if any of them said that, and you can look up the article, I'm not doing your research for you, look it up. You're the liaison to it, so do your job.
I'm telling you that nobody on the rail trail commission made the comment.
Well, somebody, I heard that somebody did.
Well, I know, hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay, let's get it right. It wouldn't be admissible in court, it's not admissible here.
We're not in court.
I know.
I'm asking you as a
You should know better, that's the point.
As a public relations gesture, that people on the rail trail committee should not be making comments like that. It's just horrible. And you seem to want to defend it or excuse
without
it.
any evidence.
Look, whoever did it is just like you, so whatever. I don't know how you could defend that and argue that point. Just say, okay, I'm looking into it, but you can't, whatever.
Somebody made the comment, and I told you nobody did.
Olivier.
I'm making the assertion that somebody made a comment that doesn't exist.
She knows every comment they made.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Your head, Tom.
Do you have anything else?
I'd like to also, one other thing, I read an article a while ago, and people know who Jackie Chan is, right? Jackie Chan was a very famous karate guy. Jackie Chan actually had to register his hands as weapons. And Victoria accused Tom of using his mind and his intellect and legal skills as a weapon. So I would like to make a motion that Tom registers his mind as a deadly weapon because of the harm that it inflicts upon really sensitive people like those that are in counsel. And
I'll go to Chief Barn tomorrow and see if I can register.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, I can only ask. I can only ask that he lets me register.
You have to go through the manager.
Okay.
Hurry up.
I'm gonna take my turn. I'll first start off with the comments about the Eastern Road ball field that were made, because they were horrible, and you kind of try to brush them off. I am gonna play a clip here. They had sent an email on March 3rd, the Plebanis, and listed out their concerns that they had about the ball field, and that was read at a meeting.
Priscilla's concerned.
And then you were referring to that letter that they wrote, and here was what you said, or a little clip, just a minute. Okay.
Come on, IT.
She's in IT, yeah.
I'll call the IT people.
You can do it.
Yeah.
She can do it.
The same person who sat there with a shotgun and threatened kids who were trying to use the ball field, and we're going to bend over backwards for this person who was threatening kids who were trying to use a baseball field. You're going to bend over backwards and prevent for the other 99.9917% of the population is going to suffer because of this one jackass that's going to complain about this stuff. And the same person, and Roger can talk to this, you were out there and you met with the person and you tried to find a way to make amends and to correct this person's problem, and you said, you know what we can do? We have a fund that developers put money into, and they provide trees to us, and we can put up trees on the property and create a green screen. And what does the person do? Nope, you can't come up my lane to put the trees in on the property. The guy wants to complain about it, but he won't allow the township to try to alleviate the condition. But Priscilla doesn't tell you about that. Not because she cares about this citizen, because she wants to screw.
So we can do recordings now. That's nice, thank you. I'll bring mine next time.
This is from the meeting. So that's where the recording came from. So the thing is, they kind of eliminated some of the comments that were in the letter that they wrote, you know, referring to some of the things that were said to them during a visit. It sounds like a visit happened when they were testing out the lights. I do not know who was present at that meeting because I was not there.
Neither was I.
But
I wasn't even told about that.
there was all the accusations going on in the meeting with people. As I said, it's like a gossip, you know, here's what I heard, here's what they heard, here's what I say. And you're making comments like this when you don't actually know the facts. You're just making comments like this that are incorrect, and, you know, they are slanderous against the person. And it wasn't a great apology, but at least it was some apology, so I appreciate that.
Good battle position.
But it would be nice if in the future, when people are speaking about things, if you don't know exactly who you're talking about, if you didn't firsthand know, you shouldn't be speaking about it. So I had a very long, wonderful conversation with the Plebanis, and hopefully they are satisfied with your apology.
You can apologize to me for sending people to my house on Christmas Eve.
Talk about, we met with the fire rescue guys last week, I believe it was, and I just wanted to comment on a neat project that they were working on. They have a brush truck that they got, that they've made up, which came from DCNR, and just this past week or so, Bethlehem Township had a similar type of truck for their brush fires. They are no longer wanting that truck, so they're giving it back to DCNR. And they got wind of this and arranged that the Bethlehem truck was brought over to Lightsville, and they were taking off some of the equipment that wasn't needed and putting it onto their brush truck. So it's innovative things that they do like that, which happen all the time, and it's really neat to see that they do this, rather than let this opportunity go to waste. I mean, they got these extra pieces, no cost to them. The DCNR truck originally that they got came from them at no cost. So they really do put in a lot of work and a lot of effort doing things like that, and I appreciate that.
Kathy, you want to explain the Rogers no firehouse policy?
You don't have to answer that.
I refrain, personnel matters.
Yeah, that is personnel matters. And
Personnel, you can just talk about the policy and why it
Steve,
exists.
do you have
What
a
do they do?
report you want to give?
I do not. I asked about a policy.
Brian
Not a personnel matter,
is
it's a
no
policy
longer
matter.
here, so
The
he
manager's
does not.
office.
So we'll do public comment. Could you line up at the podium if you want to do comments?
Hello, Cheyenne Ryman again. A couple things to note as you listen to this meeting is when you're talking about staff leaving, the staff that left has been staff that was here through the previous majority, and they didn't leave then. So there's kind of a common theme here where all of a sudden it's like this mass exodus. They stayed, well, how long were you guys, what year are you on now, 8, 7? 6. So the staff stayed through 6 years, now what's the difference? I mean, pretty stark contrast. Priscilla, when you talk about landfill expansion and you said, oh, I had to because it was within its right. Well, you had no problem saying then, I couldn't do it because they were by right, we had to allow them. But that's not correct because there was one vote where during one of the expansions that it was a 4-1 vote. And the only person that voted no was Donna. And there were no ramifications from that, and Donna can correct me if I'm wrong.
If Donna and I voted together.
It was June in 2016, 2016. And there were no ramifications to Donna for voting no. So you absolutely could have voted no. Or no, you voted no, Donna. Yes. So, and
Passed, though.
this isn't Q&A. So you could have absolutely voted no. There was no ramifications.
She's pointing out your...
You want to misrepresent things, and I just want to make sure that it's clear and so everybody knows what the actual factual is. You voted yes. And you could have absolutely voted no. And if you didn't feel comfortable, you could have always abstained. But you did not do that. You voted yes.
Stop interrupting her. She has the
Look up
floor.
the
Stop
regs.
interrupting her.
You need to learn this if you get elected.
Stop interrupting her.
You need to learn how to run a meeting. You should know Robert's Rules of Order inside and out after sitting in that seat for 36 years. And how many times, when you sat there, 36, I believe it was, you sit there and you had to ask, do I need a motion for this? Do we need a vote? What are we doing? It's procedure. Should be the easiest part.
Do it all the time.
Aside from that, Mark Hudson left. He's now getting $25,000 more at his current job than what he did get here. So some of the issue, while yeah, it's a mess to be here, and I'm sure it's a mess to want to work here, you're also underpaying people. Except yourselves when you voted for the new raise that you maxed out.
That
You
didn't
maxed out.
apply to this current council.
Okay, so excuse me, the new raise that's going to apply to the next council that you're going to probably run for, unless you sit there and you say, I'm not going to run, then it won't apply to you.
It won't commit.
Anyway, you're underpaying your staff. That's also not helping with retention. You're dumping stuff on them and you're underpaying them. Why would they not leave? To look for a better job and better work environment. Makes sense. The other thing too is you want to give a nice polished council report tonight, which Victoria, you said a lot, Laura, you said a lot, but one thing I didn't notice was anything about the firehouse and their issues that they had when things were brought up about the truck, the transmission, all of that stuff. From my understanding, there's a pretty clear explanation as to how that happened. It was sent to all of council. Nobody mentioned it, and I believe we have not one but 2 council liaisons to the fire company. So why not help the guys out and say, hey, here's the stuff. So if Tom and Jason present something that you don't like or that is not going to be helpful to the fire company, and you have the correct information, why not present it? Why not air it out to everybody so the issue gets taken care of and done? Oh, we switched to green. What does that mean? Green means go. I'm going to keep going. Green means go. I'm going to keep going.
That way.
So I just feel like that would be something that would be worth noting, because you sit here and, you know, they shouldn't have to come to the meeting and defend themselves. When they have two people that sit there as a liaison, that's by definition what a liaison is, effectively. So you should show up here and help explain what's going on. My final issue is, I don't know if any of you are aware, but it's been an issue going on for several weeks that the internet is glitching. So as people are at home trying to watch the meetings, and we have, from my understanding, quite a following, near and far, people at home, the internet keeps buffering and it's almost impossible to watch the meetings. So I don't know what needs to be done. If it's, you know, revamping the internet, maybe our IT person on council can help with that. But it's next to impossible to watch the meetings. So I would say look at whatever you have to do bandwidth-wise or electronics. Thank you. Hope you all have a good night.
They promised interactive meetings where people could ask questions from home and then come in, but then they backed away from that too.
Cheyenne, I want to thank you.
I love Robert's rules myself, but
I want to thank you for bringing up the
Okay, one
streaming
at a
issues.
time, and we
The
have
reason why
public
is I had
comment.
received an email from a resident, and they said the following: I just wanted to make you aware that the taped meetings cut in and out, and I find it odd because it is during the precise times when there is information the ladies/solicitor have motioned to permanently table items they don't want revealed in the public forum. That was an email I received, and I forgot about it, so thank you for reminding me of that. No, I'm not saying, it was not from you, it was from a different person who, they didn't say I should disclose their name, so I'm
And
not
we
doing it
have
here.
no control over our internet here at the
I think
township.
it's ironic that it's when you're trying to hide things that the internet cuts out, is what she's
Okay,
saying.
nobody's hiding things.
She's an
You're
IT
really
professional.
powerful.
She's an id professional.
Slander.
Really powerful.
It's not, I'll share the
Donna,
email
you can
with
take
you.
your turn. Thank you.
Tom, you got it as well, you got the same email. Yeah. March 15th, we got it. It's in the township, you can do a right to know, get it for sale.
Okay, we have public comment. Can you let her speak?
I'm sorry.
Donna Louder. Most of these questions, and I know this isn't Q&A, but just food for thought, or if you would, I'd appreciate an answer. And I'm asking for the employees of the township, because that's who I think of first. When you leave, you're leaving completely financial department and everything?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, so the financial department, the transition for that has to be extremely smooth. There has to be a very competent person put into that position.
Not you.
And the reason I'm saying this is because this township had 44 employees that counted on that paycheck every 2 weeks. Make sure that it is in place. Make sure their benefits are paid. Make sure everything is up to par. And I hope that if you can't replace Kathy with a financial director right away, that you hire some kind of financial company, a competent one, to at least handle it until something is in place. And again, my thoughts go out directly to the employees, all the employees. They all have families, they all have mortgages, they all have kids. The other thing I wanted to say was, listening to all this, there is so much lack of transparency. It's extremely disheartening. It's almost scary to wonder. I personally am considering reaching out to the Governor's Center to discuss what they can do to come and help you people put it together. Because there is a true problem here. And every one of you are responsible. Everyone. It's time to stop bickering amongst each other. If you don't like what someone says, you don't have to answer back and defend yourself. Be the bigger person. Step up. Take the high road, folks. This township is impaling. Thank you for the reminder. Appreciated that.
My name is Mary Ann Garber, and I represent the Bethlehem landfill. I find it troubling that Ms. Optoff Cordero continues to make statements about the landfill, which, if she reviewed the documents that are on file with the township, she would know are false. Tonight, she represented that there was no review by Hanover Engineering of the northern realignment. That is
Except for
false.
planning approval, that's what it said.
It's false. There was a special exception review, there was a land development review, there was a site plan review, and there were no variances required as part of the northern realignment, as Ms. Optoff Cordero represented. It was a special exception approval that was given by the Township Zoning Hearing Board. I also want to respond to Ms. DeLeon's recollection, without really any facts, that at some point in the past the landfill was shut down. I've been representing the Bethlehem landfill since 1999. It has not been shut down at any point during my tenure. And I would urge all council members, when they make a statement about anything, but with respect to my client, about my client's operations or my client's history, that you need it to be accurate before you put it out there for public consumption. All the information is available in your files. Do your homework, people.
I think it was the city of Bethlehem. It was in the early 90s.
I think before you make a...
Here we go.
Point is, before, people watch these meetings, and I think that they respect the people that they vote for. So when you say something about my client's business and it's not true, that's a problem. So I implore you to please gather your facts. If you're going to come in and say something, please have the information to back it up. I think that that's a reasonable request. You know, the other thing I just want to respond to is Ms. DeLeon saying she gets a chuckle out of the fact that the landfill provides benefits pursuant to its solid waste permit. Well, of course it does. We're not a charity, we're a business. And I think the point is that in order to get a DEP permit to run a landfill, that the DEP has to find that the benefits of the project clearly outweigh the unmitigated harms. That's the point. DEP is there to protect. And when we say we're offering benefits, they make that a condition of our permit. That's how it works. And of course, that's why we provide the benefits. That doesn't diminish the value of the benefits that are being provided. The fact that it's a permit condition is the law. Thank you.
You didn't say any part of that.
I have a point of clarification because,
You didn't say any part of that.
I just want to make it clear to Ms. Garber, if she can direct herself to the minutes of October 7th, 2020.
You've been humiliated, Victoria.
On to move to have John Elliott represent the township at the zoning hearing board meeting to make sure that the township regs are followed and to represent us. There was an issue.
Hey, Bulan, be quiet. Bulan, be quiet.
This is a point of clarification because of comments made. And the comments were that I was speaking out of turn and that there was never anything before the zoning hearing board. But again, I refer to October 7th, 2020, the minutes wherein there were multiple attempts to have our environmental attorney at the time represent the township at the zoning hearing board, all of which failed because of some members who are still on council and some that are not here. Again, the motion was Ms. DeLeon moved to have Chot Elliott represent the township at the zoning hearing board meeting to make sure that the township regs are followed and represented us. So that's where I'm speaking from. That's the information that I have, that I looked at, that I reviewed before this evening's meeting. So I do take exception to the claim that I haven't looked at things. So that's it.
She's lying.
The argument. We have public comment to continue.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I'm glad that Jason brought up Bill White. I just wanted to say when I saw that article, I thought, you know, Bill White never called me. Bill White never called anybody I asked.
Didn't call me.
He could have actually made that article interesting and interviewed people at the meeting and asked them why they come and why they spend 6 hours here, what's the importance to them of it. But it was all from his perspective, which actually means it's an opinion piece, which is...
That's what it said, opinion.
But he said he can't speak intelligently on it because he doesn't know anything.
You know what? I want to say something. I wrote for a local newspaper many, many moons ago. I wrote an opinion piece. It was a point counterpoint with my editor. And I will tell you that every time I submitted an article, he made me and told me that I needed facts to back up my arguments, even though it was an opinion piece. And he was the liberal. So see, liberals demand facts from us, but it's just not that way the other way around. And that's just the truth, because I lived it. So I was a writer. Also, I just want to make a comment again, as I said the last time I was here, and following up with Marianne Garber and what she says, I would trust an engineer to manage the landfill operations or whatever they handle over a lawyer any day of the week. And I'd also trust anybody else to manage the landfill than Victoria. Again, Victoria, you are not a landfill manager and you don't really know much about it. You just know what your opinion is. And in my opinion, what we're going to find out is that you're going to have a direct red phone right to this lawyer who you're going to call on a regular basis to say, hey, so-and-so said blah, blah, blah about the landfill. Can you go over there and check it out? Blah, blah, blah is complaining about the landfill. Can you go over there and check it out, and find some dirt on them and figure out how we could shut them down and what we could do? Because you're not happy about how the DEP is operating it. You're not happy about the DEP because you expect the DEP to close the place. And in fact, as Marianne Garber says, we wouldn't be operating if the DEP wanted to do that. So they're operating in a way, and also I'd like to say there's no business on the face of the planet that's perfect. There's no human being that on the face of the planet that's perfect. And there are mistakes made, and there are things that happen, and things that break, and you don't know it's broken. And that's why there are things set in place to make sure that the landfill functions the proper way, and they respond to those. And there's no company that's not gonna make mistakes. Again, I think it's hilarious that somebody mentioned the derangement syndrome, because I feel like it's like every time you guys bring up the landfill, it's like savage, wild dogs that are salivating. The bottom line is we all make garbage, and I've said this before, we all make garbage, and it has to go somewhere. And the place is set up, they didn't dig a hole and dump garbage in it. It's an engineering scenario where they built it to withstand the garbage. And by the way, again, I'm gonna say, the Lehigh River, the Susquehanna River are both polluted up in Luzerne County. My father knows all about it. He's a fisherman. He talks about it all the time. Our streams and our rivers are polluted. And it's not just the Bethlehem landfill. It's nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not only do these three produce garbage, they produce a lot of bullshit. Please, sir.
All right, Dave Boulan, considering we only get 3 seconds or whatever it is for a 6-hour meeting, this is ridiculous. And I just want to point out, and I'll remind everybody in the audience, this group here of Democrats told us we were going to get 3 minutes each for each and every topic. Well, that's how they get elected. They tell you all this wonderful stuff. Then it's 3 minutes for each and every. Then it's no minutes for each and every, but you might get 3 minutes at the beginning if you're not getting talked over by Bloviate over here. And at the end, it goes on, and she even interrupts the attorney for the landfill, who's got the facts while she's got, oh, poor little landfill. By the way, when you look at it, the Saucon Creek, she says, oh yeah, or Priscilla, one of them suggested that it was Saucon Creek was polluted by the landfill. Hello, we know who pollutes it. It's right down there, but unfortunately, it's a Democratic-run operation, and they dump raw sewage in. You don't know about that, Priscilla, I can tell. You need another 38 years. The bottom line is that this thing with Kathy is really upsetting. She was the last linchpin, although I do have a lottery going, and I think I'm going to have to change my odds because we know who's next, okay? And that was demonstrated tonight. So the bottom line, doing this with Kathy and Gaduzian not announcing it until some later time, like after she's gone, that's atrocious. This is a township, we pay taxes. You wouldn't know it from you people. Okay, so nobody has let go of Sutton here. We haven't removed him from the EAC. He's doing a great job, just absolutely disobeying rules. And by the way, he makes a pitch that, oh, he got his permit after he did it all. Oh, that's just wonderful. Any fine? No, we don't know. What's his name? Didn't have any idea. Oh, Lynn Hill's still talking about cutting the police force. Isn't that just lovely? And by the way, we're going to pay the fire company now, which was volunteer, well-running, cohesive and everything. Now we're going to start paying $100,000 or whatever the salary is, and it's causing already all sorts of people saying, well, gee, if he's going to make that, I need to make this. It goes on and on and on. Okay, so yeah, hire a landfill, another attorney to fight our nest egg. Gee, that's just wonderful, and there's no replacement. Rail trail, did you ever think about maybe going around and cutting the trees down that are falling over on people? All right, yeah, I saw the White article. Wow, that's really interesting, especially as somebody said, when you get to the end, he says, well, I don't know anything. Well, he doesn't. He's like Robert Roush in that same paper. And you know what, Priscilla, you can put that one where you put the other one. The township is like, the way the Democrats are running this township, it's just like the Heller barn. It's like the Heller barn because Priscilla had the ability to, once that roof fell in, at least a cap around the surface, she was probably running the darn thing, and they wouldn't even maintain what they had. Now they've got a pile of stones, and they expect everybody to pay a fortune. And while I'm thinking about it, I was by the Heller farm the other day, and the Heller farm needs paint on all those new windows we put in. Well, it's going to be something, isn't it? We're not going to do that until the Heller house falls down. And by the way, $10 worth of paint with Hillet. So I've been here for 6 hours. Do you mind if I have a minute?
I have been here too, and your time is up.
So. Thank you. So I have a few more comments
here. Do we have anybody else for public comment? No, your time is over. Your time is over. Your time is over.
Nobody knows about. That's not the right color. I'm sorry.
Sit down.
Bottom line is this open-ended contract that Caducean allowed. No, Priscilla, that's wrong. Open-ended contract, as I was saying, but was interrupted by another one. Oh, we're going to not adjourn. You can adjourn all you want. I'm not going to give up the floor for a minute. I want to say that open-ended contract is atrocious, and I want the record to record that. So there are my comments, and I thank Priscilla and Laura Ray for being so generous with the taxpayer time. He is certainly, as White said, a sterling president.
Mark has some comments. Billy, we hearing from you?
Laura Ray, may I have one more minute, please?
Oh no, they've already adjourned.